HYA has always been and will be one of the most valuable units of streetcars, as it is the talent pipeline of streetcars. It is with great honor that I'd like to congratulate all of you for being able to clear functioning. Streetcars Hyderabad raised a total of over 90 lakhs INR through commitment sheets and fundraisers. This year has been and will be the year of projects, where we spent over 62 lakhs INR on projects in the last 9 months. We implemented a new project structure where we started semi-adoption with an aim to create a sustainable ecosystem by re-impacting the same set of people covering all the departments. We are projecting to spend over 1.2 crores by the end of this tenure. For the most awaited part, we are now in the decade of RFC. And we are going to organize the biggest run ever organized by students in Hyderabad. RFC 10 is going to be a record-breaking Zumba session, followed by a 5K run, a stand-up show by Rohit Swain, and an energetic performance by the Jammers Band. Now, moving on to Streetcars India updates. All the cities have their own chief EVs now, and this makes me real proud. Bangalore raised a total of 42,000 and spent over 46,000 on 12 projects. They started their own unit, Streetcar Spa, and they're having their first ever RFC this year. And is now executing its second season of Chennai Youth Assembly. Kochi raised a total of 15,000 and spent over 50,000 on projects. Pune raised 3,500 and spent over 2,500 on 4 projects. Vizag raised a total of 64,000 and spent over 72,000 on 30 plus projects, and is now executing their first Vizag Youth Assembly this year. Mumbai raised a total of 41,000 Thank you so much, folks. Thank you so much for doing all this. Wishing all the members the very best, I declare the assembly open.
I wish all the members very best and have a great learning today. Thank you.
Very good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning to the Chief EB, the alumni. Hour to our already mentioned schedule. But before that, I'm happy to see those few members in every corner who did not forget to get their water bottles. Thank you for not forgetting. Our first goal in the first session would be decent work and economic growth. Since all the members got an extra 1 hour to think, debate and get up with new motions as well as speeches. I'm expecting this session to be the most challenging as well as most interactive one. All the best.
Member, would you like to answer that?
I would like to let you.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to the left.
As my fellow, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my fellow
Member,
delegate said,
please
yeah.
sit down.
So,
Any points of contradiction? Any points of support?
We could hear a lot of banging in contradiction, but why are the placards not raised? But the tables are being banged. Any new motions on the floor? Tejish.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chairs. So I feel the main motive for economic growth, the main factor, one of the important factors for economic growth is agricultural development. It's the agricultural field that has been sustaining us, and India is one of the highest agriculturally employed countries across the whole world. So I feel focusing more on agricultural development in the agricultural innovation and development, such as farm automations, implementing IoT in agriculture, such as there's a project where you can have a security system for farms protecting it from animals, which will alert the mobile system, and implementing more techniques of farming, plant breeding, etc. So focusing more on agricultural development would help us.
Do you have a plan of action for this?
There's no specific plan of action. It's about spreading awareness among them. It's going to the villages, talking to the farmers, understanding their issues. Let's say they have an issue with animals attacking their farms. So there is a system where we can have a Arduino connected, and it can detect the animals entering the farm and alert the farmers, so they can go immediately. It's understanding the issue. It's a whole broader concept.
Got it. Any points of support? Bhavish.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I support the fellow delegate because most of the farmers have illiteracy rate, and especially in Telangana, in rural areas, people or farmers have zero idea of how to protect their crops. After they just know to grow and how to protect their crops from tsunamis and other disasters is less in awareness. So I want to also raise a motion for awareness among farmers to create economic development and prosperity.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Sujal.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. As my co-delegate mentioned that we would suggest ideas for farmers to prevent any disasters happening like tsunami or flood or famine. I don't think they can be prevented by any human nature, or we can't even start them. And I feel we are not good enough to teach farmers for their natural activities to grow their farmer field and expand them.
Does delegate want to contradict?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. Sorry, delegate, I was not telling to prevent it completely. I am telling to raise awareness for farmers, to suggest people how to stand against the against this natural disasters, as saying like to grow crops which are naturally resistant to pests
The
or
floor
to
is now
water.
open for debate.
As mentioned, how can you teach people in and around the society to make sure they stand against disasters? How is it possible? You think you can just stop a tsunami over there? You can stop a famine over there?
Sorry, delegate, I am not telling that I will stop or I will give ideas to stop the tsunamis or droughts, but I am just giving them ideas. Instead of raising rice crops, I am telling them to raise millet crops so that they stand against pests or water stagnation. That's it. I am not telling to stand against total natural disasters.
each farmer in the respective area in and around India have the respective suitable soil and the respective crop to grow depending upon the seasons and circumstances situations? And how can you decide that what will they grow at their respective crop?
Scientific research, may I say?
I feel farmers are very good, capable enough to understand what type of land and plant they grow.
So why do farmers suicide? Why do they? If they know all. Sorry for saying, but why do they suicide if they know all and have profits from their crops?
It is because of the human nature where it is affecting the nature through many things which we withstand, and it is affecting the nature. For example, pollution or so. That is causing a few nature disturbances that is creating, and that is also the disturbance created in and among the people in the society, hence causing damage to the farmers.
Yes, I know that. I'm just saying we have to have a back net for farmers to fall on when they fail. Not to take the suicide as a final option, just a back net for them for next crops to stand against the natural famines and disasters.
Thank you, members. You may give your concluding statements and sit down.
Yeah, so as my fellow delegates said, it would be nice to raise awareness among farmers to take a nice, a proper plan of action to raise their crops and sell them so that extra demand and supply imbalance would not happen, and like throwing tomatoes on the road is not an option. So preservation and other cold chain options are there for farmers instead of just throwing tomatoes or other crops on the land and leaving it there. Thank you, Chair.
I feel we are not good enough to teach the farmers. That's it. Thank you.
Any support for the motion raised? Awareness on agriculture practices was the motion raised. Any action?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The motion Tejas raised, I would like to support with also empowering the final year students who are working on agriculture projects. Let's say there are many students in BTech who choose agriculture sector as their final IoT projects, or implementing them in the agriculture sector would also like empower the students who are researching on those projects, and who knows, it might turn out to be one of the unicorn. Who knows, it empowers or develops the economical growth.
Contradiction to the motion raised. Go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging the chair. Here the problem is not that farmers are not aware. Even they are aware, they are producing the goods, but the problem lies in the loans which are they taking are not probably given by the government. And the products which are they selling to the market is not going to the correct rate. The MSP is very low. So the problem is not that farmers are not aware. The government, the action taken from the government and the retailers who are buying, the problem lies there also. And throwing tomatoes in the roads is not their wish, and it's not like they're doing it on purpose. That's the situation they have come across because the prices of the goods are going down. That's why they do that. That's not like they're willing to do anything of wasting their goods like that. So spreading awareness in farmers shouldn't be our main goal, rather than giving them proper loans and increasing the rate of the goods and providing cold storage, which should be our goal here.
Thank you, member. Any new motions on the floor? Member to the extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. First of all, I would like to say my name is Venkat Sai. There is a wrong typing. So the unique project which I want to bring for the decent work and economic growth is the community-based development skill program. So what it does is that this project mainly focuses.
Delegate, could you repeat your motion?
The community-based skill development program.
Go ahead.
So what this project does is that this project would have identifying the specific needs and providing and training and resources to the individuals with the relevant skills for employment and entrepreneurship. By doing all this and by also focusing on the local needs, like industries such as agriculture, technology, and crafts, and Also, this project could empower the people to find a meaningful work or start their own businesses, ultimately stimulating the economic growth. Because as we see, when we have a growing industry, whether it's a small scale industry or larger scale industry, we have economic growth. It may be any sector in the world. Additionally, it could foster a sense of ownership and cooperation among community members, so that it ultimately leads to a sustainable development and prosperity. So this is my project.
Any points of support? Srinija.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And I support my fellow delegate that making people aware of what happening in the urban areas is also a good thing. Like HYDERABAD can do it with a low cost income. Like maybe done at very low price.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Member to the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think nowadays even rural people have their mobile phones. I think from there they can know what is happening in the urban areas too. I think like మనం కావాలని వెళ్ళి అక్కడ చెప్పాల్సిందే అవసరం లేదు.
Delegate, you have it acknowledged, Chair. Okay, continue.
సో లైక్ నేనేం చెప్పాలనుకున్నా అంటే లైక్ అర్బన్ ఏరియాస్లోనే లైక్ అవేర్నెస్ ఉంది, రూరల్లో లేదని కాదు. లైక్ ఈవెన్ రూరల్ పీపుల్ హ్యావ్ దేర్ మొబైల్ ఫోన్స్ అండ్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్. ఫ్రమ్ దేర్ ఈవెన్ దే కెన్ know what is happening. And for example, there is a like Wimbu, he is from a village, like he owns a 40,000 crores company. So awareness only, like it is just their laziness they are not doing. Like we have to make them active and help. Thank you.
Member, would you like to reply to that?
Thank you, Chair, once again for acknowledging. So, as my co-delegate says, everyone has awareness. Not every farmer knows with the technology of mobile phones and everything. Because in the rural areas, we don't live in a society that everyone has a smartphone. When it comes to the poverty also, people can't buy smartphones and people can't see the community skill develop any government as we are seeing now today's smartphone. And it's not that if we have mobile, we can do everything. There is something called a training program where we can do physically and have the determination, have the skill, all the farmers to make their skills and lands. Because today's society, we don't rely on fast smartphones. We rely on the physical development. That is going physically and doing that development in the rural areas.
Any points of contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said, nowadays physical requirement is a lot. Instead of physical requirement, you can see we are using our smartphones and it might be laptops. For your final projects, it might be a major product, mini project. You are using your Excel sheets and whatever you want in the technology, but not your physically books and papers, right?
Any points of contradiction? Tejesh.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned that we have to physically be there to do something, we as a society are trying to implement a more digitally empowered society. And why are we going back to the physical development again? I mean, yeah, the smartphones which are coming out currently are very accessible and at very low prices. And you may have languages where under English, but we have Google Translate, so many features. The accessibility is high. We need to focus on digitally empowering everyone, including the rural areas. So I feel that's good.
Member, you can answer.
So, thank you, Chair, once again. It's not about the technology, smartphones, laptop, everything. Not everyone can buy a smartphone and laptop like we are buying today now. And it's about the training which we get, and it's about the community-based training. It's coming together and getting trained. And you don't have a feeling of getting trained while you are doing in the digital world. Yes, we are getting into a digital world, but it's not that You know, we will be training when we have only digital work, we can train when we have a training program like this, or training program for the farmers, and getting them trained practical implementation. You know, practical implementation has a very powerful thing in the society.
Points of contradiction? Shloka.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. Like my co-delegate mentioned, I completely disagree. Everything today, we're moving forward digitally, and having a phone or all these apps and stuff have become like a life source to us. We have payments, we have everything, all sorts of research and stuff online today. So you moving forward telling let's not completely focus, not digitally, is not taking India forward. We are a developing country and we are progressing forward, so let's not go backward.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Member to the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So can I speak in Telugu?
Yes, you can.
So in the shloka annattu, we can go teach them about the technology. We can create an app that we can directly order from the farmers instead of the middleman buying them. And the farmers may go into loss because middleman is buying them and they're selling for high prices in the market. And the farmers are getting for example, if a particular crop is for 10 rupees, the middleman is selling them for 20 rupees. And they're giving the farmers 10 rupees and 10 rupees of profit for middle persons.
Points of contradiction? Nitya.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. I want to address that there are multiple apps that are available till now, and what is the point of you creating one more app which is very similar to it and doing it as a project?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
Member, I have not asked you to proceed with your point. Please sit down. Any points of support to the motion raised? Any points of contradiction? Sriyansa.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegate said, I would like to question her on what is the point of having an app when I think a few years back or like 2-3 years back, the government already implemented such scheme by minusing the middle party, and there were revolts and riots for the same in Punjab or something. So what is the what is the overall benefit of removing it, when even if you remove the middle person, there's going to be what is going to be the overall benefit?
Any more points of support? Member.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. I think we got little deviated from what the motion was raised. It was raised for the community help and going in rural places and teaching them the skills which they know, and it has been lost in the tradition. People are talking about in digital era. Can we teach them the lost traditions which were like gone? We can't teach them digitally. So think the motion was raised on teaching the skills which are unique to that community. Not everyone can learn digital stuff. Not the rural women can learn digital stuff. So in that community, we can teach them the skills which they know, and we can empower them. So I think I support that in his motion. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Akshit.
thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. I support the motion and have been seeing a lot of the members were opposing the motion, and they were speaking about digital transformation and digital learning. If digital learning can really transform, we should start shutting down all the IITs, IIMs and IIITs, and we should start running digital platforms. When the leaders are sitting in this house are aiming to get into institutions like IIMs and IITs and IIITs for learning, then how can they contradict their own plans of career, and how can they start speaking about digital learning? Not everything can be learned digitally, and we have seen and experienced the impact of digital learning during COVID in terms of results of different undergrad programs and postgrad programs. So digital learning can never replace classroom learning, and it's very important, and especially in rural areas, practically we need to explain it. Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Hemant.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate Akshit said, we are not even replacing the digitalized things. Nowadays, we are using technology a lot because due to it might be our, as I mentioned previously, it might be our projects and everything. In our daily basis, in our college, we have to use our laptops and everything to study. It might be our projects and everything.
Points of Akshay, do you want to contradict? It's open for debate.
Empowering community with digital equipment and technology is completely different from the process of learning. Even if we need to make them use laptops, tabs or apps, it is very important for us to go there, set up workshops and teach them. We sitting in this house have been using digital equipments and gadgets at least for the last half a decade, and still we are sitting in this house to hold the assembly and discuss to create impact in the society. How can we expect rural people with minimum education or no education to start off using technology and digital transformation? Even to transform them digitally, offline workshops are required and training is required. And as I mentioned earlier, nothing can replace offline education. It might be in India or America or UK. London B School has been functioning, it will keep functioning. Harvard has been functioning, it will keep functioning. Hyderabad will keep functioning. And no one will graduate from a digital platform who is sitting in this house. And it is very important to prioritize offline teaching, even to transform someone digitally. Thank you.
But Akshay, we are not replacing the traditional things with the digital things.
I'm not speaking about traditional thing, Hemant.
It might be
what was the point raised by the member? Point raised by the member was empowering student, empowering community and training them. Okay. I don't deny your point of digital transformation and digital empowerment. But my point is digital empowerment also needs offline workshop. Thanks a lot.
I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Ojas Suran, President of SC Mumbai. Thank you for joining us.
Any new motions on the floor?
We have a chief guest, Sridevi. Sridevi is a daughter in the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem of India. She is a Research and Innovation Fellow at Oxford University, alumni of Indian Institute of Management,
Any other points of support? Please raise it. Shianza.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I totally support my co-delegate's proposal. We showed it for women. We can also create a platform for women to sell their products. And also, talking about parents and students. Well, obviously, yes, awareness and everything is fine. But people are talking about IIT and all that, like digital platforms are not providing education and everything. But IIT and everything is for their top tier 1 students. Our goal as HYA is to concentrate on top tier 3 students and tier 3 colleges. And for that, obviously, digital education is a must. And see, Indian college education is becoming obsolete. Like how many graduates that you know and how many engineers that you know are actually getting jobs in our country, especially from students from top tier 3 colleges. Tier 3 colleges, 54% of them, according to.
Alright, remember body point. Delegates, before you break the tables. Point of contradictions. Sujan.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. As my co-delegate mentioned that in the previous point, HYA is not here to provide funds for creating awareness for coming up next years, and we can't keep sending or provide funds at a single place and or targeting a certain area. And I feel we do not target any certain tier students for any improvement or decent economic work and growth. The growth refers to all kinds of students, all kinds of places, everywhere applicable.
Any other points of contradiction? Urshita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to mention my co-delegate's point stating providing funds for government school students to set up businesses. How are they going to set up businesses if they don't even know what plan of action is? And the other co-delegate mentioned providing funds to Instagram startup businesses. Instagram startup business are things people do for, to pass time, or if they think that they have some talent. And not all the Instagram business are going to succeed. So providing funds to the people who cannot guarantee good income is like totally unreasonable. And coming to the digital devices, I agree digital learning is good, but we all know how we studied in lockdown. We would just switch on our phones and then sleep. I would like to ask my co-delegate if she would like to graduate online. Like she would not prefer graduating online right now. She would not be ready to do that.
Delegate, you are free to answer. The floor is open for debate.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. First of all, one of my co-delegates said that I'm not talking about awareness only. I'm talking about skill development here. And coming to Instagram, so I just gave an example of Instagram store. I'm not particularly telling about Instagram stores only. We have many women who are ready to set up small businesses in our country, but they're not getting the chance. And also, yes, obviously, see, every student is not ready to, graduate online. Obviously, I'm not. But okay, how, would you better prefer online education or no education at all? Especially for tier 3 students from villages and etc. And I have a case study as well. I don't want to reveal the personal stuff, but the case study reveals that one of the women who was given a who was given a job in the BPO sector. She is earning 11,000 after completing her online course with the help of government funds, etc. So we can also do that stuff, right? It's not like we are compulsorily we are saying that okay, digital is the only way to. No, I'm not pressurizing that we shouldn't. I'm not against offline classes or anything. I'm saying that for people who don't have that type of access or that type of privilege, I'm asking for them. I'm talking in regard to them. Thank you.
Permission to speak, sir.
It's a debate, you can speak.
I would like to say that first of all, we are not considering tier 3 or tier 1 students. We can't classify them. You can always find a diamond in the rough. And coming to the online education, we can educate people online, sure. But how can you take one person's example in a million? Like 1 in a million is earning 11,000. What about the others?
I just gave an example of one person, but there are many other such examples. And also, I'm not comparing or I'm not. In our country, especially in Telangana.
Okay, so I'll take Street Course as an example. Street Course, the founders are from Srinidhi and other colleges. I don't see an IIT studying up an NGO right now.
That's why I'm saying that, and that's what I'm emphasizing again and again, that it's not about IITs as well. One, I'm saying that when I'm talking about IITs, everyone is saying that everyone cannot afford IIT. Yes, obviously, and that's why I'm saying that digital is the way. Like, digital is one of the ways for especially people to, and these days, for example, a study provided by Mercer India's Graduate Skill Index. In that, 48% of just BA graduates, or 48% of BA graduates from third-tier colleges are employed. And that is just seasonal employment, not even fully employed. And coming about technical sectors, that is an entirely different issue. One of my friends, he is...
Okay, delegate, we got your point. Please give your conclusions.
So that's what I would like to conclude.
My conclusion is that we as students do not know many platforms that are there, and we ourselves don't use electronic devices that much. So how can we expect the rural area kids to know what is there in the technology? First, we're supposed to teach them what there is, and then teach them about online learning. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? The member.
Thank you so much for acknowledging me, Chair. So my co-delegate is just sentence that that is all. Women are ready to set up their small businesses. So my idea is very similar to that. How about providing funds and capital to start women's homemakers start their own cloud kitchen and already established app like Zomato and all. That's my motion.
Could you summarize your motion?
So basically, we will provide them knowledge about Zomato and basic business knowledge, and we'll give them funds, whatever they need. Basic, for example, if they need any tents or whatever funds, money to collect the things they need to set up their kitchen, basically.
So your plan of action is HY providing funds?
Yeah, funds. Yeah.
Any points of support? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my fellow delegate said, we could help rural women to set up cloud kitchens so that they can make a business out of it by collaborating with all Zomato or Swiggy like that. The point which I would like to add is our villages have their own అంటే ఒక్కొక్క విలేజ్కి వాళ్ళ స్పెషల్ టేస్ట్ ఆర్ స్పెషల్ ఫుడ్ ఐటమ్ ఉంటుంది అండ్ ఐ థింక్ సమ్వేర్ వీ హ్యావ్ లైక్ లాంగ్ లాస్ట్ సమ్ స్పెషల్ డిషెస్ అండ్ even our current generation does not know the like పాతకాలం వంటలు అవి చాలా మందికి తెలియదు అండ్ ఎవరైనా లైక్ ఇప్పుడున్న జనరేషన్లో పాతకాలం ఆర్ వింటేజ్ అని చెప్తే ఎనీబడి వుడ్ లైక్ అందరూ దే విల్ విల్లింగ్లీ బై ఈవెన్ ఫర్ మోర్ ప్రైస్ సో ఐ థింక్ వీ కెన్ ఐడెంటిఫై అండ్ రికగ్నైజ్ ద లాంగ్ లాస్ట్ ట్రెడిషన్స్ అండ్ వీ కెన్ ఇంక్లూడ్ ఇట్ ఇన్ టు డెవలపింగ్ బిజినెసెస్. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Question to the delegate who raised the motion. Could you please stand it?
Thank you so much for acknowledging.
Could you let us know how do you plan on providing funds to these streams of food? Did you mention in your motion that you want to help rural women help them in setting up a cloud kitchen? How do you plan on doing that, or how do you think HYA can help in it, except for giving funds?
We can just go in the villages and talk to the women who want to make their own like business, and we can just provide the basic things we need like tents or proper kitchen appliances to them so that they can cook and sell it online.
Question: do you think families in rural areas would use cloud kitchen?
Yeah, they will use.
I understand. Please, points of support? Points of contradiction?
Nitya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to address my co-delegate that we can't provide funds to startups, and why do we have colleges or like any other MSME or like B-Hub where they can provide amount or like funds for the startups, right? And HYA can't do that.
Any other points of contradiction? Rahul.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would just like to inform my co-delegate that having a cloud kitchen in a rural area would be difficult, as like we don't have apps like Zomato or Swiggy working in most of the rural villages. Like most of the apps working are currently in the cities like Hyderabad, Vizag. So we can't go up to a rural village and we can't have a cloud kitchen and have others to order, and we can't expect a profit from them. I guess it is not a best idea to helping cloud kitchen in rural villages.
Any points of contradiction? Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. To the co-delegate who just gave a statement that rural areas do not have apps like Zomato and Swiggy, so that is why we are here at HYA, trying to bring up, the rural areas in development. So I think we could set up something similar to Zomato or Swiggy, but on a different level. And the cloud kitchen thing could be transformed into a more sustainable thing, where the women could become entrepreneurs of their own businesses and could be promoted through online applications.
Delegate, do you have a plan of action for this?
Yes. So we could start off by having a survey across the rural village first. Secondly, getting to know the interest of the women. It could be either interest in sewing machines, sewing, cooking, or similar to that. And once we have a survey and a agenda of what we are going to go forward with, we can set up a session every week, just like we did in the previous tenures of HYA, going to the village every twice or thrice a week and giving them induction on how we could go forward as an entrepreneur, and all of them sitting together and learning, and then having an app developed. Not a very great app, of course, but something similar to Zomato or Swiggy on a lower level, and then making sure that everything is put on the cloud kitchen, and then of course going ahead with the different procedures.
Good morning, folks. I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Shruti Chandra.
President of Street Coast Hyderabad for the year 2022 to 23, and the current Chief Executive Officer of Street Coast India. Afram Yasul, Associate President, Documentation and Alumni Relations of Street Coast Hyderabad for the year 2022 to 23, and the current Chief Finance and Branding Officer. Akshit Mupidi, Associate President of Street Coast Hyderabad for the year 2021 to 2022, and the current Chief Operating and Program Officer. Thank you folks for joining us. Hope you have a great time.
Bhavya, could you explain on the motion that you have passed to us?
Thank you, Jeff, for acknowledging me. As I have previously said about my motion, I have nowhere mentioned giving funds to anyone or related to college students, because college students already have a lot of options like V-Hub and T-Hub. So if they want to get in, they can. I was telling about school students because suppose I'm an 8th grader, and if someone like HYDERABAD comes to me and gives me awareness related to any entrepreneurial skills, I would have more clear vision. I would rather do a BBA instead of a BTech. So if I start at an early age, so I've clearly mentioned awareness in early entrepreneurship in school kids, focused on high schoolers and middle schoolers. Thank you.
Any contradictions for the motion, please? Member, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think that raising awareness in school students such as 8th grade about entrepreneurship is very risky, because at that stage they are developing, they don't know much about the entrepreneurship, the risk you have to take, and how much effort you have to put in. They might just think that I'll be an entrepreneur, I'll just do it, it's easy. They won't focus on the studies as much, they won't even pass the exam thinking, I'll become an entrepreneur. It's very simple. So I think it's very early to tell them about entrepreneurship in 8th, 9th class. I think we can do it after their intros. Thank you.
Any points of support? Points of support. Akshit Pandit.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. The motion raised was already implemented by IIC in many colleges associated with IIC in BTech college. Sorry. I'm really sorry, but I just want to contradict the point he was mentioning that the school students should not be engaged with the entrepreneurial skills, because I mean, if that's the case, Shark Tank should be an 18+ program. So with the motion raised, I think Street Coast can also take up the projects in the government schools. I mean, when I mean that should be a 8 weeks program or 12 weeks program where the trainers from the corporates are coming up and teaching the students about the communication skills, or maybe how to build a startup, or how they can develop in their career. That would be more effective than a one day session of how it should be like.
Thank you.
Now I'd like Sridevi ma'am to address the assembly.
These are the perils of being short. Good morning.
Good morning.
I feel energized just by sitting here for the last 15-20 minutes. And most of you had some thoughts, and now I know my country is in safe hands. When we were your age, we were really clueless. That's the reason we are going through what we are going through now. I really wish we had at least 50% of social awareness and societal awareness and giving back to the society kind of thought process when we were your age. I mean, my whole generation. I think this world would have been a better place and this country would have been a better place. I really wish. So I did prepare a speech, but I think you guys are already well knowledgeable about it. And I'm not sure I'm going to go through this whole speech, but let me start somewhere, right? Well, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Sridevi Devi Reddy. Fortunately or unfortunately, I've been conferred the National Entrepreneurship Award by the Government of India for my, you can say, contribution to youth, especially rural youth and rural women. It didn't happen with a plan. I just wanted to do something. You do a job, it fills your pockets. But I wanted to do something which satiates my soul. That's where my journey started. I used to do a full-time job. I used to do something else which satiates my soul. And I'll come back to all your cloud kitchens of the world and rural entrepreneurship skills, awareness, and things like that. Dear future leaders, innovators, dreamers, and doers in this room, a very good morning. As I stand before you today, I'm not just looking at a group of students, I'm looking at the architects of tomorrow. I'm telling it from the bottom of my heart. The champions of change I can see in each face in this room. Our dialogue on decent work and economic growth is not just a discussion about policy. It is a blueprint for the future generations, which you will inherit and reshape. As you all are aware, India is the 5th largest economy. During your time, we are looking at it to become the largest economy in the world. You're going to steer it towards that. Today, we are the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. During your time, we should and we will become the largest startup ecosystem in the world. All this is possible only when we have an equitable society. A society where equal opportunities are provided to every gender, every region, whether it's rural or urban, every student, if they're studying in an institute of prominence or a normal educational institution. Every person should have equal opportunity, or the opportunity to dream, the opportunity to do what they want to do. That equal opportunity player we need to become. Initiatives like Digital India, initiatives like Startup India have transformed the landscape of employment in our country, creating new opportunities in sectors which were unimaginable a decade ago. The Digital India initiative not just propelled economic growth, it has democratized opportunities, making them accessible to everyone, everywhere in the country. And yet, we march towards the bright future. We must not lose sight of the essence of decent work, opportunities that offer more than just a paycheck. Jobs should provide us dignity, respect, and sense of belonging. I would like to give you an example here. Just now all of you were discussing about this. There are many rural women who don't have a livelihood. We did a survey. The 3 challenges which they encounter to earn a livelihood is, they are not allowed to go out of the house, most of them. Number 1. Number 2, they're not that poor, they're just rural.
So they don't want to work as laborers, even farm laborers. So what do? Third challenge we encountered is they are not skilled in anything. They don't have a certain skill to start their own business or to work under somebody either. What do you do then? So any employment or entrepreneurial opportunity you want to provide them, first we need to upskill them on something. It can be anything. Then started my journey and story. How many of you know in certain pockets of Telangana, in Warangal districts and all, banana is grown. Banana, cotton, all such things are grown, other than paddy. So, after the banana, the whole stalk of banana is removed, the tree is cut, the stem goes waste. Hope you all are aware of this much of banana knowledge, plantation knowledge. So, we taught them how to extract fiber out of banana stem. We found 400 women who are ready to do that. We found 400 women in 400 villages. Because you don't find. You want to change them. You want to change them. But are they interested in change? Are they wanting to do that? You can't force anybody to do something, right? 400 women. How to extract banana fiber from banana. That's it, nothing else. We had to train them. We planned for 1 month training. But you know what? It took 3 months. The reason being, these are all women from rural India, that too family women. They have a lot of responsibilities. There are a lot of festivals in India. They also want a lot of holidays. They want 2 days before the festival itself, they want a holiday because they have to prepare for that. What do you do? 1 month program got extended to 3 months. And guess what? By the time we completed the program, out of 400 women, we found only 100 coming. Some reason, they just can't. They can't come out of their house to the training center, which was very near to their place. We even found an NGO to give them money for travel also. Because they are not ready to spend that kind of money, neither do they have that kind of money. Of course, now all the RTC buses are free for women, then they were not. I'm talking about 2017-18. Not so long ago. So now the story. Banana fiber is made. Now what do we do with it? We taught in this 100 women, around 25-30 women, how to make cloth out of that fiber. Unfortunately, that cloth was not of good quality. It was very rough. It was very brittle. So then, reinvention of the wheel. We taught few more people how to blend banana fiber with cotton fiber. Then you got a better cloth. Then we made those cloths. What did we make? We made some towels. We made some bed sheets. That's the basic you can do. We should not do too many interesting things like making saris or something at that stage. So we did that. So by the time we finished training them in making cloth out of banana fiber and cotton fiber mix and having some colors, how to do dyeing and having some patterns, you can't just have blank ones, right? So all this took another 3-4 months. So how many months did we finish? 3 plus 3, 6 months. By the time I came back to 6 months, we were only 50. We had only 50 women in our cohort. Imagine. Okay, now manufacturing started, weaving started, lot of bedsheets were there, lot of towels were there. What do we do with them? So we had to provide them market access. We had to show them market. So we spoke to hostels in the whole of Karimnagar and Warangal, college hostels, school hostels, and we supplied these and created a continuous supply. Whenever you want, you can come, you can buy from us, kind of marketing support we gave them. So this is what happened. Now, fast forward 2024, around 5 women have these machines installed in their houses with the help of loan from banks, and rest of the 25 women are helping them as their help or employees, whatever you call it. And even today, these businesses are running. This is a small story I wanted to give you. It's not easy. It's not easy to make somebody understand your revolutionary thoughts, but it is important to provide decent work. And this has changed the economy of that belt, of that households. Imagine 25 women are involved today, 25 households, economy has increased. Monthly income or yearly income has increased, right? Few more people surrounding them, they must have bought some other things because of their increased earnings. They must have bought some more goods. So indirectly it's a circular economy, right? Indirectly they are buying those things. They're buying what you call, their buying capacity has increased. So they are contributing to the circular economy. This is just one example I'm giving you. Just imagine this, if it has a ripple effect and we can do it in every district of our state or every 5 districts of each state in India in some form or the other, depending upon that region. Everywhere you won't find banana fiber, something else will be there. Some other pocket may be good. For example, Tamil Nadu, there are places where lot of tailoring, a lot of manufacturing of garments happens. How will it be if we train rural women on certain tailoring methodologies or certain cutting methodologies or certain packing methodologies, and those women can become entrepreneurs or employees under another entrepreneur, and you can raise the employment or you can raise the economy of that region. This is the way forward for our country. This may be a very small example. I would like to give one more example. Sorry, I hope I'm not boring all of you. I would like to give one more example about decent work. How many of you must have seen differently abled women, differently abled girls abandoned by their own parents? Did you see? Own parents abandoned differently abled girls. There is an NGO in a place called Ankapalli in Andhra Pradesh. That NGO works towards those girl children who are abandoned by their parents who are differently abled, especially differently abled in the legs. Like they must have got polio or something must have happened to their legs, something accident or something. These people train those girls in one or the other skill. They even give tuitions to those girls and make them study at least 10th. They personally ensure that these kids study 10th, if not for the sake of 10th, to learn 2 languages, English and Hindi and Telugu. If not English, Telugu and Hindi at least. Then they teach them. I know this NGO which taught 13 girls on tailoring, 13 girls on packaging technologies. Every industry has some packaging. For example, you must have seen your Amazon packs coming up, right? Of course, Amazon is a different technology and they use machines to pack your goods. But there are a lot of other industries which need certain packing techniques. So these girls can sit in one place, nicely sit and pack. Few girls have been taught embroidery and other very delicate handwork. Few girls have been taught normal tailoring in which you don't need legs, only hand machine is used and they can do. Like that, in the last 40 years, they have provided decent work to more than 200 girls in small batches. We need such interventions. They are not asking us to give them money just like that. They are asking the opportunity, equal opportunity to earn a living, equal opportunity for decent work. Today, their parents want them to come back. There are few who don't want to go back. The parents who abandoned them at the age of 6, 7, 10, now they feel proud of these girls who are making a living and they want them to come back. They don't want to go back. This is the kind of Bharat we are living in. Our country lives in villages. We are all privileged. We are all fortunate to be sitting here in this hall, being able to do this discussion. And I'm so proud of all of you for being in the mindset to even think of those people. Enough of examples now. So as you all are aware, you're armed with knowledge, technology, and a vision for a better tomorrow. Be bold in your aspirations. Be relentless in your pursuit of innovation, and be compassionate in your leadership, which I can see here already. Let us move forward, not just as dreamers, but as doers. Let's build a world where decent work and economic growth are pillars of a society. A world that you can be proud of to pass on to the next generation. Future is not just something that happens, it's something you create. And I have no doubt that you will create a future that is bright, equitable, and thriving for all. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. God bless you all, and I'm really, really, really proud of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for addressing the assembly now. Now we would like to invite Afra Mysore, the CMO and CFO, to present the memento to the chief guest.
Traffic on the అందుకే
Folks, we will be starting the next goal in the next 5 minutes. Until then, the assembly is not in session. You may use your phones to prepare well.
My Insta handle is Navayuva Bharat, and I didn't create it yesterday. It's been there for long. So you guys are all part of it. I would request you to follow it.
Thank you.
The assembly is now in session. I request all the OC members to get back to their positions. We would like to proceed with the same goal, decent work and economic growth for the next two motions. So anybody with last two motions for the goal, decent work and economic growth. Anything other than awareness sessions, please. Please, Vishnu.
As well as we can also stop the taboo periods. Thank you.
Member, could you summarize your motion?
Yes, thank you for acknowledging my chairs. So if we can teach the rural women how to make sanitary pads using cotton, then obviously they can make the sanitary pads on their own, and they can go to door or schools or colleges, and then they can sell the sanitary pads and they can earn, and it will ultimately increase the employment as well as it will address the taboo of periods. Thank you.
Do you have a plan of action on how we could go ahead with this motion?
Like specifically, I don't have any plan of action right now.
Any points of support for the motion raised? The motion was to teach rural women on how to make sanitary pads with cotton. Sahib. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my delegate said, like training the women in making sanitary pads. So we can also make with the cotton, and as ma'am said now that we can also use the fiber which is extracted from the branches of banana trees, and it will also helps to like, as now many women are using the like pads which are sanitary pads which are made from like plastic and a lot of chemicals, and by using these type of pads that we can prevent a lot of health issues like cancers, which helps them a lot. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Could you raise your placard properly? Ms. Banerjee?
Thank you, Chairs, for acknowledging me. So, I would like to contradict, it's already a rural area where periods are said to be a taboo. How can these women who are already don't want to talk about it will create such sanitary pads and all of this? We need to create awareness as it is. So, we have to make awareness, and also that orthodox mentality being in rural activity. I'm not saying to all, but maximum are of that orthodox mentality. So, with this, we need to create more things, and other than going to rulers, we have to go to urban areas to educate them and know more about it.
Any other points of contradiction? Harshit Gujati.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think this motion belongs to good health and well-being.
No, delegate. We're going ahead with the previous motion itself, decent work and economic growth. Oh, you say the motion is related to it. Does the delegate with who raised the motion go ahead?
Thank you, Chess, for acknowledging me. So, by training them on how to create, like जैसे मतलब सैनिटरी पैड्स कैसे बनाना उनको सिखा जाए तो obviously they can make on their own and they can sell. This will ultimately increase employment, right? I guess that answers your question.
The house is open for debate.
I think there are already a lot of initiatives taken by government. I don't know the name exactly,
How can you say that
but there are initiatives. Last phase we did a project where we donated a machine which disposes pads. It's because they already had a machine which makes pads.
We are making pads out of cotton and which are handmade, right? And we are talking about employment, I guess.
Employment.
Yes.
How is it going to create employment?
Dude, like see, obviously in the
Delegate, refrain from using those words.
Sorry, friends. So obviously in the rural area, the women are not equipped with any skills. So if we can train them to make the sanitary pads, they can make on their own and they can sell them to their neighbors or in the schools or in the colleges. Then they can earn money from it. Then it creates employment, I guess.
I don't think so.
How? Like, can you please elaborate?
I don't think it's a sustainable policy.
Alright, delegate, you may sit down. Sahasra, could you explain your motion again?
So, as already mentioned, my motion is about skill development and employment opportunity, but I'll continue.
Delegate, you forgot to acknowledge us. Sit down. You may
I'm
sit
so
down.
sorry, can I acknowledge now?
No. Sit down. You can raise your motion again. Any new motions on the floor? Sahasra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, Earlier, I spoke about the statistics related to literacy rate, and I also mentioned that there are many people, we require more skill development courses. I mean, there are many people, especially in rural, semi-urban areas, who study maximum up to 10th and 12th grade, and they do very odd jobs. They don't further study due to various personal and financial reasons. So basically, they don't have a lot of knowledge about skill development programs and what are offered. Whereas there are actually many institutes in Telangana and Hyderabad itself, like for example, National Skill Training Institute by our central government. There are 3 branches in Hyderabad itself, 2 for education and 1 for women. They are providing craftsman training, ITI courses, electronic mechanical courses, computer software application courses. They are also providing new age courses, advanced vocational courses in short term and even advanced diploma. In women branch, they are providing short term courses like AutoCAD courses, Internet of Things, beauty therapy courses, hand embroidery, tie and dye.
We understood.
Yeah, so basically there are many institutes that are providing various skill development courses in very less amount, like including the admission.
We understood emotionally. Sit down. If you still want to continue, you can write a switch.
Can I conclude it?
Yes, go ahead.
So basically, I want us HYA to be a bridge between the person who is in need and the people who are providing it. I mean, there are many institutes that are already there. So there are many economically poor people, and we could help them. There are few steps that need to be followed. First, we need to identify these people, and according to their age and their existing skills, we could identify which course that they could do and turn that their life and turn it into their livelihood.
How do you plan on that? What's your plan of action?
Yeah, so for each person, after researching a few institutes, I understood that for each person, maximum it is just 2,500, including everything, including hostel fees. So at very low price, there are many institutes which are providing that. So we can understand these economically weaker section people who actually are passionate and willing to make good use of these resources, and we can provide them with these courses. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any new motions on the floor? Member.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. So my plan of action is.
Then we would like you to summarize your motion as quickly as possible.
So I would like to think of a concept of workshop in which all kind of works like embroidery or saree draping or even many more workshops, skills that women have, which can.
It's a similar motion which was raised previously. Anyway. Do you have anything else to add?
I just want everything to be in a one workshop.
All right.
Place.
You can sit down.
Thank you.
Any other new motions on the floor? Which is not an awareness session and which is not related to job training or job skilling, etc. Bhavishu.
Till now we have talked about skill development.
You have not acknowledged the chairs.
Sorry, Chair.
Any other new motions? Jyoti.
Thanks, Chair, for acknowledging me. We all talked about awareness sections that are okay, but what about employment opportunities? Like, my idea is that taking about the one-paid child, like there is only one page, parent child, women especially, we should provide her something livelihood such as buying some like a mobility, like food chain or a food count in rural areas.
Could you summarize it again?
Yeah. just food stalls, especially for a woman.
You would like HYA to
Yeah.
give a food stall to a single parent.
Yeah.
What kind of food stalls?
The which she is actually interested in, like michi bandi or else snacks.
Could you give a plan of action for that? How would you identify these women?
By survey, like in a rural place, we can conduct a survey like where there's only one parent child, especially women taking care of the children, own children and family, so that we can help them with the financial funds, provide them a stall to start up in their rural areas.
Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, I would tell her that like HY is not a Shark Tank, it is an NGO. Like if you invest in only one business, that one person is only being affected. Like if you invest, like if NGO, like if HY is doing any project, it should be affected to a group of people. Like okay, HY will provide them the material. How much? Like for a stall, the stall may cost up to 1 lakh. After you provide our stall, then daily. Like equipments, like daily grocery and all, like how are you going to provide them? And okate aamake cheyagaltam vere vallandaru, the other women, like as in the previous things also they told about Zomato and all, like that is not practical. Like a group of village lo enni mandiki ani cheppi manam like cloud kitchen అనేది ప్రొవైడ్ చేయగలుగుతాం. లైక్ అన్ని మంది ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తే అంత ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి మనం వేయగలుగుతాం. సో జస్ట్ థింక్ బిజినెసెస్ కాదు, వీ హ్యావ్ టు థింక్ అబౌట్ ఐడియాస్ మోర్ దాన్ బిజినెసెస్. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor raised by new delegates who haven't spoken yet? Srinija. Delegate, we are running short of time. Could you please summarize it?
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. And my motion is like bringing rural people into the urban places and wherever the, can I speak in Telugu? Okay. Like కొన్ని బ్యూటీ సలూన్స్ లో కానీ పీపుల్ వాంటెడ్ సేల్స్ గర్ల్స్ వాంటెడ్ సేల్స్ సో HY కెన్ డూ ఇట్ లైక్ బ్రింగింగ్ రూరల్ పీపుల్ ఇన్ టు అర్బన్ ప్లేసెస్ లైక్ సర్వే కండక్ట్ చేసి తీసుకొని రావచ్చు.
Do you have a plan of action for it?
No, just it's me.
Points of support? Points of contradiction? Afra.
Why do you think this motion is applicable to HY?
Delegate, you haven't acknowledged the chairs. Sit down. Any other points of contradiction? Member.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chairperson. How many people do you think can you bring from the rural areas to the urban areas just for their development? I mean, it's a tough competition. And where do these urban people go for their employment? The population would be more, right? That's it.
Any other points of contradictions? A member. Could you raise your hand? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. And it's like showing them sympathy and just creating jobs like in saloon. That's not making any sense. We are developing rural areas, not to shift them into urban. Thank you, sir.
We will move on to our next session, and before that, we would like to vote. You have to vote. All those members and delegates who are in support of a motion, you have to raise your placards when we ask you to, and the same goes to those members who are against the motion. If we feel that there is an equal support and contradiction, we would then go for a voice vote. Clear? The first motion is job skills training in rural areas. Providing internships for jobs in rural areas. Members with the motion, raise your cards. Motion not passed.
promoting vestige middleman creation who will earn through selling and marketing the products. Members with the motion.
Did you understand the motion? Sorry? The delegate who has raised the motion, could you explain? Quickly, please. I would request the OC to be active.
My motion is like creating direct sailing. As we all know that in traditional sailing we will be getting lost due to ads and which they provide to buy the products. In this they will be direct selling through the main company itself. There will be no ads and they will not promote anything. We will be buying them at a low cost, and in which multi-leveling marketing also is used, through which we can promote. If we like that product, we can share with the person which we want to share, and we will be benefited through it, and the products which they sell are highly effective. And
Delegate, could you summarize your point?
I want to conclude my point with that this will create an employment through the people who are not educated also can be it will provide an sales type of
Thank you, member. So to summarize the motion, it is the elimination of middlemen. Members with the motion. Members against the motion? Motion not passed.
I see many people who don't have any opinion of yours. Do you have any opinion, like yes or no? I see many people who are not even making that effort of raising the placard.
Everybody, could you raise your placards once?
Okay.
Agricultural development programs, for example, animal detection systems. Members with the motion. Members against the motion? Members with the motion? Let's go with the voice vote. Members with the motion say aye, and members against the motion say nay. Members with the motion? Aye. Members against the motion? Nay. Members with the motion? Aye. Community-based skill development program and providing digital literacy in rural areas by conducting sessions and arranging workshops. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Did you understand the motion? Was it clear? Members with the motion? Motion passed. Providing workshops and entrepreneurships among youngsters and giving them knowledge on starting businesses online. Members with the motion. Members against the motion? Let's go with voice vote. Members with the motion? Aye. Members against the motion? Nay. Please raise the placards. Members with the motion? Against the motion?
Louder votes. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion? Nay. With the motion? Aye. Against the motion? Nay. Members with the motion raise your placards. Against the motion? The chairs will take the video folks. Just a second. Motion passed.
Provide knowledge about businesses on cloud kitchens and apps like Zomato. Members with the motion. Against the motion? Motion not passed. Teaching the rural area women on making sanitary pads to generate employment and raise awareness on menstruation. Members with the motion. Members against the motion? Members with the motion? I am repeating the motion. Teaching the rural area women on making sanitary pads to generate employment and raise awareness on menstruation. Members with the motion. Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Conducting workshops that include all the required skills on one platform. Members with the motion? Motion not passed. Providing a food stall to run for single parents in rural areas. Members with the motion? Motion not passed. Bridging the gap between rural and urban job openings by bringing rural unemployed people to urban areas. Members with the motion? Motion not passed.
The House will not be in session for the next 5 minutes. You can take a break and as well as prepare for the next motion. The next session is on zero hunger. OC, please ensure that the members are back in the seats. We will start in 2 minutes. You want to do an activity? Yes. What is that? What do you want to do? You want to sit and stand? Is that what you said? Yeah? Is there any other activity which does not require you moving out of your places? All of you stand. Yes, including the coach. Sit. I didn't ask you to lower your hands. Raise your hands. Hi. Hi, not hi. Close your thumb finger. Stand. There is another hand. Close your pinky finger. Pinky finger of your left hand. Only pinky finger, KG. Sit. With the hand raised. Close your middle finger, both the hands. Stand. Stand. Sit. Stand. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. And sit. Close your eyes. Lower your left hand. Why are you opening your eyes? Did I ask you to open your eyes? Did I ask? Close. Stand. OCs, learn from members. Lower your hands, everyone. Open your eyes. Sit. How is the activity? Bad? I call it go.
You want what the speech? I have her whole speech.
The House is now in session. Our next goal is zero hunger. OC, please get back to your places. OC, please get back to your places. OC, please get back to your places. The House is not in session for the next 2 minutes. Sorry, folks. We're back. The House is in session. OCs, please get back to your places. Session 2 OCs, in your places, please. Chair POCs. Any new speeches on the floor for the goal zero hunger? Manal. OC, Mike.
Thank you for acknowledging the chair. A very good morning to all the chair members and all the delegates present here. I am Mr. Manal and I will be discussing a critical issue that plagues our world today, which is hunger. The statistics surrounding global hunger are alarming. As of 2021, as many as 828 million people were affected by hunger, which is approximately 9.8% of the world's population today. According to recent data, India ranks 111th out of 125 countries in the Global Hunger Index, which is approximately 307 million Indians experience food insecurity today. Okay, these stark numbers underscore the necessity for immediate action and greater awareness about widespread hunger prevalent in India today. As we look further into discussion today, let us pledge to work collaboratively towards implementing sustainable strategies. Thank you.
We would like to invite the CFO, Afra Mason, to chair among us. Any new speeches on the floor?
Vansi Raj. Vansi Raj. Can you please raise your proper name? KG के साथ में.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair.
Member, you can please have your seat and take to acknowledge the chair. Members, please raise your proper again. Any new motions to the floor? Member to my extreme center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, I would like to wish a very good morning to one and all. I would like to give you a brief speech on zero hunger. Zero hunger plays a significant role in building most powerful economic country in the world. If you look at the statistics of our country, in 2020, more than 800 million were suffering from hunger. That means 1 in every 9 person are going to bed hungry every day. So the main aim of this zero hunger goal is to ensure access to safe, sufficient and nutritious food for all the people, especially helpless people, by promoting the sustainable agriculture and food systems and improving food security. To achieve zero hunger, immediate and intensified efforts are required to transform food systems and ensure food security. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? KG के साथ में.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chairs. In rural areas, one can easily, without any required skills, can earn a living by being a labor majority. But whereas coming to urban areas to live and earn and be fed by yourselves, even a labor must have some skills or skills. So I personally feel that this house should acknowledge the fact that people dying out of hunger in rural areas is way far less than urban areas. So in this session, I request and urge everyone to pass motions based on urban areas unfit people, as the majority of the statistics shows that urban BPL persons are the majority die out of starvation. Thank you.
Delegate, is this a speech or a request to the...
Request.
We ask for any new speeches on the floor.
Sorry, Chair. This was a request.
We suspended for 5 minutes. Please move out of the assembly.
Yes, sir.
Submit your ID card. Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The global issue of hunger and food insecurity has shown an alarming increase day by day, a trend exaggerated by a combination of factors including the pandemic, climate change, conflict and deepening inequalities. An estimated 2.4 billion people faced moderate to severe food insecurity in 2022. This classification signifies their lack of access to sufficient nutrition. This number exaggerated by an alarming 391 million people compared to 2019. The persistent surge in hunger and food security fueled by a complex interplay of factors. To achieve zero hunger by 2030, the UN says urge new policy solutions are include transforming food system. A world with zero hunger can positively impact our economics, health, education, equality and social development. Thank you.
The last speech for the motion. Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we speak right now, there are millions of people who go to bed hungry every day.
Achieving zero hunger is not just a goal, it's a moral imperative. It's about ensuring that every person, regardless of their circumstances and location, has access to nutritious food. It's about breaking the wheel of poverty and malnutrition that traps so many individuals and communities in a vicious cycle of despair. Zero hunger exists in our own communities, often hidden behind the closed doors. Promoting sustainable food system
మనం వేసిన ఫుడ్ని అందబెడితే ఎవరైనా హోమ్లెస్ పీపుల్ దే కెన్ టేక్ ద ఫుడ్ బై దిస్ వీ కెన్
Any members in support? Can you please explain your motion once again and give a plan of action to the same?
ఒక రిఫ్రిజిరేటర్ సిటీ సెంటర్ ఆర్ సిటీ సెంటర్లో పెట్టామనుకో ఒక ఫంక్షన్స్ ఆర్ ఎనీ ఎక్స్ట్రా ఫుడ్ ప్రిపేర్ చేసినప్పుడు మనం ఆ ఎక్స్ట్రా వేస్టేజ్ ఫుడ్ని రిఫ్రిజిరేటర్ పెట్టినామనుకో హోమ్లెస్ పీపుల్ అనేది దాన్ని తీసుకొని
Maybe your first few words are not clear. What are you planning?
provide refrigerators or
Refrigerators.
in city centers to store the food.
Points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, how do you propose to do this if the government has failed in the past while trying to do the same? There is one thing you believe that HYDERABAD has that the government cannot. That does not happen.
Member, would you like to comment? The house is open for debate.
Can you tell me when did the government has made this?
When the VRS was in power, the government has implemented the idea of putting refrigerators in public places so that the public can put in the leftover foods or additional supplies that are left in the refrigerators in the public refrigerators so the homeless or the hungry can use them. However, it has failed in the past because many of these refrigerators have been stolen, damaged, or have not been properly utilized.
So I am saying I haven't seen any refrigerators in the city center.
That's because they are stolen.
So we can give any security or alarms to the refrigerators. If they are stolen, we can get an alarm to us.
How much are you willing to spend for the refrigerators to store food? Would you spend on the refrigerator maintenance or on security cameras? We here to mitigate inflation, not spend on refrigerators and take care of them.
The house is closed for debate. You may have your seats. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
So the motion for today is that
You have missed acknowledging the chair. Any new motions on the floor? Shashank.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I want to propose a motion to implement food banks and distribution centers. To set up food banks and collect surplus food from farms, restaurants and individuals and establish distribution centers to efficiently allocate food resources to those in need and collaborate with local businesses for regular food donation. I want to add a plan of action to this by establishing partnerships with local businesses and farms and set up collection points for food donation and develop a distribution system with a fair transport process. Thank you.
points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to contribute to the idea that my co-member has given. He has told to we can also collaborate with matrimony events or event management people to collect leftover food. That's my idea. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Member to my left.
So other than going to restaurants, we can go to religion places where people are begging for food or we are giving contribution. So instead of going there, we can give that money to the poor, like food which is made up to the poor.
Any points of contradiction? Saket.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. And I hope my co-delegates don't know this. HY is work for permanent solutions, not temporary solutions. How many times and how many days you can serve the food and how much money you can to donate the money.
Any other points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Dharani, you can speak up your motion.
Thank you for acknowledging me here. My motion is about why can we have a land and to cultivate crops and we can produce them, we can sell them.
Points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I hope we realize that it needs constant volunteering and we need it to be sustainable. We can't be there every day.
Would you like to contradict her, Dharani? The house is open for debate.
We can manage, no, we can give employments to farmers even for that.
HY has limited funds and we need to do something sustainable and it's a one-time thing so it can go on. For providing charging the farmers, and it's not possible because we have limited funds. We need to make use of them properly.
The house is closed for debate. You may have your seats. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So do you all know about Amma's Canteen in Tamil Nadu with 4,500 employees located in 407 places? What if we implement it in our state? We can start off with small scale. Let's say we put a meal for 10 rupees. There will be one place where we'll cook all the food and the workers will be selected based on their poverty line and distribute their food in local transport like vans.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. First of all, I want to clarify that Amma Canteen is run by a huge businessman in Tamil Nadu. You have to know we have limited of funds, we don't have limited of funds, and if we recruit members how can we give them salaries? And next thing, how can we get the grocery? How can we get the setup? How can we who is going to talk negotiation and all? Where are we going to get that? Thank you, Chair.
The member who raised the motion, do you want to contradict?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So we can start off with small scale. Let's say we can put a meal for 10 rupees.
How will you put that 10 rupees?
Member, you may have your seat. I will ask you. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the motion that they have raised is already implemented in Hyderabad. The 5 rupees meal. It is already being implemented, and many people are being served with food. So thank you.
Any new motions on the floor?
Members, please hold your placards the way your name is seen, like this.
Srinija.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And my motion for zero hunger is planting fruit trees or plants near temple premises, and need to be taken care of that plants, and after they grow, and they may be poor people can take easily and can eat, and temple committee need to be take care of that. That's my motion.
How is the motion related to the goal that is going forward?
Can I speak in Hindi? I think when the fruits, ఎప్పుడైతే ఫ్రూట్స్ అయితే వస్తాయో నియర్ టు దట్ ఎవరైనా కానీ 2% ఆఫ్ ది హంగర్ అయినా తీరుతుంది కదా, అప్పటికప్పుడు తీసుకొని తిన్నా. బనానా సీజనల్ ఫ్రూట్ కాదు, ఎప్పుడైనా అప్పుడు గ్రో అవుతుంది. సో ఎవ్రీ 2 monthsకి.
Can I know how HY might help with this?
Planting plants near temple premises and taking temple premises into
How many temples are you planning like this? And how do you think this would solve zero hunger?
I mean, this may take some constant temples, like famous temples or small temples, anything like that, which are near rural or urban areas.
Got it. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Spooky.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate just said, some concept temples are famous temples. They already have annadanams or places where they feed the needy and the people who are not able to afford food. And how come just planting trees would help with, zero hunger?
Do you want to reply? Go ahead.
In Annadanam centers, they won't allow poor people inside, right?
Okay,
we see examples like Bhadrachalam.
I understand the emotions. The house is now open to the
They allow. You can go, you can eat, and you can just walk out.
We need to take tickets and Annadanam
Okay, I shall come from personal experience. I went 2 days ago to Tirupati. I went in, I ate, I came out. With me there were hundreds of others who are poor.
You would have seen some people near the gates. They are not allowed.
I did not see anybody near the gate. They are allowed.
Not only Tirupati, you see small temples, near small temples. We can come across that, right?
Yeah, but how is planting fruit trees going to make sure that there is no hunger? Don't you think somebody will say this tree is mine and I will sell them?
This should be taken care of temple committee, right?
Okay, temple committee itself will tell. I'm not going to sell. I'm not going to give it. So we have to be negotiators and go talk and say, okay, you know what? Okay, please give it to them. Is that what?
Not you need to give the poor people, but whenever the poor people cross through that, they can pluck it and eat.
So
right?
constantly somebody has to stay there and make sure they.
I'm not saying they need to be constant. Some people they need to stand there. Temple committee need to take care of that. I mean,
how practical is it? How practical is it? Temple committee already has a lot of responsibilities.
The house is now
to take
closed
care.
for the day. You may give your final conclusions.
I think it's practically impossible to do whatever motion my co-delegate raised. So therefore, I don't think it has to be passed.
Actually, I support it because many temples grow plants, so they can also take care of this plants.
Members, you may have your seats. Any new motions on the floor? I would like to remind the assembly that HYDA focuses on sustainable development goals and sustainable projects. Please raise motions accordingly. Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think to achieve zero hunger, we can go to villages and inform farmers and educate them about better farming techniques, about better seeds, and better tell them about the more resources that they can use, and inform them about organic farming. This will lead to modern farming techniques and organic fertilizers can be used. This helps to protect the environment and ensures healthy and nutritious food for everyone.
Member, will you please explain me how is the motion related to the goal?
If we inform them and teach them about all the better farming techniques, they will grow more food. It will be better for the environment. They can eat that food. They can provide that food to others. They can sell it, and it will help zero. Instead of
any points of support?
I agree. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging.
Points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I have a similar motion, but I would like to elaborate it in a better way. So basically, small scale farmers make up majority or at least half of the people living in poverty. And on an average, 2/5 of the food produced by farmers is wasted. So by applying those techniques and introducing better farming techniques, we can save post-harvest loss and a lot of other problems such as post-harvest loss and improve the production. And these farmers can be connected to the local market where they can go and sell the products directly and supply and help their own community and supply food. So this way you're increasing.
Member, can you please explain how can HYA support in this?
So HYA basically needs to provide funds to improve better farming techniques, for example, better tools, better irrigation systems, so that the farmers can increase their produce, and this way they can, and when they're connected to the local markets, they can increase their efficiency as well as provide and help their own communities to supply food.
Any points of contradiction?
Thank you.
Member to my center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I don't think that farmers Hyderabad Youth Assembly isn't helping to do any agriculture business. Farmers do sell there and it's kind of business. How can it be relatable to the zero hunger? And I don't think so. This is actually a good idea indeed. And other than that, I'm coming to the point of temples. In temples, the authority of temples. It's just a priest.
I only asked you to contradict that motion. You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Does anybody, already the food production is going on well. Already there is a sufficient food for all the people. And the people who are suffering for zero hunger, that's because of they don't have such money to spend on food. So that's the reason they are suffering with zero hunger, right? So what we need to do is providing some employment so that they can buy the food, or else that teaching them to grow food which they can in a very small place, in their backyards, in their homes, or else in the now the trend is going on kitchen gardens. So they can also grow the food leafy vegetables in the tubs, little small tubs where they can grow the food in the kitchen. So they can all. So I think that the farmers are producing the sufficient food. The zero hunger is happening just because of the unemployment and where the people are not getting to spend money on the food. So,
Member to my right, would you like to contribute? The house is now open for debate.
Firstly, as my fellow delegate said, HY is not here to provide business. We are not providing business. We are just providing the facilities, which increases the production, which in turn results in feeding more people. Here, we are not talking about anything. Here, people do not have sufficient food, and that's another reason why they're suffering from hunger. If you increase the food efficiency, which is lost during the post-harvest loss, due to which is caused by farmers not having proper tools and techniques that can help people, and when you connect these people to local markets and when they supply the food within their own communities, that can help eradicating the problem. And yes, I would like to point at this point where we as students, we cannot keep volunteering to a particular thing again and again and again. So if we can provide something at a limited cost, which can cause or help the community in a longer period of time, I think that's more sustainable.
Already there are a lot of foods that which every people can spend on. But the reason why they are not spending on that food is that they don't have money to spend on at least on that food too. That which they can get for a low
They
cost.
are supplying food to their own communities, which can be low at cost, which can depend because they know their own communities better. We are not asking them to go and supply them to the second food markets or wholesale markets. They are providing it within their own communities. So that way it's more sustainable, and they know their people own cause and people suffering within their communities.
Okay, then how can the people are getting the foods like who are from other communities, like who are not in the communities? Can you tell me?
We are trying to eradicate problem within a particular community, and that's why I said the farmers need to increase the production to help their own fellow members.
The house is closed for debate. You may give your conclusions, please.
So I think it's a very sustainable method where you increase the farm product to help people eradicate hunger.
So I conclude that that the people need to get employment or else like knowledge of growing their own food. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my center.
Thanks, Chief, for acknowledging me. First, basically, the HY can tie up directly to farmers, where they can collect the required materials from farmers directly, so the price will be reducing. So that we can reduce the zero hunger. The price will be reduced, the funds will be reduced.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction?
Many farmers. Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging.
You may have a seat. Any points of contradiction? Renee.
Thank you for acknowledging the chairs. So, as my co-delegate has said, by tying up with the farmers, firstly, I want to clear one point. Basically, HY does not tie up with anyone, basically. Firstly. Secondly, as you're saying that tying up with the farmers and reducing the cost rate, in till what impact it can, till what way it can impact the people? May I know that?
Member, would you like to contribute? Renee, may I have a seat?
Basically, we can directly go to the farmers, eradicating the middleman. Because of the highest price we are getting because of the middleman increasing the prices. So when we directly go to the farmers, the price will be reducing completely. And the farmers also will be very happy for they're producing for a good cause where they can eradicate zero hunger. They can feed the needy people mostly.
Any points of contradiction? Sakit.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. I want to ask my co-delegate a question. మనం వెళ్ళి డైరెక్ట్గా అంటే కొనటం అంటే హౌ ఇట్ పాసిబుల్ దెన్ సో మెనీ మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ ట్రైంగ్ టు డూ ఇట్ అండ్ సో మెనీ లైక్ ఈ వీక్ నేను వెళ్ళి కొనుక్కుంటా లైక్ నేను వచ్చి ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్లో నేను సేల్ చేయాలా లైక్ హైదరాబాద్ యూత్ అసెంబ్లీ మెంబర్స్ వచ్చి లైక్ మార్కెట్లో సేల్ చేయాలా దెన్ హౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ పాసిబుల్ నాట్ ఫర్ ఇట్.
Sure, for acknowledging me. I would like to contact the point by raising the point here. How are we going to be different from right to business? How is HY different from the right to business?
Any new motions in the floor? Satvik.
Sure. Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. This motion has been inspired from Pranav Sisla, our alumni, on the induction day. I did not know that till that we share the same mind. The motion is called Fistful of Rice. Gist of it is, with the help of street course divisions, we can collect fistful of rice and get it to the office, and that can be taken to RK Mutt, it is Ramakrishna Mutt. So, if you ask me why Ramakrishna Mutt, every day I am a member of RK Mutt. Every day at least 500 members are fed without any price. So minimum on an average every day 200 to 300 people are given food for free. So if we give them rice, it reduces total cost of theirs and they could even feed more of them for free. So if we can freely provide rice and at least and on average 300 members per day gets to fed without any cost. And if we have seen our last project also, the impact was only 500 people. If we do this, we can have on average every day we can have around 300 people getting impacted from this food.
Could you summarize it in a sentence?
Collecting fistful of rice from street course divisions, giving it to RK Mutt. They will cook it, they will put dal, they will put curry, they will make the rice and feed it to the people who is needed.
Any points of support? Remember to manage.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I think Fistful of Rice has been executed previously by many NGOs like NSS and all, and it has been a successful event where we go house to house to institutions and collect rice, and we personally also distribute to orphanages or old age homes where it reduces their monthly or ration cost. So I do support this motion where we can collect rice, a fistful of rice.
Any other points of support? Member Timaya.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I completely agree with my co-members on this project idea. And also, I would like to suggest a small idea which is little out there. That is, I'm just giving a disclaimer. I would like to say that people can donate rice, pulses, etc. in exchange for RFC passes at least till 3 months. At least till 3 months, and we can give them a certification, a certificate of appreciation to continue that activity. Thank you.
I would like to remind all the delegates that RFC is a fund-raising event, and we would like to raise funds to that event. Apart from that, any other points of support to the motion raised? Any points of motion?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think the idea is pretty great, but if the agenda wasn't to be sustainable, I think that would be it could have been implemented. But how is it sustainable?
Remember, would you like to contradict? The house is now open for debate.
you asked me how it is sustainable, right? So, see, imagine getting rice from the street corner divisions. We have many divisions. Each class, if they give a fistful of rice, it becomes a 10 kg. In my class itself, it is 60 people. If they give, it becomes 10 kg. 10 kg comes for a month. So imagine that many people donating rice. And if you give it to the RK Mart, they provide food every day. Literally 300 people eat. So I don't understand why you think it is not sustainable.
If it was actually that practical, collecting the amount of fistful of rice from all the classes and everything and giving it to them, I think Ramakrishna already has enough funds to provide people, and if they have excessive people coming to them and having foods, they are still able to provide them.
Yeah, but if we give them rice, it reduces their total cost and they can do it for more. RK Mart is not only one branch, it has branches all over India.
Yes, but how do you think as HY we can make an action plan out of it? So I can't go around my class and ask a fistful of rice, collect that and get it.
Why can't you? You can. You just have to go to the class. You are selling RFC passes every day going to class and class, right? Getting a fistful of rice wouldn't be a bigger issue.
The house is now closed for debate. You may give your final conclusions.
See, I personally feel this is very sustainable because if you have to feed someone, if you have to make this big of an impact, imagine 300 people if you have to feed, at least it costs you more than 10,000 or more per day. But if you do this, you do it for free. If you get it to the office, all you have to do is that people have to get it to the office, and I will make sure that RK Mart only comes to the office and take the rice. So here the budget is not spending so much, but the impact is more. And compared to the previous thing, it was only 500. Here every day 300 people are eating. So here they are providing dal, curry with just our rice. So maybe I feel that is very sustainable.
Yeah, I feel the project can be implemented, but in terms, if the agenda is not of sustainability for a longer time or for years, then I'm not really sure about it.
You may have your seats. Any other points of contradiction to the motion raised? Member, please raise your plakaton. You may raise the motion.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my fellow members said, that we can give a fistful of rice, so we can't give a fistful of rice daily for the people. We can go to a group of people. I'll do it today, I'll do it for a week, I'll do it for a month, but I can do it for a year. And the people with me, I'll ask them to do. They'll do it for a day, they'll do it for a week, but they can't do it for the rest of their life for me.
Any other points of contradiction? Any other points of support to the motion that is raised by the member? Rujita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And I would like to support the motion raised and contradict the contradiction, because as we said that from a class we can get around 10 kgs, which is enough for a month. So given there are so many classes in the college and we have these many divisions, I feel like doing it once a month is enough. And a fistful of rice once a month is not that hard. We can definitely pull it.
Any new motions on the floor? Then member to elect.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So here our goal is zero hunger, and let's see in a technical aspect, like in Telangana in few divisions there might be trade which is greater than other divisions. So here I am pitching the idea of we can create a web application where HY can create a web application where whenever there is a trade excess is there, we can transport with the collaboration of local transport. We can supply the trade from like the excess place to the lower where the excess is, the demand is low. We can transport the excess food from that higher demand to the lower demand, and we can achieve that transportation with the help of local transports, and with they can also be paid from the local, the demand where it is high, they can get paid from that. So here the employment is also increasing, and in the technical aspects all the nutritions can also be covered because the food is equally distributed and there is no high or low demands of food.
May I know how will HY be able to help the motion?
One HYA can do is like create a web application or like to see in a technical aspect, get the knowledge or get the information where the demands are high or the demands are low, and about the transportation, HYA can help temporarily create a portable cold storage which can transfer or can collaborate with local authorities.
Any points of support?
Could you summarize your position? Is it creating a website? What is it for?
Creating a web platform where we can see where is the excess or excess food is there or where is low food, like demand is low there, and helping collaborating with
You may have your say. No.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my fellow delegate said, 1/3 of the food we are producing is wasted. Not that we are redistributing the already existing food. 1/3 of the food is wasted in transportation alone. So to create a cold chain where in an economically excess demanded product to another low demanded place will create distribution and reduces the wastage of food by creating temporary transportation, then increasing it to a website and app application where corporations of farmers can exchange their trades and crops together, so they will not starve with malnutrition because
Member, can you please give a plan of action for the same?
yeah, first surveying the crops already produced all throughout Telangana, seeing from the previous data where excess demand is there and low demand is there, and create a give and take policy where nutrients are completely fulfilled so that it will achieve a zero hunger without wastage of food, not just redistribution.
Any points of contradiction? Saki.
Thank you for acknowledging Vijay. I already mentioned HY works for permanent solutions, not temporary solutions. Like మన ఫేజ్ 4 months ఉంటుంది ఈ టెన్యూర్లో. మన ఫేజ్ అయిపోయాక టెన్యూర్ అయిపోయాక ఇంకో నెక్స్ట్ ఎవరు వెళ్తారు? లైక్ ఇప్పుడు మనం వెళ్ళి కొనుక్కొని వస్తాం, దెన్ మనం ఇప్పుడు సేల్ చేస్తాం, బట్ నెక్స్ట్ ఎవరు వెళ్తారు? లైక్ మన ఫేజ్ అయిపోయాక మన టెన్యూర్ అయ్యాక.
Any other points of contradiction? Praneet.
So, delegate, sorry, thank you for acknowledging this. Yes.
Member, can you please sit down? Thank you, Afra, for sharing the chair table. Now we'd like to invite Akshit Mopadi, COO of Cervical India, to the chair table.
Delegates, we're also receiving a lot of tips regarding some really good motions. It would be appreciated if you could speak all these motions.
So, I would like to call Asim. Please, Asim. Yeah. Asim, can you please explain about your solution? I didn't get it. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just wanted to say that if we can go to the rural areas and educate the women about the proper nutrients, because hunger doesn't mean the lack of food, it means lack of nutrients. So we can educate them about what are the nutrients that are essential. So we can make nutrition kits for them and provide them that, so they know that what is the need, especially to children, and that way we can eradicate hunger. Do you have any point of support to the motion raised? Remember to the left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. The first three things that the motion is passed to do is educate, build, and invest. The first thing is we should educate the people about how it is going on, how we should not waste the things and all of that. And the thing is we should build a storage platform in a small place that can help majority of the people. As in the footpaths, the government is helping us for a small compartment. It is helping us for an amount of 500 rupees per month, and it will be helping people to store there, and there will not be a huge costing for that. Thank you.
Other points of support? Okay. Any points of contradiction?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I personally don't think storage idea is a sustainable method because India is a country where we have a million population who are striving for hunger every day. If you think you create a storage unit, don't you think it's going to cause a massacre? It's going to cause a lot of issues apart from stealing, robbery, and I personally don't think it's sustainable because there are people dying of hunger. Why do you think a proper storage area built will be followed properly and people are going to access things out of it in ways which can prevent it? Okay, maybe one or two people, but do you think they're going to stop taking one thing and not the other which are provided them for free? It's going to cause a lot of other issues when you're trying to prevent one issue, in my opinion. Thank you.
Do you want to answer?
Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. The first thing is I used to run a hotel in 2012, I was in collaboration with a person living next to me. So the wastage, the food that is left over would be stored in his place and he would supply it to the people. He had taken the responsibility to do so, and the people who take the responsibility should be the trusted ones. He was ex-army worker, retired ex-army worker, so he was able to do the things. We should see for the people who can do the things, and we can store food and we can help the people. At the time I used to do so, we used to give at least 100 people a day the food that is at the time we started the hotel. It was like we make extra amount of food so that we can sell, but the food is left over so that we can give the people, and it is stored for 1 or 2 days and it will be distributed for the people. First we should tell them that we have the food storage here. We should educate, we should tell them the gathering, the people who live there, they should know that there is food available here whenever you need, whenever you can go and take for a person or the whole family.
Again, this requires a volunteer, which is not very sustainable when it comes to student running NGO. We need a proper person assigned to it, and we need a proper person who does not misuse the power.
House was not open for everyone. I'm sure we didn't ask you to speak. Any new motions on the floor? Push it out.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Basically, this motion is a chain of ideas, so I would like everyone to listen with patience. The first thing is, I would like to talk about millets. Millets are very less expensive. Millets used to be less expensive, but now due to the awareness, they are more expensive right now. And the cultivation of millets is really easy. They are very adaptable. They get adapted to very poor and very fertile soil, and they are way more nutritious than rice. Now my idea here is to build food-based compost, which turns the food waste into manure, and this manure can be used for food security, to increase food security, especially millets. and for the production of millets. And millets, I want to tell here is the pests which attack millets is like really less. So first we need to raise awareness to the farmers that okay, millets are there and you can grow millets anywhere. They obviously know that. But then we need to tell them that ఇప్పుడు millets price పెరుగుతుంది. So if you cultivate millets, you can, like there's a lot of excess production and they're a lot more nutritious, and through the excess and the surplus food they can get there'll be more economic growth too.
Few points of support and food. Remember to next video.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to support my fellow delegate. Yes, millets are very pretty nutritious, and in global hunger index, it is not about the food availability, but the nutrition the child under 5 and people are receiving. So as millets are very nutritious in food, and also, yeah, as she said, farmers need to be aware. They still think that millets are being sold at a lower prices like in last years or previous years. So now, if we educate them that the millets are rising in prices and that they could provide nutrition to a larger part of people, so it is a good motion in my idea. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of contradiction? Satu.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. Yes, millets are nutritious, and millets does not get pests easily, but you are telling that their prices are going to increase. It is a benefit to the farmers. I am not understanding the fact how it is benefit to the person who is hungry. So you are telling that price is 50 rupees and millets is 100 rupees. So farmers, you grow 100 rupees crops so that the beggar who is hungry could feed the 100 rupees.
Pushpa, we have a point to contradict.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Coming to the point, there are people who are hungry even in the rural areas, not just the urban areas, and the families which cultivate this crop can use the surplus for themselves, which increases nutrition and eradicates hunger.
Any other points of contradiction? Floor is open for the debate. Satu Commission.
Yeah, the second motion which you have said, it is helps partly. As I've said in the first speech itself, request itself, majority of people are urban people who are dies out of starvation. Rural people, they do hard work, they go to the fields and plow, they get money, they eat. But whereas in urban areas, which are like huge number of people, how do you give a solution to them? Rural areas can live some or the other way. I come up from a village, I know how the background works. My grandparents and all, I've seen them. They can go plow the field for some time. Even the owner who has the land only feeds them. But whereas in the urban areas, you can't get that.
Okay, I would like to address this point. Since I told you that we get a surplus, we get a lot of surplus when it comes to millets, and that surplus can be supplied, and if not, the rural areas, not every person in the rural area
It doesn't provide good food and it's like self-esteem, selfish thing. I mean, whoever grows on terrace, they will be getting their own food. It doesn't mean they will provide road, street people food.
Any other points of contradiction? Sujal.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. As my co-delegate mentioned, I feel terrace farming requires lots of physical labor, lots of machinery to shape the land. It also has a lot of investment for farmers to grow food, and it has difficult in all terms of places in and around India if you consider. And the other co-delegate point, we do not target the people who do not socialize or who do not give food. Farmers are the persons for the backbone, they are the ones who distribute food. So I'm against the point over there. Thank you so much.
As you mentioned, it takes a lot of labor and it takes a lot of machinery. Terrace farming is a process and it's a very small scale. You can do it on your own, 15 minutes a day. It doesn't need a lot of machinery, it doesn't need a lot of fertilizer.
Any other points of contradiction? Harshchandra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the goal that we are working towards is zero hunger and to feed people and to save people from dying from hunger. And there's a simple fact that everyone's missing, that whoever has a terrace worth of growing crops is not dying from hunger.
We would like to thank Akshit Mukherjee for joining.
Do you want to contradict that? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I guess you didn't hear my motion correctly. My end point, my last point was collecting the product, the fruits, and preparing the food, and then distributing it.
Yeah, so do you want to answer that? The floor is open for debate. I'm really sorry, I did not quite understand your motion. So you're saying that we'll make people grow crops on their terrace and then we'll take that and donate to people who don't have crops? Okay.
I explained that POA again. First, spreading awareness. Second, providing seeds. Third, nurturing them. Fourth, collecting them. We all will nurture, we all will grow, we all will collect. And then preparing food and distributing.
So terrace farming in itself is a process that requires a lot of time, and everyone here is able, like if given the opportunity, they would be able to grow their own crops in fields and fields, but they simply don't have the time, and it's not practical to go ask people to grow crops on their homes and spend a lot of a huge chunk of their time in growing crops.
I repeat again, terrace farming doesn't need a lot of time. 15 minutes a day is enough.
Okay, so 15 minutes a day, and then what are the inputs that we require to start a terrace farm, and how many crops can we grow in there, and how is that going to impact?
Please be seated. Dinesh, could you explain your motion?
Just an acknowledgement. So I propose a motion to donate groceries and others to orphanages and old age homes, because they are the population that is neglected, not Katika particular economy, and I propose to do it because zero hunger not only means the lack of availability of proper food, it also means the lack of availability of basic nutrients and the requirements of the needs. So I propose we raise funds and donate them towards old age homes and orphanages for vessels and classrooms.
Any points of support? Did all of you understand the motion? Delegates, do you understand the motion? Points of support? Could you raise your pen out properly? Go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. As my fellow delegate said, I do go with that because most of the orphanages, and as you see, they do get food but not a proper nutritious food. So I do go with whatever he says, and giving them groceries and all would be.
Any other point of support? Shuji.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I support whatever my co-delegate said, and it is a minor hunger, right? I mean, no hunger is worse than minor hunger, right? So minor hunger we can reduce it very easily by whatever we said, whatever ideas all others said. We can distribute food, and it may be like in this 6 months tenure we can do it properly, and we can support it.
Any points of contradiction? Shrita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like my co-delegate said that providing the groceries and vessels to the orphanages, even there are people that who are with a zero food, like at least they are having that insufficient nutritious food, and there are also people that without any nutritious food, like without food, so that we can provide such things to them. Thank you.
Any other contradictions? Masu.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to ask the delegate. There are, off the top of my head, I can name 10 NGOs that are working specific to orphanages, catering to their need. Now, I would like to ask, what is so different about this particular NGO or your particular motion that is going to make a larger impact or a different impact?
There are NGOs, like you mentioned, that do this, but HYA can provide these NGOs with proper groceries and vessels. I know, there are NGOs that also provide vessels and groceries, but we at HYA can make sure we give them the quality ones. Other orphanages are profit driven. Other foundations are profit driven, so they tend to buy the left-off vegetables and groceries from the markets. And we propose to buy the quality ones. That makes sense.
Thank you, members. You may say. Any new motions on the floor? One good motion. Last motion for this goal by anybody who hasn't raised a motion yet.
Lenny.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So we've been talking about the reduction of zero hunger, but how are we going to produce the amount to feed a large amount of people who are? Could you repeat? So we have been talking about the reduction of zero hunger, but how are we going to produce that large amount of food to feed so many stomachs? So I prefer sustainable agriculture, but through collaborating with the public-private enterprises collaboration. We should promote them.
I meant.
Do you have plans action for that?
Like yes, the private enterprises or the any other organizations which come up with the technological ideas, we could collaborate with them and we could help in promoting sustainable agriculture. We as an NGO can find out these organizations and we can implement them, is what I think.
Could you summarize your motion again?
We should promote public-private enterprises partnership. Thank you.
Any points of support? Do you want?
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. As we said, like we can partner with the corporate. Like in recent days, like Reliance is a company called. Like వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారంటే వాళ్ళతో ఉన్న పాత క్లోత్స్ వచ్చి ఒక బ్యాగ్లో వేయమన్నారు. అలానే వీ కెన్ టై అప్ విత్ ది కార్పొరేట్స్ అండ్ ఆస్క్ దెమ్ టు సెట్ అప్ అ స్టోరేజ్ అట్ దేర్ స్టోర్ లైక్ హౌ రిలయన్స్ ట్రెండర్స్ డే. సో అక్కడికి వచ్చి దే కెన్ కీప్ దర్ ఫుడ్ సో దట్ అండ్ మళ్ళీ మీరు నన్ను అడుగుతారు వై రిలయన్స్ ఫ్రెష్ ఆర్ రిలయన్స్ లైక్ బిగ్ బజార్ విల్ డూ బికాస్ దే హ్యావ్ కార్పొరేట్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ. సో దానికోసం దే విల్ డూ అండ్ ఇఫ్ దే డూ దట్ దే విల్ హ్యావ్ ట్యాక్స్ రిడక్షన్ ఆల్సో. సో బై టై అపింగ్ విత్ దెమ్ వీ కెన్ డూ దిస్.
Any other points of support? Points of contradiction? So, members, if you have any other motions, we will ask you to send them through checks and we will move for motions on them. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for your acknowledgement. As my co-delegate said that promote HYDERABAD's Reliance Fresh storage program. I think it is not sustainable because entire guarantee is that వాళ్ళు వచ్చి ఇస్తారు అని చెప్పి ఐ sure that వాళ్ళు వర్క్ చేస్తారని ప్రతిదానికి వాలంటీర్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. HY కాన్స్టెంట్గా వాలంటీర్ చేయలేదు షూర్.
Any other points of contradiction? Sahasra?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. First, her goal was like her motion was about collaborating farmers with private sector during the period of farming. So here, storing the crops that didn't cave. Her motion was collaboration. So here the farmers can get exploited by the private sector and about providing the food in like the food is already provided in surplus. So have a trade or just send it to low demand rather than providing more good is not the solution, I say.
Any other motions that are with the members? Please send it to checks. Alright, one last motion. I hope it's not an awareness session. Is it an awareness session? Survey session. Could you promise me that it will be a nice one? Send it to a chat. We will be waiting for a minute for the checks. After that, we will go ahead with voting.
folks, we will start the voting and then we will be adjourned for lunch.
So, the people in favor of the motion, for the motion, raise your cards, and the people against, raise your cards again. So, redistributing the leftover food from functions or gatherings in a fridge provided by us, located in the respective areas. The people in support of the motion. Did you understand the motion? Do you remember the people against the motion? Motion not passed. Okay. The second motion is establishing food banks which accommodate surplus food produced in the yield. The people for the motion. The people against the motion? Motion not passed. Having the land and employing farmers. The people, the members for the motion? The members against the motion? Okay. Motion not passed. Planting fruit yielding trees near temple premises, and so the underprivileged can consume its fruits. The members for the motion? The members against the motion? Providing awareness sessions on farming techniques so that the loss post-harvest is minimized and food production is increased. The members for the motion? The members against the motion? Motion not passed. Buying the natural produce directly from the farmer, eliminating the middleman. The members for the motion? The members against the motion? Motion not passed. Collecting a fistful of or handful of rice and donating it to a needy organization. The members for the motion? The members against the motion? Okay, the members for the motion, can you please take it? The members against the motion? Motion passed. Create a sub-application which shows where there is surplus food and limited food and create a cold storage chain. The members for the motion? The members against the motion? Okay, should I repeat the question? No? Okay. Educate the rural areas about nutrition and malnutrition and awareness session. The members for the motion. The members against the motion. The members with the motion. The members against the motion. Okay, let's do voice vote. So the members in favor of the motion say aye, and the members against the motion say nay. So the members with the motion. Aye. The members against the motion. Nay. Okay, motion not passed. Providing cold storage in required areas. The members with the motion. Okay, the members against the motion. Motion not passed. Building of food waste compost pits that can produce manure for the production of millets. Surplus millets can be redistributed. The members with the motion? The members against the motion? Motion not passed. Terrace farming. Spread awareness on terrace farming. The members with the motion? The members against the motion? Motion not passed. Donate groceries and vessels to the orphanages and old age homes. The members with the motion? The members against the motion? Motion not passed. Promote public-private enterprises partnership. The members with the motion? The members against the motion? Motion not passed. So we have few checks that are given to us. So we'll also do
So, okay, this is mobile food pantry. So the members with the motion.
Could you explain what it is? In
What
brief,
does
please.
mobile food pantry mean? I heard food pantry, but never mobile food pantry. Okay, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Please, could you summarize it in 20 words?
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the acknowledging me. Implementing a mobile food pantry initiative can bring essential food items directly to the unserved communities, especially remote and marginalized areas where areas of grocery stores is limited. A mobile pantry can travel to different locations on schedule basis, providing fresh procedure and non-perishable items.
Is this like a food truck?
Yeah.
To provide food without any money?
Maybe we can do that.
Could you summarize your motion in 10 words, please?
I can use two sentences.
Sorry?
We can collect the food from the people, like as our fellow delegate said, Sapik, Agit? Yeah. Festival of rice not only to the Ramakrishna Math, we can also send it through the mobile pantry, mobile food pantries also.
So,
Folks, did you understand the motion?
You can take this with thank you. So, the members with the motion. The members against the motion? Motion not passed. So, yeah, next we have a motion where to do infrastructure development for hygienic food and to get efficient output. Okay, did you understand? Yes. You understood, okay. Okay, so the repeat, okay. To do infrastructure development for hygienic food and to get an efficient output. Okay. Yeah. So did everyone get it? Yes. Yeah. So let's do a voice vote. The members with the motion. Members against the motion? Yes. Motion not passed. So we have another motion. Seasonal work for seasonal work. Seasonal work for minimum income, like midday meal schemes for children. Otherwise, many people will just eat and.
Shriyansa, could you summarize your motion? Please 10 words, I think.
Give for acknowledgement, Chair. Basically, I was trying to say that it's seasonal work for food plus minimal income. Otherwise, with many, it's already implemented in Hyderabad, like 5 rupees food or like 1 rupee food meals per day. But I'm saying that, for midday meal schemes, like how children are coming just for the food, at least they're trying to educate them. Like that also, if you give food for workers and plus minimal income, that is a better way to eradicate hunger. At least, that's what.
The members, did everyone get a point? So the members with the motion. Say aye. Okay. You want to aye for your own motion? No? Okay. The members against the motion. Okay, motion not passed. Okay, so I've got a very big but I can't read everything. So can you please explain it?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the motion that I put in front of you, before I started preparing the motion for the goal, I looked over these articles that state, around 30 suicides and deaths due to malnourishment of the daily wage workers take place every single day in our country, across the country. So, but then I happen to think that farming in the West is actually profitable. People there are actually making a good living out of farming. But then the farmers in our country are dying out of suicide. So the differences between our farmers and their farmers is that they have an actual research facilities who give them the best available hybrid variety of seeds and the best crop, which has to be grown in that particular season. So I am saying that we as HYA, we can bridge the gap between our Indian research institutes and the farmers. Let's take, so the motion here I want to propose is that we go to a place where there are farmer suicides happening due to failing of crop. And then we take the soil, we collect the data about how many times the water is coming there, and then we give it to the research centers, and then we let them provide us with a suitable crop for them.
I understood your motion. I would like to mention that this very own project has already been taken up by Shikhar's INR and we're working on it.
So that's a pretty good motion, but let's look at the feasibility. But yeah. So the members for the motion. Okay. The members against the motion. Okay, the members for the motion. Okay, let's do a voice vote. So the members with the motion say aye, and the members against the motion say nay. So the members with the motion. Aye. Members against the motion. Nay. Motion. No.
The motion is passed. Folks, the session is adjourned for lunch. We all will meet again at 2:30. And I would request you all to mingle and talk to all of your co-delegates, because this will help you all in your elections, which will be coming up later.
And also, be prepared for your goals after the lunch. Please don't, please sleep in.
Or we can just do an activity after lunch.
That sounds good.
If the assembly is not in session, that doesn't mean we'll go against the chairs. Yes. Having lunch.
Yeah, so the timing, what is the timing, folks? No, again to come back. No. What is the time now?
You want 1 hour lunch break? Oh, I said 1.
ఆ అసెంబ్లీలో యునైటెడ్ నేషన్స్ సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్స్ మీద డిస్కస్ చేస్తాం. 4 గోల్స్లోకి డివైడ్ చేసుకుని, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇవాళ గోల్స్లో మేము క్లీన్ వాటర్ అండ్ శానిటేషన్, జీరో హంగర్, డీసెంట్ వర్క్ అండ్ ఎకనామిక్ గ్రోత్ ఇట్లాంటి గోల్స్ తీసుకొని వీటి మీద స్టూడెంట్స్ లాగా మనం సొసైటీలోకి వెళ్ళి ఎలాంటి ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ చేయవచ్చు, ఎలాగ సర్వీస్ చేయొచ్చు, ఎలా బెటర్ చేయొచ్చు సొసైటీని అని ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ కూర్చొని డిఫరెంట్ కాలేజెస్ నుంచి అట్లీస్ట్ 5 to 6 కాలేజెస్ ఉంటాయి. వీ ఆల్ టుగెదర్ కమ్ టుగెదర్ అండ్ డిస్కస్.
నా పేరు కాత్యాయిని. నేను ఈ హెచ్వైకి కో చైర్పర్సన్ని. సో తను చెప్పినట్టు యునైటెడ్ నేషన్స్ సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్స్ మీద మేము వర్క్ చేస్తాము. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు ఉన్న 4 గోల్స్కి మేము నెక్స్ట్ 4 monthsలో వర్క్ చేసి అండ్ ఇప్పుడు చేసే ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ అన్నిటికీ కూడా వీళ్ళే ఫండ్స్ రేస్ చేసి ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేస్తారు. చారిటబుల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్, డిఫరెంట్ ట్రైబల్ ఏరియాస్లో సోలార్ లైట్స్ సెట్ చేయించడం, ఆర్ఫనేజెస్లో డొనేషన్స్ చేయడం, అలాంటి పెద్ద పెద్ద ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ కూడా చేస్తాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
నా పేరు డెనిస్. నేను HY సీజన్ 13కి చైర్పర్సన్ ఎగ్జిక్యూషన్గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో మేము వచ్చేసి హైదరాబాద్ యూత్ అసెంబ్లీ, యాజ్ కాత్యాని ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పినట్టు మేము యునైటెడ్ నేషన్స్ సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్స్ మీద వర్క్ చేస్తాము. అండ్ మా వచ్చే మెంబర్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు ఆల్మోస్ట్ 50-60 కాలేజెస్ నుండి 1,000-1,500 అప్లికేషన్స్ నుండి రిగరస్ ఇంటర్వ్యూస్ తీసుకున్నాక ద టాప్ 100 పీపుల్ని రిక్రూట్ చేసుకొని వీ గ్యాదర్ దెమ్ ఇన్ దిస్ ప్రెస్టీజియస్ అసెంబ్లీ. So this assembly is like an MUN, but it is much more than what an MUN does. మేము జస్ట్ మాట్లాడడమే కాదు, ఏదైతే మాట్లాడతామో దాన్ని, ఆ స్పీచ్ని మేము, ఆ థాట్ ఏదైతే ఉందో మేము దాన్ని యాక్షన్లో మారుస్తాము. సో అది హెచ్వైలో ఉన్న యూనిక్నెస్. సో దాంతో ఇది అందరి ఎవరైతే మెంబర్స్ ఉన్నారో ఇన్ని డిఫరెంట్ కాలేజెస్ నుండి వచ్చారో వాళ్ళకి నెట్వర్కింగ్ పెరుగుతుంది, లీడర్షిప్ స్కిల్స్ పెరుగుతుంది, కమ్యూనికేషన్ స్కిల్స్ పెరుగుతుంది. ఇంకా ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ వీ ట్రై టు give them a platform to explore and become a better version of themselves. So అది బ్రీఫ్గా HY గురించి చెప్పాలంటే.
Thank you so much. Also, I don't know మీరు ఏం వాడతారు, బట్ 5-6 కాలేజెస్ చెప్పినట్టుగా
delegates who haven't spoken yet. Okay? Otherwise, you know my activities, right? I think nobody's interested in doing it. Good. We will move on to our third goal, our third session. Clean water and sanitation. Any new speeches on the floor? Cycle. Folks, before we can start, whoever changed their places, please go back to your places. Please.
I don't see anyone in the last time.
Why is the fourth column completely empty?
Did numbers shift to the left?
OCs, please assess the members in going back to their own positions. Folks, don't waste time. Folks, the assembly is still in session. You've been asked to change your positions, not to speak. OCs, please let us know if and when all the members are in their position. Folks, are we ready? OCs. The last aisle. Are we ready? Cycle, you can go ahead with your speech.
And you check our conversation. First of all, good afternoon everyone. Clean water and sanitation. Access to clean water is not just a basic fundamental need. It is a fundamental human rights. Yes, millions around the global scale lack access of safe drinking water and adequate sanitation facilities. The lack of clean water and proper sanitation has severe consequences on health and education. As individual, communities and nation, we must prioritize and invest in sustainable water and sanitation solutions. Let us commit ourselves to this noble cause, for it's not only a matter of human rights but also a testament to our collective humanity and compassion. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? A member to my extreme left, with the specs.
Thank you for acknowledging it, sir. Clean water and sanitation is a sustainable development goal focused on ensuring universal access to safe drinking water and adequate sanitation facilities by 2030. This goal aims to address challenges such as water scarcity, pollution, and lack of proper sanitation, particularly in developing regions. It involves initiatives to improve water quality, expand access to sanitation facilities, and promote hygiene practices. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? Chandravarshi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I want to tell the importance of clean water and sanitization. Water is the life, the essential resources that sustains the all form of life on the earth. However, despite importance of millions of people around the world is still lack access to the clean and safe drinking water. According to the World Health Organization, around the 2.2 billion people globally don't have access to the safety drinking water. Together we can build a world where a clean water flows freely and the sanitization is a universal reality. Thank you.
One last speech. Vaishnavi. OC, please assist the members with the mics.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. There are many people who have access to water, yet are suffering as the water they use is not clean or unhygienic. Accessing water and sanitization is not only a matter of public health, but is a human right. There are also many communities which lack the access to these basic necessities. Let us recognize that this is not merely a technical challenge, but is moral imperative on that demands a collective action and unwavering dedication. By investing in water infrastructure, promoting hygiene, education, and fostering partnerships, we can break the cycle of poverty and disease and build a future where every person has access to clean water and sanitation they need to thrive. Thank you, Chair.
Any new speeches on the floor? Sorry, any new motions on the floor? The girl inside. Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. So, there is a problem in HYDERABAD due to this clean drinking water. So I suggest if we could provide them tap purifiers, water purifiers, which can be fixed to the tap. Do you have a plan of action on where you want to execute this project? In HYDERABAD, and we have some videos and photos. Sorry? We have some videos and photos. Actually, one of our friends who visited the place shared us some videos and photos.
value for our money.
Any points of support? She
So basically, I support my co-delegate's point because in the last phase, I have been in the word quality education. So I have been to a few schools and I have done surveys. So one of the school in our terminal, we have donated a water purifier, including RO plant as well as a tank. So it costed me around 40K. So I feel this idea is actually good because I have seen few schools on my way back from that after my execution of the project. I have seen schools who are facing drinking water problem issues, and now like the summer season has come, so we need cooling water tank purifiers for students. I think we can implement this. I even have few survey reports of other schools. So if this gets approved, we can plan a good.
Any points of contradiction?
Thank you.
Sakit.
Thank you, Chair. Other than the divisions and the water project unit working on them, how does your project make it unique in HY?
Yeah. So that's a good point. So I don't think it is really that different from the water unit. But then we are working towards a goal, and I think these children, they need our help. And you know, these chronic diseases that they develop due to these heavy metals and bacteria that's in the impure water.
Yeah, that's true, but
Did you acknowledge the chairs?
sorry, sir.
No. Any other points of contradiction? Vinesh.
I thank the chairs for accommodating. So let's say HY decided to go ahead with this. How do you propose to tackle the challenge of us having limited funds? Let's say to raise 40K for one filter, that's fine, but it's absurd. It's not feasible. It is possible, but not financially feasible. How do you plan to tackle this?
Points of contradiction. Member.
What's your point?
A filter costs about 40,000 rupees. How do you plan to raise that much money for one?
Other points? Points of contradiction. Krishna.
Thank you for acknowledging it, Chair. I have when last place to know that we have worked on solar something, solar system, solar panels that costs us around above 1 lakh. It's just 40K. 40K is lesser than 1 lakh, so we can implement it.
Any contradiction to the motion raised? To the motion raised of providing our water purifier? Do you have it? Please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The point is, I need to say, not by providing a RO purifier for a single school or college or something like that, we can provide a mineral water plant for an area, localities, people, so that all people can get.
Delegate, is this a contradiction or are you adding a new motion?
A contradiction to that, but adding a new motion with it. So the thing is, not by providing just a single RO for a school, for 40,000, you can do it up to 1 lakh and provide a mineral water plant for locality of area so that many people can get.
We will consider this as a new motion. Raise it again.
Thank you, sir.
Any new motions on the floor? Shashank.
Thank you for acknowledging the chair. As he said, as my co-delegate said, he will implement, he will use RO water purification plant for purifying water. Why? My version of this motion is why cannot we use solar powered water purification plants instead of RO? This is energy efficient and sustainable. Thank you.
Want to support? Go ahead.
Thank you for the acknowledgements, Chair. I would like to add to the idea of my co-member. There is actually an purified water with ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis technology is distributed through water ATMs. This is being implemented by Cervical water ATMs in all over North India, and the minimum cost is around like 40K. So if we implement this in schools or like in rural areas, then at least a lot of people would be benefited from this activity. And regarding the cost, or if people are saying that this is not feasible, then if you look at the last phase cost or the last season's cost, I think compared to that, this is also fine. Thank you.
Points of contradiction to the motion raised. Krishna.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And I would like to contradict to my co-delegate who mentioned that he would likely use a solar-powered water filter. So my point is quite simple. So when there is access of electricity, why should we use solar-powered water filters? And also, how can we say that solar-powered is more efficient in terms of filtering it? Because the best water filters are mostly electric based, and also certainly agree that that solar powered water filters are one time huge investment. So instead of that we could install 10 or more electrical water filters. Thank you.
Points of contradiction. Manas.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I absolutely agree with the point which my co-delegate Krishna said. Electricity is the last concern when we are filtering water. If we are putting up a solar-powered RO plant, it's a huge investment for a very less reward. Instead of investing in that one solar kit to connect it with the RO plant and supply the electricity to solar energy, instead we can make 2 to 3 other RO plants working on normal electricity. That's what I think.
Any new motions on the floor? Rahul.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. My idea is to help us prevent pollution in lakes or small water bodies, where we could find any contaminated small ponds or lakes, where we could use antibacterial, there's a powder where it is used to remove chemicals from that waste, so it could be used for other process, for drinking or for transporting.
Points of support? Manas.
I would like to add something to what my co-delegate said. May I?
Points of support.
Okay. So.
Did you acknowledge the chairs? Sit down. Points of support. Points of contradiction. Bhavish.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think cleaning lakes and water bodies is a one-time, not sustainable, because the water bodies is again polluted, and how can you stop it? My question is, how can you stop the water bodies getting contaminated again, even after using that antibacterial powders or something which you have mentioned earlier? Thank you.
Rahul, do you want to reply?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. Like, my idea is like with the upcoming summer, water is essential for everyone. So finding a at most method to help us from that is a better idea than wasting whole of the water.
Do you have a reply?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I think so. How it is different from putting a RO plant and cleaning the water when you have to do the whole thing of contaminated pollution water cleaning again and again. Instead of doing that, you can put up an RO plant. It is a much sustainable option and a longer driven.
How is open for you?
Hello. Yeah, I feel like it's a short-term process and a low budget while finding a small water bodies instead of going for a large-scale project.
Can I just remind you that it is a sustainable and whole cyclical thing which we are discussing here for whole of years, rather than short term which you are talking.
Yeah, like rather than setting up a huge decentralized water plant, we can find a small cube for that water body.
The water body is only in one place, and around that, I feel. And how many lakes and water bodies are being used in Hyderabad especially? Do you have any research or any statistics about it? That, see, suppose take water from Durgam Cheru or Malkam Cheru, are they using water from those lake water bodies?
We are not in those water, but I feel like any water body that is useful and like that is like having a small minute issues like that could be used. Like instead of using a huge water plant and we setting it as an NGO could be a huge risky factor for us. So it's a short process that could be used on that.
Folks, conclude your points.
I feel it's a short-term process which could be implemented in a low budget. So I would just like to suggest it.
For my closing statements, we are not searching for short-term projects here, rather than going for sustainable development projects. As our goal suggests sustainable development, and we are here for a longer period of time, so that we would impact a longer and larger people here. Thank you.
We would now like to invite the Shruti Shankar, the current CEO of Cervical Hyderabad, to chair. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon. Yes, how was the lunch? How was the lunch? Good. How was the lunch? Good. Did you all have? They're already drooping. Look at them. No?
Are you all feeble?
No. I think we need to make them do an exercise. My activities are
Let's do one quick exercise. No?
So, good afternoon, members. Good afternoon. How are you this afternoon? Great. How's the assembly? Great. Who are we? Nothing but friends. Alright. Any new emotions on the floor?
towards the next one.
On water, drinking water, using water, everything. I think there are other issues which we keep forgetting because of the importance of water, and one such thing is clean washrooms or no washrooms available at all. There was this uh, there was this survey conducted by Hindustan Times in a rural school where girls or young children were surveyed and asked questions, and that's where they realized that children do not use washrooms the entire day. From 9 to 4:30 p.m., there are no washrooms. Imagine the amount of health impact these kids face. So, especially the Hindustan report released this report on how young girls are especially paying the price for this issue. It was come to light that there were no washrooms in some of the schools, and in some where the washrooms were available, they weren't cleaned for months. They were cleaners, but they had no proper disinfectants to clean the washroom properly. So firstly, I would like to raise a motion where we don't have to build lavish washrooms. We can build a simple, clean washroom which girls or young students or even any schools or orphanages which we can use and help the students in this. And also where there are no disinfectants provided, it won't cause us a lot to provide disinfectant to such schools, but it will also help us in eradicating a huge cost. It was reported that around 36,000 deaths have been caused by UTI infections among children, among which 10,000 were caused due to not using washrooms.
To add to that, HYA has been functioning for over how many years? 13 years, and we have done massive projects on washroom building and sanitation as such. So could you please summarize your motion, because this is something HYA every year takes up.
I think we need to increase our search by actually, looking at the rural washrooms and paying attention and actually referring to the cause.
Okay. Any points of support? Sheila.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I support my co-delegate's point. As I mentioned before during my past service in phase 1, I have been to schools, I have seen how washrooms are over there, and especially girls, they face a lot of problems, and they have also raised complaints, can you please set up washrooms for us, and I've seen like their pipelines have been blocked, toilets have been blocked, and they are leading to unsanitary conditions. Especially girls, they really feel uncomfortable, and I have all the surveys of few schools, and if this gets approved, we can work on it.
Okay. Any more points of support? Ma'am, can you please hold your cup like this? Remember towards. Yes.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I totally agree with my co-delegate's proposal of building toilets. Yes, I agree that HYA has been doing this every year, but I still think it just improvises, and it's just another advantage if we do it again, because like in India, nearly 40% of the population still practices open defecation, and which causes leads to spread of waterborne diseases like cholera, typhoid, and diarrhea, especially for girls who are menstruating. That is a huge problem. Even if they have to go to schools, and mostly many of them are dropping out of schools just because there is no availability of public toilets in schools. And also, I would just like to make another suggestion to this. How about we add in rural areas especially, how about we construct, since public toilets may take up much cost, to at least to reduce the cost, how about we construct e-toilets? That is one of my proposals.
Is that a new motion?
I'm adding to the suggestion.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Delegate, could you elaborate on your idea of washrooms?
Thank you, Chair, for inviting me. I just got this idea when she was talking that when we board trains and we travel in trains, we these days many of the trains are switching to eco-friendly toilets or eco-friendly washrooms. And since considering our budget as an NGO and considering our feasibility, I am suggesting to construct eco-friendly toilets, which also, by the way, is which is very helpful for clean water and sanitation as well.
Points of contradiction.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like, I will speak in Telugu. మనం ఎన్ని వాష్రూమ్స్ కట్టినా 13 years నుంచి హైదరాబాద్ యూత్ అసెంబ్లీ కడుతూనే ఉంది, రైట్? అవేర్నెస్ అనేది మనిషిలో ఉండాలి, వాష్రూమ్స్ ఎన్ని కట్టామని కాదు.
Would you like to answer that, member?
So, thank you for acknowledging the chair. So, if we go by that word, every activity or every sustainable goal that we have been discussing since morning, till from then also we will be like, okay, awareness. How many people will be actually bring awareness? So, already when we start the activities only, we can do something, right? If you think about it, we cannot start even doing anything.
Do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
The room is open for you.
It's not like awareness, right? రూరల్ ఏరియాస్లో అవేర్నెస్ లేదని కాదు, వాళ్ళు ఎలా ఉండాలనుకుంటారో వాళ్ళు ఉంటున్నారు అంతే. అర్బన్ ఏరియాస్లో లైక్ పీపుల్ ఆర్ నాట్ నీట్నెస్ ఉండాలి అనుకున్న వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు.
But you are the one who started the topic of awareness, right?
యా, లైక్ అవేర్నెస్ ఉండాలి, లైక్ మనిషికి నీట్నెస్ ఉండాలి అనేది ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంట్ అంటే ఇవాళ చూస్తున్నాం కదా మనం. ఈ అసెంబ్లీకి వస్తుంటే మార్నింగ్ మనం ఎంత నీట్గా ఉండాలని అవేర్ అయ్యామో, ఎవ్రీ వన్ షుడ్ డైలీ ఇలా మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి, డైలీ ఇలా ఉండాలి అనే అవేర్నెస్ ఉంటే ఇలాంటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ రావు. సో క్రియేటింగ్ అవేర్నెస్ అండ్ మేకింగ్ దట్ ఈస్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ దన్ మేకింగ్.
Can you quickly summarize, please?
Than making new toilets and new homes.
So,
rural areas.
to summarize, I'll just say one thing to my fellow delegate and the chair. Awareness is important, yes, I agree, but still, if you start with the project only, if you start with some activity only, then we can lead by example and they will follow. That's what I'm trying to conclude. Thank you.
I need to conclude that since 13 years, Hyderabad, not only Hyderabad Youth Assembly, so many NGOs are creating this, and we see on the roads many of the washrooms are built, Swachh Bharat and everything. But
System would use renewable energy to desalinate seawater, and which provides a clean water for irrigation purposes to grow crops hydroponically. And by using hydroponics, which requires very less water and space compared to the traditional farming methods. And this project also could produce the food in coastal regions where access to fresh water and fertile soil is limited. So this addresses both the clean water scarcity and hunger issues. So for the members who don't know what is hydroponic farming is a technique which is used for growing plants using a water nutrient solution rather than the soil. So that is what an hydroponic farming. So it's all about developing a solar powered desalination system. Desalination is that to remove salt from the seawater combined with hydroponics.
Remember, do you have a plan of action for this?
Yes, so where we can make this project implemented where there is a water scarcity and where there is a under issues where there is a not a clean, very much clean water, because we see that the rivers get very much not nutrient enough to drink, or rivers get contaminated. So this can be used for the water scarcity, and also it can give a clean water for the crops growing, and it can give a clean sanitation for the further generations also. And when you talk about the cost, it's viably environmentally sustainable enough, because we are using solar rather than using electric power.
Thank you, Rakesh. Can you summarize your point in just 30 seconds?
Okay, so the whole point is about developing a solar system, so to desalinate the seawater and to provide a clean water for irrigation to grow crops, and this removes the water scarcity and hunger issues. So mainly I want to focus on the water scarcity issues.
Any points of contribution? Let's go towards my extreme left, Ganesh.
So, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Contrary to my fellow delegate's statements, you said it is economically viable, right? So, you said it is economically viable. Just because you put solar doesn't make a desalination plant economically viable. A basic desalination plant is going to cost about $1 million. How do you plan to raise
Member,
this
can you
cost?
be a little louder?
Yes, sure. So, a basic desalination plants is going to cost you about $1 million. So, just because you put solar in that cannot make it economically viable. Let's take Dubai for example. It is a pretty sunny place and has sea all over around it. Why do you think it is not expanding in the desalination sector? Why is it focusing more on those?
Member, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. So this solar power system or desalination system can be implemented, because we as an in this assembly we can't decide where to be implemented. There are some experts of the field in the concerned area, and these experts of the field can go with them and implement this project, so that they can decide how much cost is considered. As a co-delegate said, there may be cost which may be occurred, but it's not a cost which you said as a 1 million or 2 million.
Ganesh, you may be seated. Do you want to answer?
Yes.
The house is open for debate.
So, my fellow delegates, listen. The cost of a basic desalination plant is $1 million, the starting. I know there might be modifications and all, and we can go on. But the starting is $1 million.
So that's what I'm saying. This is not required in every city, or every urban area, or every rural area of city.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you didn't get my statement right. The cost of it is the same. It cannot change place to place. So let's say the cost of soap in Hyderabad is the same as the cost of soap in Mumbai. It won't change place to place.
So I think using solar power cost, I think it lessens the cost of other than using electricity, right? We get an electricity of lakhs when you use an electricity RO water. Where people are talking about RO water. When you use an RO water with electricity, it costs more than what you use in solar power. Once you insert the solar power, it has got something to do with that.
Just because you put a solar panel, it won't change the cost of the entire plant. It's going to get the energy consumption levels a little down. The cost of the energy
Members, we are
consumption
reiterating our points. Could you please summarize in just 30 seconds, please?
So I put my point forward that it is not economically feasible and it cannot be attained.
So my point is that it's not it may be not economically feasible, but it is an environmentally viable solution for making a clean water and providing a clean water for future scarcity.
Thank you, members. You both may be seated. Any motions on the floor? Is that Sunidhi? Srinidhi, yeah.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. As we know, during the monsoon season, the roads get filled with all the drainage water and it gets filled with all the rain water at the same time. So my motion is we can have a CCTV damage, like drainage system, where it detects where are the exact blockages in the drainage, and it can give the information faster to the GHMC people, so that the action is taken faster rather than less it just sits for 1 area. So my motion is that to have a CCTV drainage system near.
Now clearly hear the point of contradictions. How do you plan on implementing this project?
We do have to collaborate with GHMC, like where can we keep them all in mind. And if there are people who have expertise in them, so we can contact them and get them involved. And they are cost viable rather than just changing a whole pipe or handling the situation to GHMC and let them take the action. Through this, we can get it in a faster way. Like the information, we can get it in a
How is
faster way.
HY going to contribute to this project?
We can, we are who are like, we can contribute in having funds for that CCTV system. That whole CCTV setup which allocates where the data
Thank you,
is.
Madam. Any points of contradiction? So which among these members have not spoken even once? Please give them the
Delegates,
opportunity.
raise your placards if you haven't spoken yet. Haven't spoken yet. Who spoke only once? Zodi.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Is that like my co-delegate have passed the motion, right? So like eggplant funds is the, but can you assure that the work will be done? After work done, outside allotment is the
CCTV is a technical and it's a machine code. It is.
Member, you were not asked to speak. Member, you were not asked to speak. Any more points of contradiction? Akshay. Member, can you please stop cross-talking?
Thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. First of all, the proposal, the motion is not feasible. In 2020, as per the estimate, requirement for the restoration of drainage system of GHMC is 10,000 crore. And if I'm not wrong, season 12's overall project spend did not exceed 15 or 20 lakh, which is not even 1% of 10,000 crore requirement for the restoration of GHMC drainage system restoration. Second thing, installation of CC camera technology for a city with 1.2 crore population is a project which would take at least 2 to 3 financial years, and one phase of HYA lasts only for 4 months. So this is a project which HYA will not be able to execute. And also I would like to add one more point. Other members were speaking about desalination. House could have discussion on better projects and better motions. Telangana is not a coastal area, we don't have a sea, and we are not in the plan of desalination. I know this house was wasted for almost 10 minutes.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Chair.
Any new motions on the floor? Member, can you please hold your placard like this? Can you? Yes, the member who will stand up.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As I said before, the mineral water plant that I proposed, it is feasible and it is used for more than people. People can get help with it. With a lot more people can get initiated and with a less cost of working. As for an RO, it may cost up to 40 to 50,000, but for a mineral plant, it will cost up to 1 to 1.5 lakhs. That can get people, at around 500 people can get mineral water. And for an RO that is being planted in school or college, that will help mostly 10, 15, 1,500 people, I guess. But in the day of mineral plant, which we propose, is people can get water with a good quality at less cost. In Hyderabad, we have a mineral water plant that gives water for 5 rupees, 20 liters, and this we can also propose it with a small budget and a good convenience.
So you are planning a water treatment plant?
Yes.
it is the same thing as the previous schools, right? Previous motion, right?
Yeah, but it is a mineral water plant. It's not a RO plant. Mineral water plant is what we go for a mineral water plant and we take the cans and we get the water that is 20 liters.
How is an RO plant different from a mineral water plant?
An RO plant which we are talking about is installing it in the schools. A school can get approximately 500 people at most. But if we keep it in a locality, people can get more help with it, approximately 1,000.
What is your plan of action and what is the area that you want to do this project in?
I have 2 points. That is, for an area to be selected, it should have 2 points. One is the scarcity of the water, and the second is the people with low budget, so that they can get help with it. And the plan of action is, I have my friends who are in this field, they can help us with it with the low costing and the best quality.
Do we have any point of support? Urshita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And I feel like this idea is more feasible because everyone gets the mineral water, and when it's an RO plant, only the school is getting affected, but when it's in a locality, people are just gonna go there and get the mineral water out of the water tank. And coming to the feasibility, I think the impact will be more given with a low budget.
Any more points of support? Any points of contradiction? Members to the Pranit, yeah.
థ్యాంక్ యూ చైర్ ఫర్ అక్నాలజ్మెంట్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు స్కేర్ సిటీ దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి కదా, వాటర్ బోర్ వేయాలి, మినరల్ వాటర్ కావాలంటే పక్కా బోర్ ఉండాలి. సో మీరు బోర్లో వాటర్ లేకపోతే మీరు మినరల్ ప్లాంట్ ఎట్లా పెడతారు? అక్కడ వాటర్ లేనప్పుడు ప్లాంట్ పెడితే యూజ్ ఏముంటుంది మీకు మినరల్ వాటర్ ప్లాంట్?
Mentor, would you like to answer?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I have 2 points. If you had listened to me, I had said 2 points. The first point is water scarcity, and the second point was where people are at low budget, that is below poverty line, so that they can also get help with it. So you are not talking about the second point. The first point is what you said, and for the scarcity of water, we don't use borewells for mineral water. Borewell is used for, what do we say, the water we use on daily purpose, that is salty water. Borewell is not used for mineral water. Mineral water is passed by the government to the places.
Have you ever seen the mineral?
Member, you were now asked to answer. Please be seated. Please be seated. Give it. Any new motions? Action.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. A sanitary pad usually takes 600 to 800 years for decomposing, and on burning it iterates so many harmful chemicals. What we can do is installing sanitary pad decomposing machines in colleges. I know we have took up this project last year, but I think we have did that in a government school. But doing in a college would be more viable because there will be a strength of 1,000 to 2,000 girls where we can impact the most. Also preferably I would add doing it in a SC college would be more better because educating people becomes more easy when we are in that division. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Any points of support? Member to answer. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my co-delegate mentioned, the sanitary pad disposal machine. So, we have already implemented that, and we can just have those machines in a large scale to reduce the sanitary pad wastage, so it would also be helpful because basically when we dispose a sanitary pad in a dustbin, it's not harmful. It's harmful for the atmosphere and also for the water thing. So instead, if we use a machine, it would be helpful because it will directly dispose of the whole pad and just it will be done there and there itself. Done and there itself.
Thank you, Madam. Any further points of support? Many of us next to you. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to support my fellow delegate, whereas he mentioned that we have to implement this in a minority college first because people from a lower grade are actually still now considering periods as a taboo and not using sanitary pads because various of reasons. And in colleges, as myself coming from OU, we need to educate people more, and installation of these machines for incineration of sanitary pads would be much more useful for the women studying in the colleges. Thank you. Any points of contradiction to the support motion? Yeah, soon.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. First of all, we don't need any machines for disposal. We have tampons for that. So it is better we give awareness regarding that.
You wanted to speak something relevant to the group?
No, it's a contradiction. They were telling we need the sanitary machines which we can disposal. So rather than disposal, we have tampons, that doesn't cost any harmful for the environment. It is reusable. So it doesn't cost even more. It is reusable and it doesn't harm anything.
Thank you, Member. Any further points of contradiction to the main motion? Ready? Yes. Saket. Sorry, Member, Saket.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, sir. Gentlemen there have said that it takes decades to decompose and asks us again to decompose in the college grounds itself. I don't understand the point.
Member, could you please repeat that?
So, he said that it takes decades to decompose a sanitary pad. Again, he asked us to decompose the same thing in the college grounds.
Member, Akshat, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I don't think he understood my whole concept that a decomposing machine actually decomposes the main plastics in the sanitary pad. So if you are normally decomposing in a dustbin, that they'll burn. So the harmful chemicals go out of it. If you are decomposing in a machine, the plastics which cannot be decomposed will be decomposed.
Would you like to answer that? Yes. Any further points of contradiction? Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. At first, before installing any machine which decomposes, but first we have to install a machine which have a pads. Like in minor colleges, they said they don't have a proper to install a machine where it decomposes. But before that, they have to install a machine which have pads. And I think this goal is related to clean water and why did this came up in between. But even it came, it's a good point. But again, before installing that, focus on the main goal of like removing the taboo and installing the part machine first rather than like focusing at the later end of it.
The goal name was clean water and sanitation, and that is the reason he came up with. And I think we're derailing with the topic.
I said like it is related.
I request all the members to please concentrate when the fellow members are raising motions. Please be seated. Urshita, do you want to explain the motion that you raised? No.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the motion I've raised is providing gravity water filters to villages which collect water from the rivers, basically. Gravity water filters are feasible, and we know 10 gravity water filters which cost around 1,600, and providing those to the villages which collect water from the water tanks or rivers would be helpful for them, because the river water is not really clean, and gravity water filters can help remove the bacteria, in fact, and gravity water filters are also used by people in the army, and it has proven that it does not remove hardness for sure, but it definitely does remove the bacteria and make it easier for us to drink.
Point of support? Krishna.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I certainly agree with Ushka about gravity water filters. As you know, they are also durable and they can be used for probably 5 to 7 years. So the only thing is that we have to change filters, which is quite easy. And the best point is that it is cheap, it's affordable, and it is easy to transport, and it does not require any electricity, which is feasible for tribal regions. Yeah, thank you.
Points of contradictions? Akshay.
I thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. First of all, we focus and execute projects within the region of Telangana, and in the year 2020, the state of Telangana was announced as a state with 100% access to safe drinking water for every other household, central government of India, under the project Mission Bhagirath. And I personally experienced this when we went to execute a project of HYDERABAD Season 12, Project Sunshine. We went on foot into a forest, we went on a foot for 10 kilometers, but still there was no access for electricity, but tribal hamlet was provided with safe drinking water with the project Mission Bhagirath. And we need not discuss about gravity water filters. And even apart from that, at a mass level, in all the villages and municipalities, municipal administration and Panchayat Raj department have set up water purification units. And distributing gravity water filters is out of budget for HY.
Thank you, Madam. I see Afra banging the table constantly. Afra, do you want to contradict? Please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, I think Akshay, you're not aware that though we have launched the program successfully, but there are certain areas in and across Hyderabad that are still not having the access to free and safe drinking water. One such example is again another project that was conducted by my division last year in the district of Khamma, and we do not see any safe drinking water there.
Akshay, would you like to answer?
So there is a difference between purifying water at a larger scale and also having RO purifiers at a domestic level. And at a larger scale, government has assured that every household is provided with a connection of safe drinking water, and it was certified and announced by Central Government of India. The project is done by State Government of Telangana.
Yes.
And Streetcars has been only doing the projects where we are distributing small RO water purifiers impacting 100, 500, max of max 1000 people, not beyond that.
Would you like to answer that? The House is open for debate, before which I would like to acknowledge that we have recently, in 2023, we have launched a new unit of streetcars called Water Project, which focuses mainly on water-related issues. Not just in Hyderabad, but we are soon hoping to tackle global issues with the committed workforce that we have. The House is open for debate.
Akshat has already mentioned, we have a lot of areas, rural areas and tribal hamlets that still do not have access to safe and drinking water, and the government has not assured that it has been done accurately, right? The government has also talked about gender equality, but we see it's not happening rightly. So, and if you remember, in the year 21-22, we have done a water purifier project in the district of Mehboob Nagar, which was done by Streetcars Hyderabad. So, considering this situation and also the common example, I do not think safe drinking water is assured by the government to every household.
First point, launching a program is different from completion of a program. And second point, gravity water filters can set up where we have access to river water. And the areas which you are mentioning are far, far away from the banks of the rivers like Krishna or Godavari, the only two live rivers flowing in the state of Telangana.
Alright, folks, in Siddhan, if you really want to add points to the motion, considering a debate.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First off, I would like to start by saying that not all the water is clean. Given my own house, we use gravity water filters in my own house. My dad is a scientist and we have tested the water we get from the Manjira pipeline, which is not really pure. The pH level is not right. This can lead to bioaccumulation in our body, and this will definitely lead to further problems.
I would like to acknowledge our Chief Guest Dr. Chinnababu Singhal. Is a well-known surgical oncologist practicing for more than 22 years. He works extensive research, cancer surgery, germ cell tumor treatment, cancer screening, after completing MS in general surgery, followed after surgical mammography. He received a lot of permanent studies for cancer, cancer Live for Legacy with Dr. Arun Tirani, co-author of Doing Something.
We would like to thank you, Shruti, for sharing this. One last contradiction, Krishna.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to contradict my colleagues' arguments that the regions where we have to use dig artificial ponds where they used to store the rainwater, and mostly these rainwaters are stagnant in nature. So they used to consume this water, leading to probable health issues. So I strongly believe that, and we have also done a project through Streetcars of giving gravity water filters to districts of Mulugu. So I feel this is completely doable project and it makes full sense.
Folks, this concludes our goal 3. We would now go on to the voting side. Providing tap fires in districts of Adilabad. Members with the motion, raise your placards. Against the motion? Motion not passed. Providing RO water plants in government schools. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Providing solar powered water purifiers. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Focus on cleaning small water bodies. This also includes providing a clean washroom facility in government schools. Members of the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Let's go with the voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. With the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Please raise your placards. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Construction of e-toilets. Members with the motion raise your placards. Against the motion? Motion not. Motion not. Awareness on cleanliness in rural areas. With the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Against the motion? Voice vote. With the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. With the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. Solar powered desalination system with hydroponic farming technology. With the motion say aye. With the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Having a CCTV powered drying system. With the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. Providing mineral water plant instead of an RO purifier. With the motion raise your placards. Against the motion, motion not passed. Installation of sanitary pad decomposition machines in schools. With the motion raise your placards. Against the motion, motion passed. Education institutions. Providing gravity water filters to villages for collecting water. With the motion, raise your placards. Against the motion, motion passed. We will now move on to our last goal, good health and well-being. You would be given 1 minute of time to prepare your speeches. delegates, are you ready with your speeches and motions? OCs, are you in your positions? Any new speeches on the floor? Member behind the lake.
Thank you, Chairs, for acknowledging me. The goal of good health and well-being is to enjoy healthy lives and promote well-being for all the ages. Good health is essential for fulfilling life and it is a human right. Mental health is also emphasized as a part of overall well-being. Our target should be to achieve universal health coverage, access to quality healthcare services and medicines. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? Manal.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I stand before you to highlight the importance of good health and well-being in India. We are all aware that health is our greatest asset and without it, we fully cannot enjoy the wonders of life. In India, the statistics surrounding good health and well-being are both concerning. 60% of the population still lacks access to basic healthcare facilities. To further address the chief challenges, it is imperative that we continue to prioritize investment in healthcare infrastructure and medical facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, good health and well-being are fundamental rights for every individual, regardless of our age and background. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that every citizen has access to affordable and quality healthcare together. So together, let us strive towards a healthier and happier India. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? Please hold your Prakash properly. Prakriti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Maintaining good health is not merely the absence of illness, but a holistic state of physical, mental, and social well-being. It requires a commitment to a balanced lifestyle encompassing nutritious food, regular exercise, and sufficient rest. We prioritize our health, we empower ourselves to face life's challenges with resilience. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Bhavishri.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Just as other health kits which we provide for people in hospitals, I would also, because today's people are suffering from most are deficiency problems, to tie up with drug producers and see that people get their vitamins accordingly, but because the points and motions which we discussed in the morning sessions, if achieved, will solve half of the good health and well-being. The only thing is the lack of vitamins in today's era of
Delegate, is this a motion or a speech?
motion.
It's a motion.
Yeah.
Alright. Could you please summarize it?
Yeah, to provide people with vitamins and minerals which are lacking due to lack of nutrients in today's food because of all the pests and pesticides happening in the farming.
Do you have a plan of action on how to do it?
Yes, tying up with drug producers because as in the morning session said, because companies have a goal of sustainable developments too. So tying up with them to give kits of vitamins to people, especially women, pregnant women and children below age of 5 will create a great help in good health. Thank you.
Any points of support? Pranit.
So thank you for acknowledging me, James. So as per my delegate, she said very supporting the pregnant women. So I would like to suggest, I would like to add a few more points. you could better approach tribal pregnant women, because as per the tribal rituals, people they do not take the healthy food basically, and the thing is, like, I would like to suggest to provide the nutrients and the medicines to the ECM hospitals in the tribal areas, so that this cannot be what do I say? This cannot be a complete solution, but it can impact more and more, like in the future also.
What is the difference between giving vitamins to pregnant women and tribal pregnant women?
I mean, the difference is when you go into tribal women, right? They do believe like they do not take proper food basically. They believe, like there are some beliefs where they do not eat fish, and
Do pregnant women in cities, all of them eat fish?
I don't know regarding that. But as per I read in tribal women do not prefer to eat the fish.
Any other points of conviction? Lavinia.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the point that Ranik has raised, for that, we already have Anganwadi set up for taking care of the pregnant women and the child and the baby for certain age limit. We also have dietary charts and proper nutrition being given to the pregnant women during their pregnancy time. Thank you.
One last point of conviction for the motion, please. Delegate to the extreme right.
Chair, we already have KCR nutrition kits, like where KCR nutrition mix powder is like provided, and KG dates kajur is provided, and 3 bottles of iron syrup is provided, and 500 grams of ghee is provided. Like we don't need of any health kits, but we can provide like paracetamol packets and also aspirin packets like Vaseline and inhalers, and also aspirin, because not for the malnutrition. We can provide this paracetamol for the fever and aspirin for the cold and Vaseline for the nourishment and inhalers and like so. Thank you.
Delegate who has raised the motion, could you repeat the motion?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I simply say, because the kits are already given to people in hospitals, but slums and old age homes or orphanages where children are having stunted growth are not receiving any kits. Do you see orphanage people all happy and healthy and in shape? Do you think? No. So I think the kits has to reach to children. These vitamin D3 or whatever, B12 have been being so less in today's foods that even you and me, if tested in blood test, are not up to the high level of hemoglobin or blood level and having all deficiencies. Thank you.
Easy. Folks, I understand you have a lot of convictions, but we have to move on. Any new motions on the floor?
Thanks, Jay, for acknowledging me. My proposal for promoting health, well-being and growth development is HYDERABAD. It is a title of the project. Significant progress has been made in enhancing access to healthcare, yet challenges persist till now. To address the setbacks in providing safe and affordable medicines and treatment to the underprivileged and homeless people, I propose the motion to provide medical assistance, including minor-bound treatments and providing medicine kits to underprivileged and homeless individuals residing on roadsides.
How do you plan on doing it?
Engaging with reputable generic medicine retailers in Hyderabad, such as Jan Aishadi Kendra, and providing medical assistance to them.
Points of support? Points of contradiction? Points of support? So,
thank you for acknowledging me, Chase. We can even conduct workshops and awareness programs on nutrition, hygiene, and preventive health care in the colleges.
points of contradiction? Saket.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Jay. Like my co-delegate said that providing medicines and significant, then how many members you can provide that medicines and that HYA I already informed that permanent solutions will be done.
Do you want to reply? Reply.
Thanks for acknowledging me, Chair. As a part of my plan of action is, I want to implement this initiative. Around 70 to 100 people, homeless and underprivileged people at roadsides. Estimated budget for this is around 45,000 to 55,000 is a reasonable, I guess, because we are engaging with reputable generic medicine retailers in Hyderabad like Jan Aishadi Kendras.
Points of contradiction? Any other points of contradiction? Srinivasa.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. And my contradiction for his motion is, are people in rural areas educated for, like, if we give them medicines and whatever we supply them, after the expiry date, if they intake, what happens? What is the solution for that? What do you say for that?
Any other contradictions? Manas, final contradiction.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like my co-delegate Pawan said, handing out medical kits is not a great idea as we don't know what conditions the people, homeless people are living in as of now already. So if they have developed some kind of immune issues and we give them a medicine which should have helped them but doesn't help them and causes much more problem, that would affect the person and the credibility of our organization too.
Any other points of support to the motion raised? Any new motions on the floor? We received a check from Vishnu. If you could explain your motion.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. If we can, health and well-being not only means physical health, it also means mental well-being. So if we can create a mental helpline, including the psychology students of street cost, then we can help the children or men or women undergoing depression, anxiety, and trauma. Thank you.
Points of support? Points of contradiction? Points of support? Pawan? Dhruva, go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Like, I would love to support my fellow men because nowadays, like, good food is a different thing, but good mental health and stress management is the bigger thing than this. I think in recent days, many of us are seeing suicides and all, like in recent times. So I think we HYA has to conduct at least few workshops for helping out the students like to manage their stress and like mental health, so that at least from now we can stop these suicides and all. Like we have to get educated, like why, like how to manage their stress and how to. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Delegate, go ahead.
Fellow delegate.
Study a lot more than just an undergraduate degree. And I'm telling this with experience because a lot of my friends who are studying psychology are themselves tutors. So there's a long way for them to like be in a position to get other people out of depression. Thank you.
Dinesh, could you explain your motion?
Thanks for I thank the chair for acknowledging me. So I propose to implement the motion of sending mobile healthcare units to the tribal areas of the tribal hamlets so that chronic illnesses or other illnesses that are kind of major are detected at a very young stage or an early stage so that we can save lives with timely action.
Any point of support? Folks, did you understand the motion? Could you repeat?
To send mobile healthcare units to the tribal hamlets so that chronic illnesses and other life-taking diseases are identified at a very young stage and are treated.
So, is it an idea of medical camp?
Kind of, yes.
Okay. Points of support? No,
Thanks, Chair, for acknowledging me. I support my delegate, which the point is very clear. It's like movable clinics where it is easily accessible to all people of rural areas and tribal people, which is happens in a period of 15 to 20 days every month, every 15 to 20 days.
Nikki, do you have a plan of action on how you want to go ahead with this project?
Span of 2 weeks and you know now
So what are you going to do after the 15 20 days are over?
we're going to give medication for the rest 20 days or the 15 days until the help arrives, like another van arrives.
So you're going to send a van every 15 to 20 days, and how much is that going to cost?
Depends. If the illness is, let's say something like tuberculosis, we're going to send her to the nearest city or town for bigger and the better treatment of healthcare. And if it's something like this, like, not less exactly, but minor, like fracture or something like that, it might help.
What about kids? What about what if it's a chronic disease? What are you going to do then?
Yeah, we're going to send them to the nearest town or city.
Do you think they will have the money to pay for that?
No, it'll be fine.
Then what's the point?
This is especially for the tribal people. They do not have money, I agree with you. We can collaborate with the government for a better cause.
Street. HY does not collaborate with the government.
Alright folks, you can conclude your readings.
So I propose to send mobile healthcare vehicles to the tribal areas for the betterment and the benefit of people.
My conclusion is that if we want the illness to be cured and the people are going to the hospitals but they don't have enough money, there's no point in sending vehicles.
Any other points of contradiction? Please go.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I would like to ask my co-delegate that there are PHEs limits which are in every area which is set up by the government, the primary healthcare care centers. So, what is so different that we have sent a mobile plan out there when we have a primary healthcare center where people go for basic diseases? And I would like to also ask, what do you think the cost will be set up for the chronic diseases? Because the cost for the medical equipment nowadays is gone high. So, what is the plan for that?
Alright. Any motion on the floor?
Thanks for acknowledging me, Chair. So my motion is distribution of sanitary pads to women in villages. It is crucial for promoting menstrual hygiene. It requires less investment but promotes good health. Thank you.
Do you have a plan of action for it?
Basically distributing sanitary pads to villages.
Any point of support? Points of contradiction? Member on the XIII.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I feel like the pads and sanitary pads in the provided to the tribal people, how many days do you think this will be possible? Like just for some 10 or 5? That's it, right? Again, people will know. Where do you find these sanitary pads? It's just a fancy thing provided to them, right? I mean, like just for 10 to 20 days, not all the year and all the lifetime, right?
Any other points of contradiction?
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. So, my co-delegate said that giving sanitary pads to people in rural areas, it may affect their health because nowadays in rural people they use cloth, and it's a natural thing, right? So, giving sanitary may affect their area or their health and etc. To this, I can give a suggestion that we can provide a cloth sanitary pads. Cloth.
Any
I
point of
can
contradiction? Money.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. I don't understand how sanitation napkins can be good for someone, it can be bad for someone's health. As a woman, coming speaking from a woman, how do you think cloths are long lasting? It's gone, it's back in 19th century, and that was the main reason why we went to pads. I don't think cloths are going to work in this generation right now. You're going back to 90s, you're not moving forward, you're going back. So I don't think it's a sustainable idea, and it's absolutely like not relevant to the topic. I don't think it's sustainable. Thank you.
Want to answer it?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging.
All right, the floor is open for debate.
And because of sanitary pads, most of the women are facing with cancers and some more health issues which cannot be come out of, I mean, can't express to the society, right? So do you know most of the doctors know what is happening with that sanitary pad?
I don't think any doctor recommends you to use cloth instead of a sanitary napkin. I don't think that's feasible at all. How are you supposed to? Don't you think that's going to cause more issues in the environment? Do you think that's not safe for the women using a cloth 24/7 and washing the same cloth and reusing it again?
If you wash it properly with a
How will you wash your own? How many times will you wash a sanitary napkin or a cloth? Sorry. I would like to conclude my speech. I don't think using cloth instead of sanitary napkin is something which we are going forward. It's going back to what we were in the 19th century, and it's absolutely not feasible.
I want to conclude that sanitary pads are very harmful for women nowadays. I recommend to use only cloth pads. That's it. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any other convictions? Bhavish?
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. I think so we are deviating from the motion he proposed, that we are to give sanitary pads to the women in rural areas, because it is not sustainable. For how many years are we going to do it? Can I ask the person who raised the motion?
Could you please repeat?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. We were deviating from the main motion requested from the fellow delegate, that we give sanitary pads to women in rural, and there was a debate for plastic sanitary pads and cloth pads. But I want to ask the fellow delegate for how many years that he wants to do giving of sanitary pads, because it is not sustainable. Can you do it for more than 10 years? Because sanitary pads are necessity and used every month by hundreds of people in rural areas. So that would be my question to the fellow delegate. Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Zoe.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. As my coordinator has mentioned that giving sanitary napkins is not sustainable, but we can use a menstruation cup also, and there are many reusable bags also. So we can use them.
Any points of support?
Good afternoon, folks. I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Ritesh Reddy. President of Streetco's Hyderabad for the year 2021 to 22, and the chairperson of HYA Season 12, and the current president of the RFC board, and the city member for Streetco's Hyderabad. Sania Mohammed, Vice President of Streetco's Hyderabad for the year 2021 to 22, Chairperson Culture of HYA Season 12, Alumni Association member of Streetco's for 2022 to 24, and the current Chief of Branding of the RFC board. Nihal Krishna, Vice President Regional Expansion and Policy Governance, and the current President of Streetco's board, and the current Vice President Public Relations of the RFC board. Harshit, Associate President Logistics and Operations, Public Relations and Fundraising Head of Streetco's Hyderabad for the year 2021 to 2022. and the current Vice President, Operations and Logistics of the RFC Board. Thank you folks for joining us. Hope you have a great time.
We'd like Dr. HYDERABAD to address the assembly.
Yeah, good evening everybody. It's my privilege and honor to be here this evening to be part of this Hyderabad Youth Assembly. Thank you for having me over here and looking at the way you are debating and looking at the way you are trying to solve the problems, especially for health. I think that is something that is really given me also some insights of how you look at a problem. So thank you, Chair, and thank you the leadership for this privilege to speak. Well, on a lighter note, when you're all talking about motion passed, there's one thing that gives joy for a surgeon. Whenever I go to rounds to take care of my patient, the first question we ask the patient, have you passed motion? You know what? When the patient passes motion, actually the surgeon is very happy. That's how we look at the recovery of the patient, especially after we do a bowel surgery. When things are all settled well for the patient, how they're doing well. So that is something that very kind of surprising, but that's how it looks at. So, but one thing that I noticed as you guys were discussing about, the delegates discussing about good health and well-being. I think somebody defined good health as it's not just absence of a disease, but it is also it's also mental health. It's not just absence of a disease, but it is absence of what? No, it's a state of well-being, not just physical, but mental, social, right? And also spiritual. So it is a holistic health. When you talk about health, it is not just absence of a physical disease, but it is also mental, social, and spiritual health. So that is something that in a broader term, you look at health and the well-being. But as a cancer surgeon, what I look at as a issue that comes up is today why we have so much of inequity. We have an issue of lack of access to the healthcare. If you look at, there's a gross disparities. If you look at, right? See, for example, I'll let you know about 50% of cancer care centers are in metro cities in the country. Districts do not have access to cancer care facility at all. Just look at the problem of cancer and other NCDs that we look at, right? Like diabetes, hypertension, and cancer. The incidence is increasing day by day, but we're not doing enough for it. Just to give a small, kind of an update, every 1 in 8 is suffering with obesity. That's what you read a couple of days back, right, in the newspaper. Globally, it's a big problem. Look at cancer, right? It's one of the top 5 leading causes. I like the idea of discussing about the sanitary pads. Right? Somebody was discussing they might cause cancer. Probably. Let me answer you at this point of time. I think there's more hype and sensationalization in the media about sanitary pads causing cancer. At this point of time, there's not enough data to say that they are carcinogenic per se. Although there are some deodorants and some perfumes they add, some chemicals like benzene and all might increase the risk. But at this point of time, let's not also spread false news so that what is good for the people is not used by them. So in that sense, I think there's responsibility. But as a cancer surgeon, I've been in this field for about 2 decades now. I look pretty young for 2 decades of practice probably. But one thing I can tell you, for the last 15 years, every Friday has been my day to go to a community hospital in Nizamabad. And the reason I'm sharing this story with you is, as I see that there is so much of equity, equity gap, right? There is no cancer center for 5 districts around this place. That's when we thought we should bridge the gap in the cancer care and establish a cancer center in this, in this place, which caters to 5 districts, not just giving cancer surgery and chemotherapies, but also access to radiotherapy. As you all know, radiotherapy equipment is very expensive. The minimum cost for radiotherapy machine is about $2 million. So that's the reason most of the corporates won't go to the communities, because it is prohibitively, expensive to establish and maintain and sustain it, and the recovery cost is not that much, encouraging for them. So given that, I think how can we really, bridge this gap? How can we really go to their doorstep and do something meaningful? Just to give an example, cancer today in my practice, 2/3 of cancers we see in late stages. That is the problem statement. About 75% of the cancer that we treat in India is in late stage, that is stage 3 and stage 4. We all know early detection helps in cure. Right? We all know that prevention is better than cure. But even today, even in the present era of so much of technological advancement, looking at generative AI, looking at so much of advancement in tech space, still we are struggling with these basic fundamental issues of access, right, equity, and also affordability. I think these are the fundamental challenges for any problem. So now, how do we address this? We started about 10 years ago a concept, through a non-profit called Grace Cancer Foundation, wherein we looked at how can we, reduce the cancer burden in the society. That was our singular goal. For that, we had, with this, vision, we looked at 4 pillars as our mission. We looked at education as one means to beat this disease. We all know that awareness is fundamental. Right now, see, we have so many taboos, right? People think taking a vaccine for cervical cancer is not good. Even we have a preventable cancer. In our lifetime, one cancer can be eliminated. Which is that cancer? Which is that cancer? Is polio cancer. One cancer can be eliminated in our lifetime. Do you know that? It is second most common cancer in women in this country. Second most common cancer. Breast cancer is number 1. Somebody said HPV, right? So cervical cancer is the second most common cancer. Cervical cancer is mostly seen in the low and middle income countries. There is so much of gross disparity where this disease occurs. Again, this goes back to the point of hygiene and the practices and all that. So that's where again, using safe, hygienic practices, including pads and sustainable methods for that also makes some sense. Good news is that the cervical cancer incidence is slowly reducing, but still India has got pretty high number compared to any other Western world. So now one cancer can be eliminated for sure. Isn't it something that we should immediately look at that? I think as young people, I don't know how many girls here have taken a vaccine for human papillomavirus. I think that would be a starting point, even as we debate here and think so many things. What is it that you can do? Forget about what you cannot change at a higher level, probably, which is not just beyond your control. But what is it that you can do? Can you take HPV vaccine and tell 10 people to take this HPV vaccine? Which age it is given? 10 to 19. Okay, so ideal age is about 10 to 11 years of age, and before marriage or before the onset of sexual activity, that's when the infection, because this virus is sexually transmitted and it's very commonly seen. 80 to 90% of women are infected with HPV. It is not a very unique infection that you try to identify. That's the reason what I meant to say is that take action at your level. The simplest thing that you can do is you can become an advocate for this vaccination. I'm sure there is no controversy as far as HPV vaccination is concerned. About 10 years back, there was a little bit of concern when a trial was conducted in place like Khammam or Karimnagar, where somebody had a rash or a fever, and then it was all blown out of proportion. There's so much of negative news can always harm the control of one cancer. So even as the WHO has given a guidelines that by 2030 they want to see cervical cancer globally in the month of October. It's called Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So that is the month that we choose for about 3 months. We sensitize and ask people to adopt healthy lifestyle. One of the simplest means of preventing cancer is physical activity. People don't pay attention to this. Physical activity reduces a lot of diseases, including cardiac, diabetic, hypertension, and even cancer. So how many people adopt this? What is cheap and simple is difficult to practice many times. So I think this kind of a behavioral change that we can easily bring in and make an impact to the communities at large. So with that, I think I just want to encourage each one of you to think aloud, especially look at how technology helps us scale the problems, solve the problems that we are looking at today. I think technology definitely is going to help, and we are looking at some AI solutions in a smartphone. Just to give an example, a smartphone can take a picture of the oral cavity and it can tell you the propensity, the risk of it being a cancer. Systematically, that's what we did when we worked with XIII Hyderabad at scale to see a simple solution which can detect early. So similarly, you can have so many ideas and you can think through and make some research and innovation so that you will have a sustainable, scalable solution for the problem that we are looking at. So with that, I think the problem is real. I request each one of you to join this movement in whichever way you can to make healthcare accessible to everybody and affordable to all, and more importantly, each one of you stay healthy. Thank you so much for your time.
We'd like to invite Ritesh Reddy, the former chairperson, to present the memento to the chief guest.
Like to invite former chairperson Ritesh Reddy to start.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, as Dennis suggested that we will go with a very basic exercise. Dennis, go ahead.
Okay, I don't see everyone Pankunara.
How was lunch? Then?
No, it was so great that they're sleeping. This is
Got it.
Yeah, second time. Yeah, I know. Fine. But are you all awake?
Are you all woke?
I can't hear.
Yes.
అది కొంతమంది పడుకున్నారు కొంతమంది వేస్తున్నారు.
Ritesh, for the record, all the members do not like the activity which I make them do. So if at all you think that they're not active, you can just ask me to do the activity. I'll be glad to do it.
Fine, they can do it, of course. anything can be done, right? So I request a very small activity to make sure that your active presence is being heard in the assembly. We'll ensure a very small activity which is about following my commands and you're making sit and stand. That's it. Right? No way. So I request every member to please stand. Follow my commands. Implement it.
Yeah.
Stand.
The OC also has to stand in the end. Yeah.
Sit.
No exception.
Stand. Sit. 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 Stand. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Stand. Sit. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. 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 Stand. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Thanks for your quick exercise, and I hope you're again back to your senses so that we will wind it up the last motion with the utmost vibe, right? So before I move forward, so I would like to congratulate the complete HY13 team, the OC and the chair for doing this fabulous work. So we are, as we're going with health and well-being, any emotions on the floor? Member to the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And my motion for well-being and good health is making wet waste into manure, and it is used by farmers and villagers. This wet waste can be practiced into manure like machines, which cost nearly 1,000 for a machine. Like we can provide many machines in a village. Like we can go to many villages and we can provide it. It's also.
I see a lot of contradictions, but could you please explain the plan of action?
Can I say it?
Yeah, you can.
యాక్చువల్గా ఈ ప్లాన్ ఎట్లా అంటే ఇప్పుడు విలేజెస్కి వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళకి లైక్ మాన్యూర్ డస్ట్బిన్స్ వాళ్ళు తినే వెట్ వేస్ట్ కానీ ఐ మీన్ వెట్ వేస్ట్ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో వాళ్ళు వాడిన తర్వాత దే కెన్ మేక్ ఇన్ టు మాన్యూర్ అనమాట. లైక్ ఇప్పుడు ఇట్స్ లైక్ ఎ ఫ్యాన్సీ స్టఫ్ యూజ్డ్ ఇన్ మోర్ రిచ్ పీపుల్స్ హౌస్. లైక్ చాలామంది ఇళ్ళల్లో లేదు ఇప్పుడు మన మిడిల్ క్లాసెస్ అయితే. లైక్ చాలామంది ఏం చేస్తున్నారంటే whoever grows terrace, like I mean example you all saw Samantha growing plants, right? So she makes that manure from this machine. It costs nearly 1,000 rupees, and we can also buy it and make it into manure, and this will help farmers to get rid of pesticides and using fertilizers and chemicals.
Thank you, got it. Before I move for the contradictions, support from any side?
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate is mentioning about the very fact about the price, So it is 1,000 rupees, right? So first I would like to ask my co-delegate, with 1,000 rupees of machine, how much wet waste are you going to turn into manure, first of all? I mean, to produce very large amount of energy to the wet waste, it is very time taking, number one, and with you need to produce so much of energy, you need tons and tons of wet waste, which is not at all possible, right? Then how it is feasible, I would like to explain it.
I declare the house open between Nihal and the contestant member.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And I contradict whatever he says. Like, see, అదేమి పెద్ద మెషిన్ కాదు. Like, it's like a dustbin అంతే. Dustbin ఎంత ఉంటుందో అంత. 2 days లో manure అనేది form అయిపోతుంది.
So which means you can only turn the wet waste only to the size of a dustbin, right? That is what you are trying to mention. Which means the farmers cannot use more than that.
Farmland ఇప్పుడు
Which means I have 2 acres. Which means I have to daily produce the dustbin amount of size for the entire 2 acres. So that's what you're trying to. That is all right, because based on the size you are going to produce the energy, right?
Manure we don't use daily to farm, right?
Then why are we even giving if you are not doing it daily?
Weekly once ఒకసారి manure వేస్తే it's like enough, right?
Enough for how much of land? That is what I am going to
How
ask.
much of land I can't estimate.
Then that is not at all a feasible project. Right? When you, because based on the land, based on the amount of energy, based on the waste which we are going to determine. So if I have 2 acres, if I have 1 acre of land, with that small machine, how much of manure can I use for 2 acres of land? That is what I am going to ask. That's not even feasible, right?
I don't have answer.
Thanks for the participation, members. You may take your seat. Any motion on the floor? Okay, before we move forward, the other announcement.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Alok Jaiswal, Vice Chairman, Permanent Chair, Street Course, former President, Street Course Gold, former Vice Chair, HYA Season 1. We acknowledge your presence, sir. Thank you for having us here.
Yeah, motion on the floor. Something unique, something different, something practically implemented. Pretty sure about all these 5 people. And what is the last?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Good health and well-being. In order to ensure good health and well-being, we need to ensure that people are able to travel safely. And staying in Hyderabad, we might not be aware, but there are places around Hyderabad where the roads are not proper, they're filled with potholes, while there are no street lights present only on the roads. And this the unavailability of lights, it hinders the visibility of the drivers. And also, according to reports from Times of India, the most fatal crashes take place in the night time, which show the importance of visibility for a driver. I would like to raise a motion to use radium polymer tape, also known as the reflective tape that we use on vehicles, to be used on roads wherever there's a space we can find where there's real estate, and then on roads and pillars where there's obstacles, poles, etc. It is very economical. 50 meters of this tape is around 500-600 rupees, and this is a very implementable motion, I feel.
So your idea is about putting on the radium stickers on the roads, especially in the corner edge or danger exits and all.
Exactly, yeah.
But in terms of how are you as a HYM member going to take it, because it's a very huge responsibility. If you take any specific city also, there are a lot of area to cover. How do you go with the count of 50 and ensure that it's being fulfilled on in a good initiative?
We can do as much as we are capable of. Just because it's a huge task, we can't just sit here and be scared of it. We can just do a little portion. We can at least save few people from getting into accidents. I think that will be for a good cause.
Got it. Points of support? No points of support here. Delegate? Contradictions? Member to the left.
I contradict his point because
Go on.
because nighttime if we put radium lights, it see some people like they will drink and drive. We can't avoid that, right? I mean, making accidents of that we can't make it.
Any more contradictions on the floor? Strong one.
Really?
Bhaveshri.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My only point of contradiction would be there are thousands of people dying from diseases, and you are just targeting a minor of population to save them from accidents. So, would it come under road safety and etc. other than good health and well-being? That would be my point.
Thanks, Delegate. And I request all the people who tap their tables to contact the points, please participate in the contradiction also. That's very important. Right? And any more contradictions? Strong contradictions for you? Anyone? Last year? Then India. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as you said that we are focusing on the road traffic accidents, I would like to tell you that the SDG 3 Good Health and Wellbeing also focuses on reducing the road traffic accidents, that is for the pedestrians and cyclists. Thank you.
Cool. Any new motions on the floor? Unique? Sure. Regarding implementation, budget. When is this right?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is to create an awareness on health insurance policies, through which it empowers our communities with the knowledge and understanding the significance and role health insurance plays and ensures financial securities and access quality health care. My plan of action for this is organizing a workshop and seminars in collaboration with health care professionals and insurance experts to address the common misconceptions and concentrates on health insurance. And we can also contribute with combine with the insurance companies with the simple policies, documentations, and make information easily understandable for general public.
Who will be your audience? Or any will go with the support? Anyone on the floor? You know, supporting the point by conflicting a lot. Contradictions? The one who didn't speak since morning? Everyone? That's a good job, sir. Over to my right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. We are HY members, right? I don't think it is our responsibility, like our job to do a LIC agent's job. But it is important for a person, right?
The floor is not open for debate. You may speak. Any motion on the floor? Please, no awareness, no workshops. You sure? Now to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, I would like to support my fellow delegates who had great ideas about doing workshops on depression and mental health, and collaborating with a psychology student, maybe a short film on depression. But I don't think those are going to work, because most of the friends don't even attend street cause events. I don't think they'll attend workshops. My motion regarding mental health is that, according to a survey in Telangana, mental health is most ignored health in Telangana. And it is the third most cases of mental disorders Telangana has now. So I propose a basic idea of donating hospital beds needed in mental state. In irregular mental hospitals also, the beds needed are really needed. So I think basic needs are beds. So I think we can donate beds, and it will be a budget of totally 50 to 70,000 of beds. I think basic needs are feasible and doable.
Yeah, so I would like to make a clear difference here. There's a difference between mental health and mental illness. So you're talking about mental illness, you want to support the people who you want to go to the hospital.
Yes.
That's enough. Yes. And you also mentioned Telangana is having an issue in terms of mental health. It is not in regional base, it is global base. So every country on the planet have an issue in terms of mental health. Okay. So any points of support? Number to the right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I think this motion is really good. Like able to provide the basic necessity at the hospital so that the not only higher economic people are having the good beds, but the lower economic people are also able to have proper bed, and we are able to provide that basic needs. Not in all the hospitals, but if we start from the basic targets and then we can reach. So I think that's a good initiative and a motion which HYA can help with.
Cool. I think next your favorite contradictions. Strong contradiction, please. Go to the last.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me. As my co-delegate had mentioned that about mental disorder, right? So I think it is not feasible because normally manam elli cheppaleru because we are not that educated. There is more than psychology students. Even psychology students are studying on psychology, so we can't assure that manam stable, manam elli valaki help cheyochu ante. We would like to thank Ritesh Reddy for sharing this.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And I'd like to invite Alok Jaiswal to chair this meeting.
Any new motions on the floor? Delegate to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion today. Cervical cancer is very vital, to be honest, and if not an awareness program, we can also go for partnering up with hospitals which would be willing to provide or sponsor cervical cancer vaccines to a limited amount of people in a village or 2 or 3 villages. And the last awareness program is about the effect of carbide on hematological parameters of life forms, which is carbide which is being used on the fruits and vegetables now these days. We can't do much about that, but we can educate people that carbide which is being used in the fruits is harmful for us. And instead of carbide, we have an alternative which is ethylene. Ethylene is also a natural plant hormone which can be used in the ripening of fruits.
Thank you so much for your motion. Do you have any statistics about the first 2 points? And can you throw some more light on whether they are, already awareness programs or what are the government initiatives that are happening? What is
the different thing that HY is going to do here, if in case it's an awareness program?
Yes, sure. Thank you for acknowledging me. To be honest, there are government programs. I don't have the statistics, but there are government programs, but I don't see many people who got the cervical cancer vaccine. In our college, I study in GNRMA Institute, which is a girls' college, and we have been asked if everyone has gotten the cervical cancer vaccine, and half of the people don't even know what cervical cancer is. So I would suggest we start with our own SC colleges, given the fact that many people in our own college don't know what a cervical cancer is, and they don't even know the age limit of cervical cancer vaccine, which is from 13 years to 45 years. Thank you.
Any points of support? To my extreme right, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think I completely am in support with my fellow delegate. I think I've had a personal share of experience myself when I was told to get a cervical cancer vaccine in the hospital. My mother had a very weird reaction to it because she thought it was some stigma or some taboo attached to it and it was absolutely unnecessary. It was just similar to the fear which people had before taking the COVID-19 vaccine because they were not completely aware of what it was, or mostly they were scared of the side effects. So I think more awareness on this can bring a lot of light and also help in implementing the issue better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more points of support? Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I completely agree with my fellow delegates' points, and I would like to add to that as we need to create awareness regarding contraceptives, use of contraceptives, especially in villages, as you know, like many families in villages, they are unable to afford to have more family members in their house. Like, and due to that, and due to lack of awareness of contraceptives or sex education in general, the population is increasing. Like you have seen, like the Indian population is increasing, especially in rural areas, which is not helping them in any way or to the economy as well, and especially to girl children in general. And due to that, there till date there is like dumping of girl babies in dustbins and everything just because they don't want it. They are considering it as an unwanted pregnancies. And many yes.
Alright. Any points of contradiction to the original motion? No, is that a raised placard? No.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I would like to ask one question to my co-delegate, which is, we are mentioning about the importance of giving awareness, which is fine. But I would like to even ask you the impact of it. Till what time we'll keep on educating them? First of all, honestly, the subject which we learn from childhood only will not remember properly. How can you, this such a stigma topic, how can you go to villages and keep on educating them on and on and on, but still at certain point of time, it is the external factors which decide what is their mindset. So it is not just we going and educating them, it is not going to be an immediate change. It takes very, very, very ample amount of time to literally change the mindset. Why? Because before we going there, the external factors is what their mindset is dependent on. So at very, very, for you to implement this, it takes very, very, very huge amount of time, which is not at all impactful, not at all feasible. Thank you.
We'll take new motions on the floor, and for the previous motion we'll have the vote count and then we'll decide. Any new motions on the floor, please? Yes. Sorry, I cannot see your name.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my motion is about health and wellness from the perspective of yoga as lifestyle. As a teenager myself, I want to focus on teenage students of any gender as we face many emotional, physiological and hormonal issues that we go through during this time. By helping these teenagers to keep their mental and physical health intact, they will be able to manage various challenges they face. So my plan of action is to do a one-day workshop for teenagers in schools, orphanages and hostels of rural, semi-urban and urban areas, where we'll be covering a mix of theory and practical awareness of yoga in 2 sessions. One is before lunch and after lunch. In this workshop, we'll introduce the specific yoga asanas, pranayamas, techniques through which a teenager can combat physical and mental issues they face and gain strength and stability in a holistic way. So this can be accomplished. My relative who has an experience, she's an expert in the field of yoga for over 25 plus years. And I've asked her this question. I've shared her my idea of this workshop, and I asked her, is this effective? Is one-day workshop effective? She said it is definitely 101% effective, and she's willing to train few volunteers for about this particular workshop she'll be training, and also providing us with a professional who could help us, and also the students with any doubts regarding this subject. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any points of support? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. I support whatever my co-delegate said. Mental health is very important in teenagers' life. Yoga and nowadays it's like fancy item, going to gym and building up. It's not at all good for health. And yoga practice may give good mental health.
Any more points of support before we take any contribution? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to support original motion of my fellow delegates to have 1 or 2 days of yoga practice sessions in rural areas, semi-urban areas, because most of the people don't know yoga as a practice, and because just as our chief guest has said that even spiritual health and well-being also considers as good health and well-being under the sustainable development goal. So having a yoga session would actually help and ease up mind. Even if it is a 10-minute meditation, it could clear a lot of distress in your mind, because I have practically have done it, and most of my fellow classmates and people have done it. So this is a good idea. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Yes, please. White, please.
I don't understand how a 2-day workshop is going to help people's well-being, like mental health and physical health altogether. Because if people practice yoga every day, it's going to help them for sure. But a 2-day workshop, do you think they'll do it every day again after you conduct workshop? I don't think so. This is feasible at all.
Okay. Any more points of contradiction? Just to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, I would like to oppose a support which she said, stating that going to gym is not good, which is totally wrong. Going to gym also helps in mental health and well-being. And coming back to the yoga point, the delegate mentioned doing yoga after eating lunch or before lunch. There are different timings in which yoga has to be done. I myself am a practitioner, and yoga after lunch is not always advisable, and yoga, when we do it in the wrong way, it generates a lot of heat in our body, which in turn harms us. Yoga can help us, but can also harm us when there is no professional helping us. And a 2-day workshop is definitely not going to help us.
Maybe she meant Shavasana only after lunch break.
thank you, Alodana, for sharing your views. I would like to invite Sandhya, former chairperson of the HYDERABAD Club, to chair us.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think a country's good health, economic status, everything mainly depends upon the infant and maternal. Yes, addressing the vaccines, I think we can raise awareness, especially because these deaths are mainly caused due to a lack of vaccines, for example, jaundice, cholera, TB, etc. So I think this is a small initiative which can be used and cause greater impacts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any points of support? No points of support? Is everybody sleeping again? You sure? So you don't want to support the motion raised by your co-delegate? Alright, any points of contradiction? Alright, Satvik.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would like to contradict the point that vaccines aren't available. Government is giving free vaccines to the newborns. So I don't think we should especially give them new vaccines. Another point which I want to contradict is, no milk powder in this world is advisable for a newborn baby. Only a mother's breast milk is only advisable till the baby attains the age of at least 10 to 15 years. Till then, till 5 years, and then after that you can use it.
Thanks for lighting up the mood, Satvik. Your point was very valid, but at the end, thanks for that. I think everybody needed that energy. Any more points of contradiction? Alright, let's move on to the next motion. One last motion. We've been receiving checks from this delegate called Sriraja. Yes, you may go ahead. I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but could you hold the mic closer? Yeah, clear. Closer.
Okay.
Yes.
I need 2 minutes time of this house. So I would like to speak about a disease called thalassemia. So thalassemia is a genetic blood disorder where the body produces abnormal hemoglobin leading to anemia. So basically it makes the body's red blood cells not function properly, or it do not generate red blood cells. So it has 2 cases, major and minor cases. when thalassemia is a major issue, it can affect the unborn baby while still in the womb because it's passed down through genes. In minor cases, there are usually no symptoms present. So it's like for every 15 to 20 days, the thalassemia patient has to get injected by blood. So it basically needs a lot of blood. So there's an organization called Blood Warriors who has been treating these thalassemia patients. They have been collecting funds and they have also been collecting blood donation camps. One can only know if they are thalassemia patient by taking the HPLC test. It is of 800 rupees.
Member, could you please summarize the motion?
Yes, so basically thalassemia is a disorder and each and every person and anyone may have that thalassemia and no symptoms are actually shown in that disease. So I think basically it needs blood. So we can organize a blood donation camp where people can donate blood. For example, AB negative blood, it's a rarest blood group. So one of my relative who has been thalassemia patient, he is of AB negative group and he has faced a lot of issues for the blood. So I feel...
Delegate, I'm so sorry I'm having to interrupt you, but yes, we got your point. So your motion is about organizing a blood donation camp.
Blood donation camp and as well as an awareness camp to make people know about thalassemia.
Done. Thank you so much. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Pramit.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as my co-delegate has said, she wants to organize a blood donation camp. So, I want to ask you one thing, delegate. Do you know about Red Cross generally? Red Cross. So they do generally organize, right? Then what makes the difference between them and us? There's nothing different, right? In your idea.
Delegate, you may answer. The house is open for debate. But please wind up. We are running short of time.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So basically Red Cross also organizes, but as far as I have seen, like many people do not know about thalassemia. So I feel from our HYA we can extend our help and make people know what thalassemia is because I have seen people who are facing that issue.
As you were in the house, one of our co-delegate has said regarding the awareness, right? He said that awareness is the process, it takes a long process. It's a long process to educate the people.
Yes, of course, it's a long process.
It's really a long process.
Yes, of course, but people should know about thalassemia, right? People should know about diseases
But
that are
it
spreading.
takes time, right? It takes time,
But
right?
people should know how can they simply face diseases just like that. They should know prevention, they should know the cure.
When you do the projects, you'll be having a time of 3 to 4 months, right? So how can you educate the people within 3 to 4 months?
Delegate, I am so sorry I'm having to interrupt you, but her motion was about organizing a blood donation camp.
But she was also telling about the awareness of the thalassemia, right? So how can she educate the people in 3 to 4 months? That's my question.
Can you quickly give a plan of action on how you would want to, go ahead with this one project of the awareness camp? Where do you want to do it? Just that.
Yes, sure. Thank you for reminding. So basically, as I've said before, there's an organization called Blood Warriors and I personally know them. So we can actually collaborate or else we can speak with them and we can, in a huge amount, we can spread awareness so that each and everyone can know about thalassemia.
Pranit, you could go ahead, but just one last
So, as one more thing, Streetcars does not collaborate with anyone basically. So, don't try to think of the collaboration first.
Alright, thank you so much, folks. Yes, Alokana, you would like to go.
I think the delegate's point was more about doing blood donation camps for thalassemia patients, and despite Red Cross and other organizations being there have been organizations who've been reaching out to streetcars, and especially us when we were active on the field, there were so many people who were reaching out to us, especially for thalassemia patients, because they need regular blood, and there are hardly any blood donors, especially who know about thalassemia. So I think you can do the blood donation camp and also the awareness around the blood donation.
Thank you so much, Ayodhya. I'd like to highlight something since we were talking about blood donation camp. Last year, for HYDERABAD, we lost one of our OC members to cancer, and at the last stages, we really needed blood for him. So, being a part of that entire phase, we do realize how important blood donation and the entire concept of blood donation is important. So I really suggest the HY13 to take the project up, because not just for that one incident, but every day there are a lot of messages on our SC groups asking for blood, and there's a lot of necessity. So even if you think that there cannot be a huge impact in terms of awareness, it is definitely going to help a lot of people out there, and we've seen how much importance it holds. So I really think HY13 has to take it up. Thank you so much for that motion, Shreelaja. Alright. Let's go for voting. First motion, providing people with vitamin supplements, especially to children below the age of 5. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Providing medical kits and nutrition kits to people. With the motion? Medical kits and nutrition kits. Against the motion? Motion not passed. Providing mental health awareness sessions to 75k plus people. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Sending a mobile health van to rural areas every 2 weeks. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Distribution of sanitary pads to rural area women. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. You've gone against all the motions that I've read so far. Do you want to do projects on this topic or not? Are you sure you want to execute this? Alright. Now for that, just don't raise your placards for every motion that I read now. Awareness of HPV vaccines and cervical cancer. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Converting wet waste into manure to avoid the use of pesticides. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Using radium polymer sticker tape to prevent accidents. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Awareness on health insurance policies. With the motion? Against the motion? Donating beds in hospitals for... I'm so sorry. Awareness on health insurance policies. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Donating beds in hospitals for mentally ill patients. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Awareness about sex education in government schools. Those with the motion? Against the motion? I think we should go for voice vote. Those with the motion say aye, and against the motion say nay. Those with the motion? Aye. Against the motion? Nay. Again, with the motion? Aye. Against the motion? Nay. Motion passed. Awareness on carbide usage on vegetable or fruits and advantages of ethylene usage. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Awareness on pregnancies and abortions. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Awareness on yoga and conducting workshops. Those with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion dismissed. Providing the underprivileged with vaccines for infants and other nutritional supplements. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Organizing blood donation camps and awareness campaign on thalassemia. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Awareness on substance abuse, providing mental health support and especially educate parents. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. Providing disability and rehabilitation services. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion dismissed. I'd like to add one point. So, in all the 18 motions that I've just read, I've only seen a lot of awareness sessions. Folks, remember, HY is a lot more than just awareness sessions. You've raised a lot of money, so ensure that you're putting it to the right use, to the right projects, and not just awareness sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanya, for sharing this. With this, we come to the end of all the 4 goals that has to be discussed today. Moving on, we will now be nominating the top fundraisers of HY Phase 2, and based on that, we will have a tea break of 15-20 minutes where you can go and pitch about yourself and talk about why you have to be elected and why other members have to vote for you. Based on, apart from those members whom we have nominated, any other member who believes that they are worthy of the positions of chair projects as well as vice chairs can come towards the chair table and convince us on why we have to nominate them for these positions. We will be having 1 chair projects and 4 vice chairs as discussed and explained to you in the induction. We will be letting you know the list of the top fundraisers who shall be nominated, but by then, since we have a minute for it, how many of you think will be in that list? Face to members. Okay, I see 3 hands. That's it. Nobody else think that they would be nominated.
Only 4 people.
How was the fundraising experience? Huh? How was the fundraising experience, folks? Bad. Sad. Mad. What the elections? I would not consider our fundraising as Chanda elections. Dhruva, you want to talk something? It was great. How many of you think it was great? 2. You raised your hand previously? Bhavya? It was not so great, but you think you'll be nominated? Confidence?
And who else? No one else thinks they'll be nominated. Okay, Srinija thinks she'll be nominated. Do you think? Okay, let's change the question. Who wants to be the upcoming vice chairs and, aspiring to be the chair projects of HY Phase 2, Scene 13? Okay. So, folks, can any one person tell me how was your first day into fundraising? In the room? No. Okay. You want to speak up? Yeah.
So, I started with the fundraising early. I would say it was a mixed experience. Yes, it was great, but the amounts that I collected were also like varying. Like some amounts were this and some amounts were that. I came across people with different mentalities when I was collecting. Yes, obviously, like some people I expected that okay, they'll have this type of mentality. But I came across some interesting views that I was actually not pissed or just didn't take it negatively. But okay, I was like, okay, these type of thinking also exists when it comes to stuff. Because I'll tell you the pros. Okay, the positive views I received and the negative views I received as well. So coming to the positive views I received, where people started encouraging that okay, I was doing something, like good. I was doing something empowering. Okay, I was doing something for myself for the first time, at least after a long time, and they started encouraging me that I'm working for a good cause at this age. While coming to the negative views, I wouldn't actually label them negative, so as to say, but I would say it's because of lack of awareness or it's because of the mentality, like their approach towards social welfare or people in general. So I received so people who were willing to just lose even 5,000 or 10,000 rupees were not even willing to contribute 100 rupees. I am not judging them, but I'm just saying that kind of people I came across. And I came across few people who told me that they were not willing to contribute just because they don't want to get attached to the bad karma by contributing. So that was an interesting view to note. And so many of my college mates and also like my adults in my life, they just discouraged me because they were like I was going off track with my.
Just through 1 week of fundraising, she learned this much. Okay, how many of you face the same thing as her? Okay, all of you almost. Okay. That's great to listen because that is necessary in order to become a better version of yourself and also to learn the necessary lessons that you would learn at some point in your life and you're learning it right now. But what do you think are the roles of vice chair and chair projects? Anyone? Siyanza, you are already done. So I want some other person. Okay, one person tell me about chair projects. What do you think are the roles and responsibilities of chair projects?
Keep the projects on track and not falling outwards, and keep a constant progress and updation so that the funds are utilized for the right projects at the right time and not delaying, because most of the projects which we now discussed can be wasted, because after buying RO plans and other things, if you keep it aside, there would be a disinvestment or it would lead to reduction in their usage. So keeping the projects on the right track would be
Alright. I got it. What do you think is the roles and responsibilities of vice chair? Someone else. Who wants to answer? Okay, one. Phase 1 members already. Okay, Dhruva. We have Dhruva. Anyone else? Siyanza, you already got it. Okay, Dhruva. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Mitchell. So, basically, chairperson ki help చేస్తూ assisting them and like వాళ్ళకి allocate చేసిన goal కి దాని మీద వాళ్ళు new projects ఇంకా దాని మీద work చేసుకుంటారు కదా, assisting the members who are there.
Got it. So, all the members who are present in phase 2 right now will be divided into four goals, and each goal is
headed by a vice chair. The vice chair is responsible for all the projects that are being held, that are being executed in that particular goal from the beginning to the end. And where to invest what funds and what impact has to be created and how to get the service. Everything is managed end to end by the vice chair, obviously along with all the members. So yeah, that is the rules and responsibility for vice chair. At chair projects, it is a combination of all four roles. So yeah, that is it. Let us look at the list of all the nominees.
So, the top 10 candidates that shall be directly nominated, top 14 candidates actually, shall be directly nominated by chair. We have the top one is Bhavishri. Dhruva. You can please get your placards in front of you. Shri Hansa, Venkat, Roshika, Vaishnavi, Pavitra, Mallikarjun, Siddharth, Devendra, Nivya, Sahasra, Manan, Manushri, all right.
Wants to stand for the voting elections. How much time?
Each person has 30 seconds. Raise your placards high throughout so that every member can see your placards. Sunay, please call out names and time for 30 seconds. Placard.
Mention your name clearly, show your placard up high so that they'll remember your names. Okay?
Oh, good job. Give it. Please mention why you are being yeah, for what we're standing. Is it vice chair or chair projects? Okay?
Roshita.
Hello everyone, I'm Roshita Reddy. If you see, I didn't speak anything about the motions or the open speeches because pretty much honest, I'm not ready for it and I literally didn't prepare anything. I was busy with my own events and I was only concentrating on collecting funds. I collected almost 30k and you can see my consistency and I am nominating for vice chair. I think consistency is important for vice chair, right? To always assist the chair or... Thank you guys.
Venkat. Who is Venkat? Venkat. Srihansa.
Good evening, fellow delegates. So I'm contesting for vice chairperson. So I would like to tell only one thing. See, I collected over 35k in total. It may be it is a normal like it is a minimum amount to be collected. But I've gone through I've tried all kinds of collecting funds for that. That's like marketing or just reaching out CSR funds or anything of that sort. Okay, I gave my all. Okay, and also you might have. So please vote for me.
Pavitra.
Good evening, guys. I am Vice Pavitra Paul. So yeah, today I've been standing for vice chair. So I feel like I'll be better as a vice chair because I'll be considering all your points and whatever you raise, I'll be along your side and we'll be working together. I'll never let you guys down. That's my promise. And what are we? Nothing but the best.
Vaishnavi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Vaishnavi. I believe that for the vice, I didn't prepare any speech right now. Actually, I'm interested in becoming the vice chair. I feel like I'm a very first person. If you people work with me, I mean like it would be fun. I may use neat language, but sometimes maybe foul language. But yeah, it would be fun if you vote me and you are a member of under my thing. So please vote for me.
Krudarak.
A very good morning, guys. My name is P. Krudar. I have nominated for the vice chair position. I would like to be the nominee. It's a pretty mixed first. It was my first day, so a pretty nervous. I will say just one thing. My fellow delegates was making a discussion about the fundraising. I will say it will be the plan of implementation is the best thing. I will say I will make a best implementation and the best project in this season. Yeah, thank you guys.
Bhaviyasri.
Hi guys, my name is Bhavyashree. I am from Usmania Law College. I am contesting for the position of chair projects because I believe that my knowledge on today's goals combined with my style of collaborative and open inclusive leadership will provide a clear guidance and support to my fellow vice chair projects and drive towards the path of success. And what are we? Nothing but the best. Thank you. Please vote for me.
Dhruva. So good evening all. So basically I'm contesting as chair project. Like I'm a very good strategist and executor, because you may know I was the first guy who completed 35,000 like in 4 days. So I can say that I didn't even take 1% of stress while I was collecting the amount. So just imagine if I become the chair guy, how fun and jovial it will be. Like the guys who know, like whom I interacted, they know how jovial I am. So it will always be a stressless work. Time up. Thank you. Vote for me.
Mallikarjun.
My name is Mallikarjun. I'm nominating as vice chair. Why you should vote me? So I'm an NCC cadet and I'm a volleyball team captain. I'm very good at managing things and team leading. I'll make, and to come into my regards, I organize a lot of projects in NCC too, helping people, poor people, distributing clothes and leading team. So yeah, if you vote me, I'll lead team and I'll manage everything. Thank you. Please vote for me.
Srinidhi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Srinidhi, and I'm here to vote please vote me for as a position in vice chair. Why to vote me? I think being a vice chair, you should be able to handle all the stress and communicate well with the teammates. And I think I can do that better. Communication and handling all the stress and managing all the other projects. So please do vote for me. Thank you.
Yushra Manal.
A very good morning to everyone present here. I truly believe in that we each as a team can afford and achieve a lot good. I will not bore you with what I am and what I'm going to do, but one of the main reasons why I'm standing for the vice chair is so I'm close to my team and we can achieve great together as a team. So if you vote for me, I'm looking forward to work with you all as a team, and thank you very much. Please vote for me.
Sahasra.
Hello guys, I am Sahasra and I am contesting for vice chair, and I believe that I will be a great vice chair because I have been participating and I have conducted cleanliness campaigns in my intermediate, and I am a NSS volunteer and also a coordinator for Street Cause Stances Division. So that I've
Two of them were proposed by me. The third one also got passed, but it's okay. Few of them got rejected. But the thing is, I like to believe that you need to have fun while you work, right? I don't believe I am a leader. I don't call myself a leader. I think that kind of puts me in a spot where I believe I'm better than someone else, and I want to state that I'm not better than anyone in this prepare Ayodhya. Time up.
Vishnuvardhan.
I'm standing for vice chair.
Hello, my dear fellow delegates. So this is Vishnuvardhan. I'm standing as a vice chairperson. And first of all, I would like to thank the chairs for providing me this opportunity. And if we work together, I believe that we can achieve greater things and we can have all the fun. And I guess you all have been watching me. seen me in the HYA and assembly and also outdoors we have been socializing. So I request you all to vote me. Thank you.
Sony.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sony from Avinash College. I'm good at words like I'm word like context from the vice. I'm contesting for the vice chair. I have the leadership qualities. I'm a good at assigning the works, and I am the class representative since 2 years, and I am an NCC candidate. As today I didn't get the chance. I have raised literally some 15 times my placard, but I didn't get the chance, and then I wrote a chit to the chair. So then I got the chance. Thank you guys. This is Sony again.
Folks, I believe the organizing committee has given each of you the voting cards. Please start voting. You will have to vote each member for each position. 1 for chair projects and 4 for vice chairs. And after a while, the OCs will come and collect them. Folks, divide yourselves as per chair projects to my right and vice chairs to my left. Vice chairs to my left, chair projects to my right.
అందరు వస్తారు అట్లా అనకరా వాడు మొత్తం రికార్డ్ అవుతుంది.
OCs, please collect the voting cards. OCs, please collect all the voting cards, and I would request all the members to be seated. OCs, if you're not working, please be seated. Listen guys, మీరందరూ ఎందుకు కౌంట్ చేస్తున్నారు? It's still collecting the jobs. That's why it's still collecting. Why are the city starting? Get a 4 days.
అనుకుంటే చేసేది talk to him.
OCs, please be seated. Why do I see a clutter? Rahul. OCs, can you please be quiet? Do not indulge in talks with the members. Members, could you please maintain silence? Please be seated. Folks, please maintain silence.
చెప్పు అన్న లైవ్ వస్తుంది అనిపిస్తుంది సరే అడ్డం వచ్చాక
Did everybody give their voting cards?
సాహితి ఇక్కడ ఉంది సానియా నిహాల్ గోల్ నిహాల్ సైడ్ అరే కింద ఫోటోస్
అన్నా
साहिती साहिती
अरे वारंटी रिपोर्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रेसिव करे रावत भाई सामने
Sanjana, Deepthi, Praneem, can you please ensure all the members are settled, please? Krishna, can you? Manas, please settle down for a minute. Folks, can we please have silence for a minute?
క్లస్టర్ 2 క్లస్టర్ 3 క్లస్టర్ 4 అరే మనం కొంచెం బెటర్ పాస్ అవుతుంది
Good evening, folks. I request the house to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Avinash. Associate President, Human Resources and Culture, Division Maintenance Head of HYDERABAD for the year 2021 to 2022. Thank you for joining us, Avinash. Hope you have a great time.
మనకి వచ్చి ఫేమస్ కిదా ఆడ అర్థమైంది నాకు అలాంటి తప్పు ఏమన్నా
All OCs, everyone, like all OCs are here, right? There's no one outside. There's no one outside, right? OCs or any member. Just, all OCs must find out, get confirmation, is there anyone outside or not. I want each and everyone who is a part of Hyderabad Assembly to be inside. Because the next 45 minutes to 1 hour, it's going to be very, very, very fun-filled and very, very competitive session, definitely. Very, very competitive session. This is a time where, you have to show what Hyderabad Assembly season 13 is capable of. Keertana, am I right? HY13 is really capable, right? You believe? Yeah. So your chair is literally, she is very much confident that Hyderabad season 13 is definitely the phenomenal season. Now you have to prove in this next 1 hour. So how is that 1 hour going to decide whether, how phenomenal this season is going to be? So first, before that, ఎంతమంది తెలుసు మనం RFC చేస్తున్నామని? కొంతమంది తెలియదా RFC చేస్తున్నామని? Raise your placards. Okay. Others? Okay. So yeah, we are going to do RFC. So I think the president will explain you what RFC, just small briefing.
Okay, so I hope everybody here is aware of what we're going to do this year for RFC. Folks, can I please have silence for the next 5 minutes until we start the rocket hour? OC, can you please settle down soon? Okay, so I hope everybody is aware of what we're going to do for RFC 10 this year. Last year we have given Hyderabad its biggest concert. This time we're going to give Hyderabad its biggest run. What?
What did we do?
Create history.
What are we going to do this year?
Create history.
Create history.
Biggest run of Hyderabad.
We're going to break all the street cars records.
Yeah, so let's look into RFC 10. This year, we're going to have a record-breaking Zumba session, followed by a 5K run, a stand-up show by Rohit Swain, and we have band jammers playing. RFC 10 is going to happen on 31st of March in People's Plaza, starting from 5:30 a.m. Like I said before, we created history. We're going to rewrite history by organizing the biggest run students have ever organized in Hyderabad. And by now, I hope all of you realize that you are going to be a part of the biggest run Hyderabad has ever seen. So, yeah. Every year we organize Rockathon for our annual fundraisers or any fundraisers that happen in streetcars. So Rockathon is the day where we raise the most amount of funds through pass sales and donations. And this year for RFC 10, we are going to have our first mini Rockathon today, right now. So everybody will gear up for this Rockathon right now, and we're going to do this in the next 30 minutes. So, do you want prizes? You just had food. Do you still want prizes? Okay, we have... Okay, yeah, the prizes are soon to be revealed.
prizes are the experience you do. Costly stuff.
So everybody, open your phones right now.
They're already registered, right?
Everybody open your phones right now. Go to this website, rfc.streetcause.org. Everybody, can I see your phones up in the air? Everybody, all the members. Yeah, everybody who haven't registered on the website yet, open rfc.streetcause.org on your phones right now. So everybody here, folks, can I please have your attention? Can we stop talking? Okay, so everybody here will open the website rfc.streetcause.org and register as L1s under car climbing. Please open the website, register yourself, and while choosing your L2, please choose car climbing.
Hello, guys. Okay. Chit-chatting is done. Okay. Tarvata chala maatladukochu okkokaru. For now, just can we have your attention? Everyone, all OCs, all members. Okay. Definitely, you are going to talk after this 1 hour. Mottam meere maatladukochu. Ee okka 5 నిమిషాలు, please listen to us. Everyone, all OCs and members, please. And I also request Chief EB also to please settle down. Everyone, ఇగో నా మైక్ పని చేయట్లేదా, నేను చెప్పేది వినిపించలేదు, అర్థం కావట్లేదు, కానీ నన్నైతే అస్సలు పట్టించుకోవట్లేదు. ఆల్ ఓసీస్ అండ్ మెంబర్స్ ప్లీజ్, యా మిల్కీ ప్లీజ్, యా అండ్ ఆల్ మెంబర్స్ ఆల్సో, అందరు కూర్చోండి. కృష్ణ ప్లీజ్. ఓకే, Right. So as Saiti mentioned, everyone, those who are sitting here, please first register as an L1 under Katyayani. Yeah. And those who have already registered under different division, unit or any other, still, you have to register under Katyayani. I repeat, those who have already registered also, you have to register under Katyayani. Got it? Am I clear? High tea manche betleda, cake, samosa, anta vaga bettinro. Hemant, come down. Come down. See, you definitely go up with your passes if you have so much confidence. For now, come down, please. Okay? Right. So wait. How's the Josh?
Hi.
Huh? Higher impression, lower. How's the Josh?
Hi.
Hi, sir. How's the Josh?
Hi.
How's the Josh?
Hi.
How's the Josh?
Hi.
You go only Chief EB are dominating, okay? Kirtana, what is this? HOI members are not at all showing Josh. Okay. Let's see who is going to, show that passes count. So now I think we'll have great competition of 45 minutes to 1 hour. It is going to be a very fun-filled and competitive spirit. Why? Because the first ever mini rockathon is going to happen now. Are you guys excited or not? ఇగో ఓన్లీ నాకు తెలిసి మెంబర్స్కి అయితే ఓ నీ సామె నాకు ఇప్పటికే పాస్ చేస్తాను దొబ్బుతున్నారు ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ అని చెప్పేసి చాలా మందికి ఇన్నర్ ఫీలింగ్ ఉండొచ్చు ఐ కెన్ అండర్స్టాండ్ ఇట్స్ ఓకే బట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు షో దట్ కాంపిటేటివ్ స్పిరిట్ ఆర్ యూ ఎక్సైటెడ్ ఆర్ నాట్ మెంబర్స్ ఓసీ ఇగో ఓసీ అయితే డామినేటింగ్ మెంబర్స్ వాట్ వేస్తే కొత్త జోష్ కొత్త ముఖం యా ఓకే హెల్ప్ మీ ఓకే మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ యూ ఎక్సైటెడ్ ఆర్ నాట్ గట్టిగా ఓసీ ఓసీ గట్టిగా అలుమ్నై చైర్ పీపుల్ చైర్ ఎక్సైటెడ్ చీఫ్ ఈబీ okay cool so yeah, the first step, everyone first please register under Katyayani. I repeat, in next 2 minutes everyone has to register under Katyayani. Okay? And also those who have already been registered under different L2, for the next 45 minutes you have to register as an L1 under Katyayani. Got it? Clear, right everyone? No confusion. Urdu, Malayalam అని ఏం కాదు కదా, తెలుగులోనే చెప్పినా ఇంగ్లీష్లోనే చెప్పినా కదా. Am I clear, right? Clear or no? Yes. If you are clear, tap your table. Tap your table. Okay. Any questions? If you have any questions regarding registration or if you have any question regarding any query, you can tell. Yes, Mani, you have any question? Passes? Cover. Yeah. Make sure you will make them today.
Can you please donate 1,000 rupees to 10,000 rupees right now?
We'll make HY people do the same. Yeah, definitely. Okay, everyone, in next 2 minutes, please register under Katyayani. Even though you have been registered under different L2, for the next 45 minutes, you have to register as an L1 under Katyayani. Can we have the projection? The RFC, the website regarding. Can we have the projection here? Who is handling tech here? Can you make sure the RFC website is being presented here? Fast. In next 2 minutes.
800, 10 passes each easily.
Okay, 800 passes is what Manas is saying. Okay, 800 passes avapothe you can take donations from Manas, everyone. Yeah, okay, so
Folks, we really request everyone to please maintain silence. We ask nothing for 20 minutes. We check. Vivek, could you please come? Let him walk. To go up and walk down.
Where is Abhishek?
Click pictures. No?
Is Abhishek there? Abhishek.
All right.
Alright, so first, let us start.
Number one.
Okay, folks, please concentrate here, okay? We will be done in 20 minutes, okay? We'll be done in 20 minutes. Okay, fine. So let us call Vivek, also known as penguin number 1, okay?
When it is
I will tell you why.
recognition, you guys are speaking.
Vivek, please come on. So, yeah, alright. So telling about Vivek, why we call him penguin number 1 is because he always has a pair, okay? They always work in pair. Do you know how penguins walk?
Yes.
You know, they walk in a line, right? One behind each other. We took 2 people as our supporting OC in phase 1. And one person's name was Vivek. And the other person's name was Abhishek. We got them both in pair.
ఓకే అయితే ఒక రోజు నేను ఇది రిక్రూట్మెంట్స్కి సండే వెళ్ళినప్పుడు 2 people were rowing ఒకళ్ళు వెనకాల ఒకళ్ళు ఈ క్లాస్ రూమ్ నుంచి ఆ క్లాస్ రూమ్ నుంచి ఈ క్లాస్ రూమ్ ఓకే so you know they were just rowing in planes. But you know what, on a serious note, all right. So I would also take this opportunity to call the second penguin. Yeah, Abhishek, can you please come down? Yeah, so this is Abhishek and this is Vivek. And you know, on a very serious note, when we took them in, we did not expect much. We were, you know, because they registered as members, right? You registered as members, and then later on they were taken in as supporting OC. And as supporting OC, we were like, okay, there's a person called Abhishek, there's a person called Vivek. That was what I knew in the beginning. Okay? So then one day, I called up both of them in the form sale. So, you know, we were, each person had a target of getting a certain number of people. And one day I called up Vivek, and he was like, he was getting to know HY, how it works, and you know, what is HY. Yeah. So, yeah, that happened, and then I spoke to him, I explained him about HY, and then immediately, the thing he told was, he gave me a certain number. I thought, he's giving me, you know, fake numbers. I don't think he might, you know, even achieve it. But you won't believe it. The next day, he gave me an update saying he completed a certain target. And from that day on, you know, these both became part of our organizing community. And obviously, every Sunday they are together. They work as a pair, as I already told you. But you know, so yeah. So Vivek and Abhishek, I will first go one by one. Yeah, Abhishek. So yeah, thank you so much for your hard work. You have dedicated all your Sundays. You have, you know, you might have sacrificed your things and come to the recruitment. And you also had a lot of digital, right? So for all of that, you came in as a supporting person. But for all your hard work, we really thank you. And we are promoting you as OC, Organizing Core Committee Member.
Here is a small token of love from our chess and HY13.
Yeah, and Vivek, the same goes with you. We are promoting you from a supporting OC to an organizing core committee member. Thank you so much for all your hard work, and we really feel so proud when I'm cutting that supporting OC. So, yeah, thank you so much. Fine. Now moving on to the next person. So we have Vishwan. Can you please come forward? So, you know, to tell you about Vishwan, he is a very calm guy. You know, ఎప్పుడు వస్తున్నాడు ఎప్పుడు పోతున్నాడు ఇదే తెలియదు కానీ పనులు ఇచ్చినవి అయిపోతే ఎట్లనో ఎవరికి తెలియదు పని అయిపోతున్నాడు సో he is that one silent guy who gets all the work done. If you give him any work, you can be rest assured that the work will be completely done and you don't need to worry about it. So that has been Vishwan, and he was there every time when there was an outdoor campaign, you know, in other colleges, and he was always there for any kind of, you know, logistics thing was up, you know, for recruitment or for follow-ups, for HR teams. He was a great support for HYA from an organizing core committee member to a director of HY phase. So thank you so much. So yeah, moving on, I would like to introduce you to a person who would know everything that is happening in HY. He will be the one who will come and tell me, "Arey, Dennis, correct గా ఇట్లా చేయొచ్చు, అరే వీళ్ళు ఇచ్చేయట్లే, అక్కడ ఇది అవ్వట్లే." So this is that guy who I can rely on and I can get things sorted with this guy. Okay. So yeah, I am going to call on that person. So Meherwani, can you please come here? So telling you about Meher, he was very new to Cervical. He came in as a HY OC, and I did not believe, that I knew very little about him. And this guy, suddenly out of nowhere, he raised a freaking huge number of donations. I was shocked. I was like, oh man. And you won't believe it, everything was from his friends. He raised a big amount from his network of friends. Then I started, looking at this guy. Okay, this guy does get work done. So then slowly, as work started, he started getting involved in not only his department, but into other departments. We had HR, we had sponsorships, we had other things. He was getting involved in every single thing. And you won't believe it, in HY phase 1, we had almost 1,600 calls to do. And every week we had to do like 400, 500 calls. And he was a backbone to his HR team, though he was a VC for the sponsorship team. And he made sure to get the work done. And whenever the work was, if there was some possible risks or if there was something that was going out of line and that had to be corrected, he would not tolerate it. He would be like, "Dennis, so this is that guy who I would say gave his all to HY in phase 1 as well as phase 2. So thank you so much for all your hard work, Meherwani. And you are being promoted from a senior director to a vice chair for Thank you so much for all your hard work. Okay. So yeah, the next person, keep coming.
Yeah. So this person, when she came into the organization, I honestly didn't have much hopes. There are a couple of people in the OC till now whom I thought I'm not going to sustain an organizing committee. I thought they are 1-2 दिन की बात है. आज है कल नहीं होगी. She was one of that member for me, Harshita. Introduction I gave you doesn't sustain at all for you right now, because the kind of work that we gave you, the first time I still remember phase 1, the first time when I assigned you work, I was very doubtful whether you'll be able to do it or not. But when today I was like, where is Harshita? I need Harshita. I think that sums up your entire journey. From where I was doubtful about your work to I need Harshita right now, I think that's where you grew up on your work and that's how you grew on me. And I must say, that day when I removed you from the organizing committee crew, I will take that back. It was a mistake. And I'm very, very, very glad you're back in the organizing committee. Thank you so much for all the work you've done and all the trust you made me have on you. So, based on all that, you are now being promoted from a director to a senior leader.
Thank you so much for all. So she is one of the person who gets things done once she puts her heart into it. So, yeah, great work, Thanks a lot. So the next person. Oh, yeah, this guy.
Army brat.
Oh my god.
Army brat. There's one army brat in our OC. Where's he? Come.
So this guy, I need to tell so much about him, okay? So the first time I met him was, and it was like a very unexpected, what do we say? Unexpected moment, yeah. So, chala random anamata. I was working for RSC9, the biggest concert you might know it, where around 40,000 people came in. I was handling parking and the box office at the public gardens, like the traffic and all. It is the closest to the venue, and we handled almost 5,000 to 10,000 vehicles, and we handled a crowd of almost 25-30,000. So that time I wanted OC. One day before I was desperately calling up people, and I had in my board member there was a person called Isha. So she called me up, "Arey, itla mugguru unnaru, muggurni neeku ichchesta, valla team lo nunchi neeku ichchesta" ani cheptadu. I was like, okay, ichche. So then this guy calls me in the morning, and then he's like, "Isha gave me your number. Where should I come?" So then I told him to come to so and so place and wait there. Then he came, and I did not expect him, the way he behaved, at the time he came. He came late, right? He came exactly on time, and he was calling me. I was late. Okay, so all the day of the event, because of few things, he was on time, and Mali army brat, and it means styling experience or Royal Enfield, same exact. Yeah. So then, then we went to the public gardens, and then evening, you won't believe it, but I have few trustable people whom I always believe in. In that, this guy is one of the most trusted people in my life.
Regarding Manas, I think when Katyani was the one he's the finance guy. And Katyani said, let's give finance to Manas. And I was very skeptical because in my tenure, when I was in OC, Katyani was handling finances. When I came into EB, I was also handling finances. When we are chair, yes, we handle finances. There's always a female figure handling finances. But that's in our HYDERABAD, we have a male guy.
He was the only guy who raised his hand when we asked who was interested to do finance.
But it was nice. It was nice having you. You were perfect for it. Thank you, Manas, for all that work
you've done. So, financial transparency under Manas, okay? So,
based on all of that, all the work you've done, you've now been promoted
from senior director to a vice chair of HYDERABAD. Thank you so much for all your work and for all the things you've done. Thank you so much.
Shame you've got is the question I'm asking.
ఇది ఇట్లాంటి వాళ్ళు ఉంటారా అంటే ఆగవాగం టైప్స్. అంటే కొంచెం ఫాస్ట్ మాట్లాడతాను అన్నమాట. ఓకే సో అదే ప్లీజ్ coming to it, I want to tell that you know one day he called me up. He అంత fast మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు నాకు ఏం అర్థం నేను మెల్లగా మాట్లాడాను. So this guy is such kind of a guy, but you know in phase 1 you know we did not expect that he could be such a driving force and he could be such motivated and he could get things done with such rigor. And he closed one of the most crucial things we needed in phase 1. And he also closed campaigns. And he was, you know, the major driving force behind all the on-ground work that was happening at that point in time. So, you know, he was there at that point and he was always there to, you know, okay, a person, ఎవరైనా బాస్ని తిట్టడం అంటే ఒక ఆఫీస్లో ఎంప్లాయీ ఎవరైనా బాస్ని తిట్టారా అంటే ముఖానికి తిడతారా? No, right? So this guy does that to us. Yeah. So అంటే ఎంత పని చేసింటే అట్లా చెప్పాలి నాకు. So that is this guy and he has done really good work and impressive stuff. So for all your hard work and for all the things you've done so far in HYDERABAD, we are promoting you from a senior director. We are giving you the role of vice chair. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
There are two people from Originate in our OC. Yeah. So, as they lovingly call you, Gali, 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 Ani. She was the first choice for online. Online operations team create చేస్తున్నప్పుడు we didn't know whom to take because nobody in the recruited list was eligible or nobody knew how to do online operations work or digital stuff. But one person that we were very sure of was Saujanya. Yeah. So Saujanya, thank you so much for all the work. She is that one bubbly girl who's like always cheered up and ఎవరైనా డల్ ఉన్నా సరే అరే పర్లేదు చేసేద్దాం అయిపోతుంది అన్న యాటిట్యూడ్ ఉన్న అమ్మాయి అంటే షీ ఈజ్ సౌజన్య ఇన్ ది ఆఫీస్. You are designated as senior director for HYDERABAD season 30.
Okay, so last is
I'll speak. Please. Musilo అందరికన్నా favorite. Everybody's favorite. ఎవరు? వాళ్ళ అరుపులోని మీకు అర్థమవుతుంది. ఎప్పుడు ఆనందంలో ఉంటాడు. మాకుండే టెన్షన్ వాడుకుంటుంది. కాల్ చేసి అక్క ఇది చెయ్యట్లేదు, మీరు అది చెయ్యట్లేదు, ఇది అవ్వట్లేదు, అది అవ్వట్లేదు అని మాకు టెన్షన్ పెడతారు. 2 o'clock he'll call. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Yeah, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 1 o'clock. అక్క అప్రూవల్ ప్రణీత్ గ్రూప్ లో పెట్టు. ప్రణీత్ అంటే అక్క అప్రూవల్. నైట్ 12 o'clock పెడతాడు, 1 o'clock పెడతాడు. నేను పడుకున్నా సరే మెసేజ్లు వస్తూనే ఉంటాయి.
సిగ్నేచర్ ప్రణీత్ ఫోన్ ఎత్తగానే అన్నా
ఏమవ్వట్లేదు అక్క.
That is his signature style, but you won't believe it. This guy was doing figures like 60,000, 70,000. I think, abarle. This guy cries, comes to the office and cries. During his fundraising. Then I was like, the figure, how much have you raised so far? 70,000, 80,000. He used to cry for that. So, he's such kind of a person who worries about each and everything. And, every portfolio, he doesn't leave in digital HR, in sponsorship, marketing, and if anything is not happening anywhere, he will be there. He will be there to go and tell them directly on their face and no punishment. About Pranit. So, Pranit, for all your awareness, and also, I think, I really, yesterday, I want to tell you this. Yesterday, we did not sleep full night. We did not sleep, any of us, all the OCs here. We were preparing, getting things done, logistics and everything. And we were sitting here. And then we were like, lunch day, dinner day, we were like, DLF Then we were like, Anna, I'll miss I'll miss all of you. It's the last year. That is when I actually felt, how truly he treasured HY. So thank you so much for all of that and how closely you took HY to your heart. And we'll also miss you so much. And obviously we are just a call away, but thank you so much for all your hard work. And Pranit, you are being promoted as a vice chair of HY Season 13.
Thank you so much. Miss you and I loved your only guy who constantly kept on asking about music.
Best singers we got, one of the best, dancer. Like he's a dancer, he's a singer, he's a fitness freak. He's a, studious guy, he's a extrovert, he's an actor, This guy is everything know-it-all in HY. And this guy, he's the youngest guy in our OC. How old? 17. So he was 17 when he joined. Officially legal, adult. Sorry. So he was a child when he came. Yeah. But we were like very skeptical when we were taking him. OCA is school. We were like, Membala is school. Next year OCA is school. So that is how we came across this guy. And we, after he joined OC, we never hesitated to give really crucial stuff to this guy. Like full ownership to this guy. And he made sure to do justice to it. And also we got everything, whatever was assigned to him, done in time. Like he was like, so that is his You know, and also he goes to bed very early, so that changed after coming. Yeah, he has to go again. So that is who takes care. Keep
I believe that you have done a lot of work, but you still got to learn a lot. It was glad, we'd be really happy, and you will walk out of HY season 13 as a phenomenal senior director. Thank you so much.
No, I will try if you remember me count. I'm really serious.
Alright. The only person who know everything about the recruitments, the phone calls, she got yelled at the most by the chairs, by Evie, specifically her mentor. Yes, come. Okay. Honestly, her part is a genuine roller coaster for all of us, including you, I believe. Initially, I believed that, Sanjana will take over Lisa, and then we were like contemplating, we were thinking, is she right? Then we were like, she will do it. We gave it to her, and then she, being HR for the first time, learned her things, Lisa was not there to help her out, went through her own things, done everything, got yelled at pretty bad, and we were like, what is this? But one thing she did not do is giving up. And we are really happy you did not give up. So, yes, even though there were many situations where we thought that, this is not happening, we believe that you work for your every blood and sweat and to your best of your abilities. And we're happy to let you go as the Vice Chair for HR.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry if you felt bad.
Yeah, we yelled at you, I think at every time of day, night and everything. It's okay, I deserved it sometimes.
Okay. So this next person, I know him since HYA season 8 phase 1. Okay. And I didn't know him personally, but I was I went to the assembly as chief AD, and that was my first ever HYA assembly. And then I met a guy. He came to me and he was like, the HYA, the speaker is the CVR mentor. I'm not sure. So that person is none other than Akash, the leader. So Akash, the leader. So Akash was that guy who, even if and one person, if you want to see in the entire ocean, that is this guy. Yeah, wildcard entry onto the ocean. Wildcard entry వచ్చి HYలో పడ్డాడు అన్నమాట. So no matter what things went forward, and no matter what things happened in between, we always tried to do whatever he could to, give his best to HY, and he made sure, that he gave that value to HY. He was like, "Hey, HY, you compulsory internal." And a thing now. Under OC most in it. So I really thank you for all the hard work, all the all the things that you have done for HY so far, from phase 1, from phase 2, totally, and also so many things that you have done. I really want to thank you, and you are going to be, you are designated as the organizing core committee under HY season 30. So much after all.
Rohan, photo.
Always messes up with the placards, ID cards. Never comes on time, never delivers on time, never does work on time. Brings his girlfriend to the office. Faster! You can't even walk fast. Alright. You came into HYA because you told me that I was chairing HYA because you know me since AM, and I'm glad you came into HYA. The way you take up all the roles, the way you follow up with members, the way you tackle all the problems, the way you get the team together, the way you do the online operations team. All of that genuinely helped HY season 13 to become a phenomenal. Thank you so much for all of your work. So, for all of that, we are letting you go as the vice chair of HY.
Shut up, dude. Learn something.
Thank you so much for all the
Can we have Saket Mote here? The guy who seems that he's not doing anything. For phase 1 you worked, I didn't know. For phase 2 you worked, I didn't know. I never know that you're working, but the work just done and it just happens. Yeah, I honestly still don't know how you work on without letting us know that you work. Because every OC, no matter what they work on, we have an update and we know where they're messing up, where they're not. But with you, it's not the case. Thank you so much for coming into HY, and you will be leaving as the senior director for HY season 13. Thank you.
Thank you for taking me proud.
Equal count coordinator.
So yeah. Let's move on. So this person, okay, he is one of my anime buddies, and this guy, he is an unexpected, jewel that hit HY. Yeah, so yeah, Aditya, come forward. So HY 13. No matter how many things he had at home, no matter how many academic things he had, he always made time for HY. In phase 1, he was not officially with us, and even then he made time for HY. He was an unofficial OC for us at that point in time. And he even worked at that point in time. And in phase 2, he full-fledgedly took charge of digital team, and also he used to roam around for campaignings, right? So all the things he had done for HY, and again, he used to point out, this thing is not going well. Last time, maybe this will not turn out well. That constant reminder of, checking for that mistake that could possibly happen, that was given by Aditya to all of us.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Aditya, for coming into our HY. Yeah. And you are being given the designation of Senior Director for HY Season 30. Thank you so much, Aditya. Okay, so yeah, coming to the next person. Let us move on fast. I'll close in 5 minutes. So the next person is the least talkative person in entire HY. You will really see him talking, and vachi gammana work chestu vellipotaru annamata. So that guy is none other than there are 2 people. I'll call that person. So yeah, that person is to let you know a little bit more about Cervical. This guy also was just like unexpected person who came into HY, and the most calm person I ever saw. He was not talkative. He came, he did his work, minded his own business, went out. And I don't know how such a calm person who doesn't talk much raised much more than what I expected as an HYOC member. And then later on, the way he came every single Sunday to support for the recruitment, to get things done, and how he bonded with the entire OC. I was really shocked by what he did. So, and unexpected with other things he said. So, and also when things are, in HR or he was there in sponsorship team. Every time he worked consistently on everything he did. No matter he had some problems going on, he always communicated and made sure that that did not hinder him from the task to not get affected by his shortcomings, by his situation. So that is Shirit, and he always got work done on time, and that unexpected calm guy who did many things which we did not expect. So Shirit, thank you so much for all your hard work, and you are being promoted and designated as director of HYDERABAD. So, more. How many more people? 5, 6, okay, 7, all right. So let's move on. So we have the CMR guy here. So OC lo iddar sockets untaru annamata. There's a Mote and there's a Malela, and there's that Malela and that guy is Mote. Yeah. So this person, again, you won't imagine, but he was an unexpected, you know, that. Huh? Not running. Not e-training. Sorry. No, e So that unexpected driving force that, you know, got things done on time, and also he supported so much for HY, and every single Sunday he came forward, he did things, he got things done, and in phase 2 he worked as the VC for online operation, and then later on he did so many other things. For every logistics work, on-ground work, he is there. So for all your hard work, thank you so much, Satish. We could not expect much, more than this from you, and you did all of that. So you are designated as Vice Chair for HYDERABAD. Thank you so much for everything. So, in striking off ani emantuntaremo and ankuntundachu. So we are feeling proud when we are striking on this. Yeah. So moving on to the next person. Yeah. So alright. So moving on to the next person. This person was, he came in So this guy was, 3 years also meeku. 3 years lo oka idiot annamata. Adine untaru eppudu vache. So yeah, that guy is Hari. Please come. This guy is a guy who ఒకసారి కాల్ చేసి అన్న ఇట్లా ఒక పొలిటీషియన్ ఎవరో ఉన్నాడు ఇట్లా ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ అప్పుడు ఇస్తాడు ఫుల్లీ ఎప్పుడు అన్నాడు. సో అప్పుడు నుంచి ఒకడు ఇట్లా గుర్తుండిపోయాడు, హరి ప్రసాద్. ఓకే, సో దిస్ పర్సన్ he will be there every time the other 2 people, and every work in HY he will be there. He will wherever we tell him to go, he will go, and he gets things done, and whatever calls he does, he will do it on time. He does multiple things. He sees for very delivered from. So yeah, so coming to him, he was again, one of the silent kinds. In the unexpected trio of 3, ante mood characters annamata. So thank you so much for all your hard work, Hari, and you're being promoted to as director for HRC. So folks, let us go. So one of us here. So this guy is the Indian person. So this guy is that fellow who does here. Yeah, he name is Helicopter. Why did we put his name Helicopter? Do you want to know?
Helicopter, he's as rich as.
Yeah, so మేము OC forms release చేసినాము. Release చేసి just after 5 minutes we thought, any responses we got, we refreshed. Then there's this guy called Krishna Desai. Then Krishna Desai, so like generally we don't read everything, right? Mode of transport was there. He put others helicopter. From there his name came to be Helicopter. So this guy, he is everywhere. He is division, he is there in COS, he's there everywhere in street club. Basic ga అందరూ ఆడుకుంటారు
అందరినీ వాడేస్తాడు. పని నేర్చుకున్నాడు అంతే, ఎవరిని వాడుకోలేక.
అది మంచి గుడ్ వే అండి.
గుడ్ ఇవాళనే ఎంట్గా ప్రమోట్ అయ్యిండు.
So he is the person who gets things done on time. Very strategic. This person does this and all. So he has been that for HY, and every time whenever things get tough, he communicated about that, and many things happened, but I really like that you never left HY and gave your best for HY always. So thank you so much for all your hard work, and you are being designated as Senior Director for HY Season 13. Let's move on. So, we have more 4 people. So, we'll announce the chair projects and vice chair and all first. So members are getting late, so that is why we are having to do this. So Tarun, can you come forward? Sorry so much, guys, folks, for the delay. Okay, the first vice chair is any guesses?
No. Tarun.
Any guesses? Is Soni Reddy. Can you please come forward? Okay, the next vice chair is.
We would like to have Sanya.
Sony, vice chair. You missed your announcement. Get there. Get your placard.
The next vice chair of HYA season 13 is Vishnuvardhan.
పోయిండా? Just wait.
Next vice chair of HYA season 13 phase 2 is జీవితం మొత్తం ఇట్నే బతుకు యూనిట్స్ లో పని చేసుకుంటా. So next vice chair of HYS season 13 phase 2 is Harichandra.
Get your placard.
Now we'd like to have Afra to announce the next vice chair.
The next vice chair of HYA 13 phase 2 is Guesses please. I'll be the vice chair for this. Akshit.
Ojas! I have never been there.
Ojas will be the chair for Empire. The vice chair for HYA season 13 phase 2 is Manal.
Congratulations. I would like to invite all the chair people to meet this announcement. The chair
Middle seat of the ship is middle seat.
So the chairperson project, GPV, calm down. So the chairperson project for phase 2, season 13, HYA is any guesses? Sahiti. Okay, without any further ado, let's make this announcement. So much. I'd rather like to be the chair. Okay, so let's make this announcement together. So, chair projects for season 13, phase 2, HYA is Dhruva.
So first of all, folks, congratulations to all of you. And these are your designations, and all of your teammates and your roles and responsibilities will be explained to you on the day of GBM, that is nothing but general body meeting on the coming Sunday. So you all have to be there. So yeah. So yeah. Without any further ado, let us move on to the overseas. Yeah, so this next person, the most calm person in the entire room. The person whom you want, Asalu, this guy, he doesn't have a vehicle, but he roams entire Hyderabad just for HY, without any vehicle. And he doesn't, he hesitates to take people's help. Right? And he's a person who is so reliable that, if I give any work, I can be rest assured it will be done. So this is that guy. So I would like to call forward Abdullah Arshad. So this guy is the guy who is so calm, so composed, and you won't know, but he'll get work done. So this is that kind of person, and he travels, he goes to camping. He calls me, he'll be like, आज college है, college की बात ले जाऊँगा. You know, every time after college, he will be there. No matter what other work he has, he'll postpone it. He will come for HY. HY is, you know, that is the value he gives to HY, and that is the value he added to HY. So for all the hard work and all the dedication you show to HY, for all the logistics and for all the sustainable items you have, you know, gotten from HY, thank you so much. And you are being designated as Vice Chair for HY. Thank you so much for all this. So I would like to call forward the next person. Everyone, all the three, please come forward.
Alright. Amongst these three, two are the current vice chairs and one was a vice chair for phase 1 of logistics. Our phase 1 logistics head, our phase 2 logistics head. When we changed our vice chairs, we changed for everybody except one. We didn't find another person for that, right? But the persons who we've changed, we did realize the aftermath of it. Some people were upset, some people were angry, some people understood. And one amongst those people who understood it was Rahul. He never complained. He never showed his anger or why he's not a vice chair anymore. He was always there. No matter how busy he is, he would never say I won't do it or I can't do it. He would say I would do it and he would get it done. That is the best part of Rahul. Even now, even if you are not a vice chair of logistics, I know how much you helped Ahmed. Thank you so much. All the work that you've done, I know all of you think chairs don't notice, but trust us, most of your designations were still not finalized until the last moment when we started the acknowledgements. So, considering all the work you've done until today morning, in fact until 1 hour ago, you will be our Chief Vice Chair.
Rahul party.
Now, we are left with 2 people. Could you please come in between? Manasvi, as we already told, is the only surviving vice chair since phase 1. She handled hospitality so well that we could not find a replacement for you basically. Even if there's any logistics based on the teams, there's any one team that we have not worried together constantly, it's hospitality. Because we know once you pick it up, you do it, you deliver it. And you deliver it with grace. Thank you so much, Manasvi, for all the work you've done. And based on that, you will be our second Chief Vice Chair.
So one more thing I wanted to say about Manasvi, she really gets things done. You won't believe it, but once you assign her things, everything, even this trip lighting, she was the main, supporting and driving force behind it. So thank you so much, Manasvi, thank you so much.
అందరూ అయిపోయారా? ఇంకెవరైనా మిగిలారా? ఎవరు లేరు కదా? ఉన్నాడు కదా? This guy, whom I thought will leave in like 1 week after he enters into HY. Exactly. This guy, honestly, Ahmed, I will tell you, when I took your interview itself, I was like, I will take this guy, but he will leave next time. That is the mindset I had when I took you. Wasn't that the mindset? So you was like, we will take him. He will leave, but we'll take him. 1 week mein he will leave. But the work you've done, trust me, nobody did. Nobody. You took it up, you know, when you were phase 2, we all know at some point every OC went dormant, but you didn't. Since the day we took you, till today you were never dormant. Thank you so much, Ahmed. The amount of, you know, yesterday also, three of us were like, we want Ahmed. Where is Ahmed? We want Ahmed. When will he come? You staying itself was a lot of, you know, courage to us. Thank you for all the work you've done.
All the taste that you all had today was because of Ahmed.
All the food that you had today was because of Ahmed. It came from their catering services.
And one more thing, really he delivers, man. You know, the things he tells, you know, without telling, बोला भी जरूरत नहीं. You know, I call him, Ahmed, ये हो गया क्या? हो गया Dennis. उसके बाद, you know, next time I call him, ये भी हो गया. You know, you won't believe me. Phase 1, I was end-to-end micromanaging things. Phase 2, I did not even handle loss. Everything was end-to-end taken care by Ahmed, and he never gave reasons. Thank you so much for all your hard work and you will be the 3rd Chief Vice Chair of HY. Thank you so much.
The kid that you brought in together so hard is not there for you.
Yeah, so lastly, I want to address all the OC. OC, please. 1 minute. So, you know, I might have scolded many of you might have. Okay. Yeah, I'll come. Sorry. So,
all right. OC, you done?
you wanna talk?
Evie, where is your president? Where is your president? Where is your president?
Our president is why is she doing? Our president is
Cool. Evie, all of you, can I have Evie together? No matter how many tensions you have, please. 2 minutes. Sit. Where is the Spock? Time sense ledu. Sit down.
Promotions. Sponsor కాకుండా promotion చేస్తున్నారు.
Evie, all of you, we know how hard you're working right now for RFC, for past days, how many tensions you have. And I know that you couldn't, you weren't in peace even when you were in the assembly. I know what was happening because the same drill repeats again. But it was so glad for all of us to have the entire board here to, at least for one session, all of you actually discussing, debating and talking about motions. Though we promise that we will give you money, we still will.
That is internal people, no?
Yes. Thank you so much. I cannot individually thank you all because you know that when we talk about EV, it's a collective effort. Except there are 2 people that we want to talk about. And your president, obviously. President is always separate. 2 people. Who are they?
Spock.
Second Spock.
Vendor management.
In the country.
Vendor management.
Since Spock is very important for HYA because he has got one connection between the EB and divisions and HYA as a unit. We'll start with the special person of contact. OC, do you want to say anything to the Spock?
సాకేత్ రేపని జిమ్మే హెచ్ఐ అయిపోయింది జిమ్మే రేపటి నుంచి
నీకుంది
విశ్వాంత్ తెచ్చా
Melky.
Melky cry.
Melky cry. Emotional tears.
Oh my God.
Mahanati lag only 2 drops ravali.
It was great having you as a Spock. I know our work is not done yet, unlike the OC. We know that we have a lot of work to do, but until June. But for all the work that you've done, for all the times you texted in the EB group, in the member group, in the OC group, on behalf of us to work for HYA, to do things for HYA, for all of that, all of those Sundays that you came down, you took interviews, GDs, everything, and I know no matter what HYA does, from the CXOs or from the EB, it is you who will be handling it on the first hand. Either be it good or bad. Thank you for being the first piece of HYA, for taking the fire first on behalf of HYA. Thank you for everything. It's glad having you as a part of HYA. OC, antera? Thank you so much.
East and West మా మెల్కి గాడుతో
ఏ బ్రో
మెల్కి భయ్యా తోపో మెల్కి భయ్యా తోపో
Now, an EB member. Who's not the Spock? Who is a vendor management head? Elo. The one guy who texts me constantly, నేను చెయ్యా, నేను రాను, మీరు చేసుకోండి, నాకొద్దు. And the next day, ఆఫీస్ తాళాలు తెచ్చి నేను ఆఫీస్లో ఉన్నాను. ఎవరు లేరు, మీకు టైం సెన్స్ లేదు. OCM చేస్తుంది. He is never happy. He's the second Praneen actually. I know this guy is so behind HYA. Oh, you were a warden for somebody? Warden. Who constantly tells us this is how things has to go on because he was an OC last year, so he knew how things go on. Every single time when he feels that we're going one, we're derailing even a tad bit, he's there to tell us that is not how it happened in our HYA. Our HYA was best. Our HYA did it right.
Season 12 ra?
Season 12.
ఆడి కూడా రా పేస్ట్ హాఫ్ మెంబర్
Though it was not necessary for you to take up HYA work and for all the acknowledgements you missed on Instagram, this is an ultimate acknowledgement from all the OC who did post your photos on Instagram, from all the 3 chairs who never acknowledged you on your work. Thank you so much for being that support and that pillar of rock for HYA. And I know how much you work. Thank you so much. OC!
So, Melky, I want to speak 2 words about Nina. So yeah, Melky, the dedication and the way you handle HYD and the way you maintain the relationship with OC, the way you dealt with us the chairs, the way you dealt with all the things combined and for helping us out whenever we needed your help. Thank you so much on behalf of all of us and the entire family. So, one second. So, Hemant, this guy is the guy I go to anytime. This is the guy. Hemant, kavali urgent and chase it. That is this guy. So, you were there for HYD, even if that wasn't your role. If I was in your place, and mind you, I was chief evil, right? We were all chief evil. We never went into others' units and did that as well. I'm really telling you, the way you selflessly came and helped out, it really means a lot to all of us. So thank you so much for all of that. So we have more to people we want to acknowledge. So second person, first person question, I think Katyani would be a better person to tell.
Yes, I understand all your struggles, yes, because I was in your place last year, and this time it is more hectic because you are handling the account actually, and if you say SSV payment, you were always there. So thank you so much for all the hard work, and you were always available for HYA. So we acknowledge all your, exactly, Mana HYA. Yeah. Sir, it also
so there is one guy who everyone tells is Cervical, let's time. Cervical, let's stop. It is Cervical or not? Maybe next time you find out Cervical office. Do you know who that guy is? Nipode hello.
Come back hello.
He wants to be every single minute.
That is Tarun.
Tarun permanent chair. Next permanent chair.
Tarun is in all good film. 2009. Exactly. So that guy, he was always there to support all of us. And whenever we needed help, he came down, logistics, and many other stuff. And for chala things, his background is chala fun, and he really helped us all out. And for all of that, thank you so much. And lastly but not the least, hey, my board ki koncham local ke last vastuni. So we have our board, more to people who supported us so much.
అంటున్నాడు ఆడంటున్నాడు నేను కాదు.
పొద్దున పాలు రాకముందే పోయినాయి. నిజంగా
ఇంకా లాస్ట్ బట్ నాట్ లీస్ట్, we really do you want to take this?
They're there. Tennis.
I didn't see you.
Can you come forward?
Arshida.
Afra.
She is our board member.
Okay.
Exo's office.
So, you know, these are all the board members, and they are also. So they were always there. You know, we had everything. They also work in the CEO.
I'm the only person who does not.
Yeah. So they, you know, always whenever we had any problem, a single person we would reach out to. And first winter.
Shruti, check Shruti, Shruti, the Shruti.
That was the only thing. If we had anything against the city or anything against certain thing, the only person we would, without any hesitation, reach out to is Shruti. Because she was, you know, the closest person we had in the entire organization, and we always, you know, relied on each other. Even our goals, we all.
Word was much better than our EV term with our It's very weird.
So we only had each other to rely on, even in difficult situations, most difficult situations, and we really, you know, took that really very hard, and you know, and whenever we needed help, anything, Afra, without any hesitation, she comes and, Apna board, you know, this is our board. I'll do it. You know, you might have seen induction, right? You know, entirely under Afra. So, you know, all this, I really want to thank Shruti and Afra so much. Thank you so much.
Oh my friend song is what?
Oh my friend song is a banger.
Acknowledgement for few people here who are very dear to me. I took away the mic from the chair for this. So, first person here, Hari Prasad, my very own chief of staff. Krishna. So, Krishna is not my chief of staff, but he is the best person in finance street costs and HYDERABAD. So, one recognition for Krishna and Manasvi. Is Manasvi here? So, Manasvi को बता देना मेरी तरफ से कि I am grateful to have her and street costs is grateful to have her. Of course, Saujanya as well. So, and not to forget Manas Reddy, Chief of Staff of Shruti. But yeah, because of course he has been the best person to me for again. Thank you so much, Manas. Street Coast Pune wouldn't have possible without you. So thank you so much.
200 దాటాలి రోజు.
So, till now, as an OC, we have done lot of mistakes. So all our OCs want to apologize you in our way, which is
Hariga andala chinni chinukulani iduge ranundi ani teliyakane pilicha ededu rangula tarukulani nalupe chirindi vidila
Tapanta
క్షమించమంటూ అడగనులే తెలిసే ఇంకొకసారి జరగదులే కడులే కన్నీలు ఇంకి నీటి దిద్దేటి సమ్మతే
Started with the song, ended with the song. Finally, bro, look, bro, I'm happy. Sunny.
కొంచెం ఇక్కడ వస్తారా